incógnito do colégio, São Pedro Max falando aí, assistindo Porcaria, mas possivelmente Ridiculamente Questionável Webcam, 42, dia 8/7/2025, mas sei lá o que, 11. Já volto que eu vou pegar água. Porra, aquela mochilinha tá rasgada. Isso. É a mochila que eu tô que reparar. Ô porra, esqueci de abrir o YouTube. Vou esperar aqui carregar os negócios. Caralho. Tá abrindo. Acho que isso aqui é aquela versão sem. Só pra mim, sem propaganda, sabe? Não acho que é vídeo novo, não. Só pra provar, eu vou abrir aqueles vídeos do cara. Se não for, aí eu volto depois pra assistir. Tipo, se for realmente vídeo novo. Talvez esteja confundido com esse. Mas não se sabe. Eu tô confundindo com outro vídeo. A certeza que ele vai citar esse aqui lá. Nesse caso. Nessa época de animação dele era chatinha pra caralho, tipo. Tentativa de extensão anela da vida. Ficou melhor do jeito que ele fez, assim, o canal mais atualmente. Mas eu tenho que ver depois aqueles vídeos de Deltarune novo do Joe. Mas depois. Depois eu faço isso. Eu esqueci a água de novo.
Hoje vamos explorar este mapa secreto, a fase do inverno. Não só podemos conseguir equipamentos raros e materiais, mas também podemos obter tentáculos de verme. Depois de equipar os tentáculos, nos transformamos em guerreiros tentáculos e podemos...
O vídeo do cara tava. Da propaganda tava incrivelmente baixo o áudio, nossa. Pegado. Peguei água.
Take you back to the past. He's gonna take you back to the past. To play the shitty games that suck ass. He'd rather have a buffalo.
É uma pena que só pega pras intro o negócio do. Da legenda aí. Seria muito engraçado esse vídeo com as legendas.
only touched upon some of the many classic gaming consoles like the Atari 2600, but now it's time to introduce you to two of its competitors.
Feeling down and dirty, feeling kinda mean.
Exhibit A, the Intellivision.
I've been from one to another extreme.
Exhibit B, the ColecoVision.
This time I had a good time, ain't got time to wait.
Both tried to take down Atari and both had a similar library of games.
I wanna stick around till I can't see straight.
It's like today, you got all these games, you don't know which way to look.
Fill my eyes with that double vision. No disguise for that double vision. Ooh, when it gets through to me, it's always new to me. My double vision's got the best of me.
First, we're going to talk about the Intellivision. It was test marketed in 1979, but officially released in 1980. Notice its fine wood texture. Everything back then was made of wood. You know the Stone Age? Well, that was the Wood Age. The Intellivision came from Mattel Electronics. Now, you know what else they made? The Power Glove. Now, that's a bad sign right there, but it was a great game system for its time. Now, I'm going to whip through a bunch of random games, mostly shitty ones, but I'm going to tell you right now, I have 3 common complaints. Number 1, many of the games are very similar to other games, and often they're blatant copies. Number 2, without instructions, they're difficult to understand how to play. Number 3, the controls suck ass. And in this regard, the main problem is the controllers. Why a numeric keypad? This is a video game controller, not a phone. Then there's 2 little buttons on each side, which are usually the fire buttons. It's awkward to handle. And rather than a joystick or a control pad of some kind, you get this weird disc. Sometimes in the heat of the game, you can actually jam your fingernail on it. It also acts as a button, so in total, that's 17 buttons. And for games this complex, you really need that many. When you pop in a game, the first thing you do is try every button before you figure out which ones do anything. Most of them don't do jack shit, and it's different for each game. That's why many of the games come with overlays. You slide it over the keys, and now you can see what they do. It helps out, but damn, what a shitload of fuck. And the games barely fit in the cartridge slot. It's like trying to stick your dick in a Cheerio. So this is Space Battle. Sounds promising enough, but okay, what's this? None of the buttons do anything but make fart noises. And the overlay has a bunch of Triforces. Is this where they came from? All you gotta do is wait for the squadrons to meet the aliens, and then it brings up the battle screen where you shoot blueberry pancakes. This should be the whole game. Why does this part even exist? Next, I don't know, let's try Mission X. More like Mission Ass. It's a 2D shooter, but it's real hard to shoot things. I mean, you have to be at the exact altitude. 2 rises up and 8 goes down, and the fire buttons are on the side. I mean, that's great, right? Why not spread the buttons out as much as possible? Alright, what's next? How about Utopia? It's kind of a precursor to SimCity. You're basically the god of an island. You build stuff and storms come by and, wow. All I can say is that back in 1981, people had a lot more imagination. Okay, how about He-Man? Oh man, I thought it was gonna be He-Man. So you're flying around in the Wind Raider shooting at stuff. I think on the ground that's Skeletor. You drop bombs on him and that's it. Wait, did I just call that white square a bomb? See, that's using your imagination. Vectron. In the 80s, everything was Tron. Megatron, Voltron, Tron the movie. You get the idea. This is a weird, weird game. The first challenge is to figure out which of these indescribable objects you're controlling. So, guess what? I think you're this green V. You can shoot at stuff, but you can't move. And that's just fantastic, because there's a big gleaming box immediately blocking your path. I'm not gonna lie, I don't get it. Now speaking of Tron, here we have Tron Deadly Discs. You just run around throwing shit at people. Seems like it would be a fun little game, but what ruins it for me is how ass the controls are. Rather than having one simple fire button and aiming with the joypad or disc or whatever, the keypad determines which direction you shoot. Shit the fuck! Thin ice. Okay, you're a penguin ice skating around collecting torches, or they could be McDonald's French fries, who knows. The whole time there's a seal on your ass which kills you, but the black penguins do absolutely nothing. Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. Well, advanced is right. For the time, it's a pretty complicated game. You start out moving some dots around on the map screen. Then you go into caves, you fight monsters, and find items. What are those, jacks? Can I pick them up? I guess not. The limited visibility is pretty annoying, and without the overlay or any instructions, I gotta admit, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. But this is one of the granddaddies of adventure games. Alright, what do we got here? Space Spartans? Man, what the hell does that mean? A Spartan in space? Was Marvin the Martian a space Spartan? You got this grid screen and you shoot shit, which looks like TIE fighters. Microsurgeon. The picture reminds me of Slim Goodbody. I can't believe I'm making that kind of reference. But anyway, you control a barely visible dot on the screen moving around the human body. There's spiders and clouds floating around, and I doubt this thing's medically accurate. You just explore all the guts, technically making it the goriest game ever made. But it only goes so far. Guess the piss and shit zone just didn't do it. Frog Bog. You're a frog, and the goal is to eat as many flies as you can. It's the same thing as Frogs and Flies on the Atari 2600, but the graphics are way better. On Atari, the flies are just flickering dots. However, it's more fun to play because of its fluid control. It's a fine example of better graphics don't make a better game. Buzz Bombers. Now, this is funny. You kill a bunch of bees with bug spray, but no, you don't use a can of bug spray. You are the can of bug spray. There's also a hummingbird you can shoot at, but it doesn't seem to do anything. You know when bees sting you, their asses break off and they die. Space Hawk. Man, everything begins with space. So you're just a guy floating around space shooting green slime. The bubbles are coming. Gotta find the... Mother of a fuck. It'd be so much easier to move if you could just use the disc. Instead, it's the damn keypad. Here comes the Space Hawk. Gotta move, gotta move. Damn! I wiped my ass on this game. Boxing. Okay. Yeah, boxing. This sucks. Snafu. You have to keep the line going as long as possible without touching the other lines or hitting your own. It's the bare basics of graphics, but surprisingly, it's a pretty fun game. Okay, now we gotta move on, but let me introduce the IntelliVoice voice synthesis module. What the fuck is that? Well, it makes your games talk. Yeah, now at the time, the idea of having voices in video games was a new thing. But unfortunately, only a few games were compatible, like B-17 Bomber.
Mattel Electronics presents B-17 Bomber.
B-17 Bomber!
B-17 Bomber.
Alright, fuck the game. Let's try Bomb Squad.
Mattel Electronics presents Bomb Squad. They'll never do it in time. The code, figure out the code.
What? Guess I gotta defuse the bomb.
It won't be easy. Replace this third, this fourth, this second, this first.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Comece sua jornada online por menos, até 77% off em hospedagem, criador de sites com IA e créditos bônus na Hostinger. Planos de hospedagem a partir de apenas R$ 14,99 por mês.
What's that? A metamorphic stone rising from the blackness and negative earth? A towering behemoth, a monstrosity brought down by extraterrestrial powers? Or a giant monolith of death hell-bent on the annihilation of humankind, time, and all matter? No, it's the AC adapter for a ColecoVision. What the fuck were they thinking? Is this necessary? Look, I can't fit this godforsaken piece of shit in the electrical outlet unless there's nothing next to it. What a fucking hog. That's what it is, a self-indulgent glutton of a power hog. Anyway, the ColecoVision was released in 1982, and like the Intellivision, it had the same stupid-ass keypad, but with a joystick. Well, almost a joystick, and it's so stiff it doesn't fare much better. First, let's try out Montezuma's Revenge. Well, I would make some comment about diarrhea or something, but it's actually a pretty good platforming game. You collect a bunch of treasures while avoiding all kinds of hazards. Standard stuff, you know, but well done. Only problem, this controller is fucking horrible! But the good news is that, unlike the Intellivision, you can unplug the controller and swap it with an Atari or a Sega Genesis controller. Who would have thought that would be compatible? But what a great thing. Now let's try Rocky. That's right, Rocky on the ColecoVision. The music and the graphics are quite good for the time, but would it be too much trouble to add any facial features? As far to my knowledge, your only opponent is Clubber Lang. After all, Rocky 3 was the newest movie, so there's definitely no Ivan Drago. But all you do is mash buttons and it all boils down to a big crock of shit. Okay, you're not gonna believe this one. It's called Cabbage Patch Kids Adventure in the Park. It's basically like another Pitfall game, but with a random layout. Why would I swing on the vines when I can hop on the lily pad instead? Then there's screens which don't have anything on it. So what's the point of having them? And so many of them look the same. Next is Campaign 84. Yes, a game based on the presidential campaign. Probably the worst fucking concept for any game in history. First you pick what you want to accomplish, you know, like what kind of serious issues there are in the country, like ban all shoelaces. And that's my favorite, because shoelaces are bullshit. Then you pick the donkey or the elephant, and I don't really know which is which. And then you're moving around, and I really seem to be having a lot of trouble with this because I can barely move. Alright, let's try to touch the megaphone, okay? You were seen putting your shoes on before you put on your pants. Okay, well who the hell was watching me get dressed? If I want to put my shoes on first, that's my own goddamn business. Next up is Chuck Norris. Yeah, that's right, Chuck Norris, the game. You're walking around and then you get into fights, and the attacks are completely ineffective. Come on, you son of a bitch! Wow, this is shit. Next we have Dance Fantasy. Okay, well my first question is, where's the music? And what the hell am I trying to do? You're just like floating around. It's as much fun as dragging a mouse around a computer screen. Dr. Seuss's Fix Up the Mix-Up Puzzler. It's a puzzle game where you put together different Dr. Seuss characters. Yeah, that's about as much as I can say about that. Learning with Leaper. It's one of the most juvenile games I've ever played. You're a weird eyeball with legs, and there's 4 little games to pick from. In the balloon game, all you gotta do is match the letters. See, that's a T up there, so all I do is I just grab the T, and then I match them up, and there you go, you win. It's pretty hard, right? In the maze game, you're a frog being chased by a centipede. All you gotta do is get to the end of the maze, and that's it. The dog game, I have no fucking clue what to do. But the paint game is basically like an old paint program. If you thought Mario Paint was primitive, well, look again. Next is looping. Here we go. Oh, let's try again. Oh man, that pilot's drunk as shit. Oh, I gotta get through the wall. Here we go. Okay. Maybe I gotta go over it. Oh, I guess not. Uh-oh, let's try again. Oh man, what am I supposed to do? Fuck! Oh, I know, I gotta shoot through it. Robin Hood. I guess you're Robin Hood and you're just shooting the fuck out of people with your arrows. Man, all this violence going on, but the sun is just smiling away. Slurpee. Okay, you're just going around slurping balls, and there's all kinds of weird creatures coming at you, and I really don't know how else to describe this thing. It's like, what the hell? Smurf Rescue. Yeah, how could you go wrong with a game about the Smurfs? All you do is keep walking right. Nobody's trying to kill you. Everything's just fine and dandy. What a nice game. This is the happiest game ever made. War Games. I'm assuming it's based off the movie, since they both came out in 1983. You're basically trying to stop nuclear missiles from blowing up the whole world. It's kind of serious. But there's another one called War Room, which is a similar game, except this one has some comedic relief, because it's got giant mutant chickens. Alright, well, this video is getting out of hand, and we can spend all day talking about these games and discussing them in depth, but I just wanted to give you an introduction to 2 classic gaming consoles. Now, I know we mainly focused on the shitty aspects, but let me tell you, that's the name of the game. But before I end it, let's take a look at the ColecoVision expansion module. Yeah, what gaming system is complete without some kind of peripheral? You plug it in and now you can play Atari 2600 games. That's right, I'm playing Atari on ColecoVision, its competitor. Okay, that would never happen today. That's like if Sony said, okay, we're going to come out with this new expansion module for the PlayStation 3. You're going to be able to play Xbox games on it. There would be lawsuits up the ass. And there were more expansion modules. The second one's a steering wheel for the driving games, and the third one connects the fucker to an Atom computer. I wonder if the Addams family had an Atom computer. Now the fourth expansion module connects it to a dishwasher. And then the fifth and final one connects it to your ass.
Never do more than I really need. My mind is racing, but my body's in the lead. Night's the night, I'm gonna push it to the limit. I live all of my years in a single minute. Fill my eyes with that double vision. No disguise for that double vision. Ooh, when it gets through to me, it's always new to me. My double vision's got the best of me.
Eu sou cliente Bradesco desde 85. Eu sei exatamente o que todo cliente pensa. É tipo um super.
Ai, tá aqui, pariu, caralho. Porra. Porra.
I'm gonna review a good game for once. Yeah, now don't worry, I'll go back to torture myself with shitty ones, but for now, let's do something awesome. Super Mario Bros. 3 is often considered to be the greatest game on the NES, and for good reasons. It took everything that made the first Mario great and multiplied it several times over, adding new intricate levels of gameplay and challenges. Whether it's the top loader or that classic gray box, the Nintendo Entertainment System was at the height of its popularity when this masterpiece came along to push it over the top and make an everlasting impression, the defining moment of our childhood pastime. During the final years of the 8-bit era, many other games came along like McKids and Tiny Toon Adventures, which tried to emulate its gameplay, its power-up system, and overall design. It was one of the first games I remember to have a strategy guide. There was also a Super Mario Bros. 3 cartoon series, even though there was no 2. That's the power that this game had. All you gotta do is say Mario 3, and anyone will go, oh yeah. Now, all the hype began before the game was even released. Most of us first heard about Mario 3 in the 1989 movie, The Wizard, an innocent little family flick, but essentially a theatrical Nintendo commercial in disguise as a feature film. But now, let's talk about Mario 3. This is going to be short because there's not much you can say that already hasn't been said a million times, but I'll put it blunt and simple. This game kicks your ass till diarrhea comes out your dick. The only thing better than playing this game would be to have a magic leprechaun come and bring you beer. There's 8 worlds, each with a different theme. Desert, snow, sky, and my favorite is the one where everything's giant. Each of the worlds has a big map screen where you can select which level you play. At first it's as simple as clearing each level and moving on, but later the paths become more complicated, whether it means going through pipes, breaking through boundaries, or sailing over water. But the actual levels are what it's all about. Slide through a bunch of bad guys, oh that's so much fun. The 2-player game has a perfect balance. It's where you can either work together to complete the game, or just compete for items and race each other to the end. Or you could die deliberately so that the other player will have to play the hard levels. There's card games, puzzle games, and even a bonus stage where you can play the original Mario Bros. Arcade. Again, this offers many possibilities to be an asshole toward the other player. The power-ups are awesome. In the original Mario, there was the mushroom and the fire flower, but now there's the leaf that turns into a raccoon. You can break blocks with your tail, or if you get a good stretch of land to run, enough to get your P bar up, you can fly for a short period of time. But if you get the P wing, you can fly through the whole level. There's also the P switch that turns blocks into coins. What does P stand for? And why is there so much P in this game? It's not full of shit, it's full of P. But about the power-ups. You also have a frog suit that swims a lot easier. You got a hammer suit which throws hammers, and a tanuki suit that turns into a statue. I don't know what that's about. I mean, I know you use it to protect yourself from enemies, but man, what kind of crack were they smoking? But the really cool thing is that you can save these power-ups and use them whenever you need them. Like before the start of the level, you might think, it's time to break out the frog suit. The enemies in the game are out of control. You got these Goombas hopping around in wind-up boots. Then you got an angry sun, Big Bertha, and nuclear waffles. Not to mention, you gotta fight all the Koopa kids and beat Bowser at the end. Alright, going through the pipes. Oh, wait. Oh, bullshit. What a bunch of fucking bullshit. Come on, you piece of shit. Come on, move your ass. Hey, how do I get this flower right here? I don't know, I'm just gonna try to... come on. Yeah, alright. This game's tricky dicky. It's pretty damn hard, too. Then there's this part where the only way to reach the goal is to fly in the air while holding a Koopa shell and break all the blocks. Who would even think to go up there? Especially when you get to the last world, it can get real challenging. This part doesn't fuck around. It's like, you got to the end, you dare to play, what the hell? That's what it looks like. All this fire and skulls, it looks like hell. There's sort of like a heart shape around it. Yeah, a heart around hell. Does that mean that this game loves hell? This game worships the devil. Oh my god, of course it does. Why is there so many inverted crosses? What's the H stand for? Hell? How about the part with the tarot cards? The N, Necronomicon? The P must be possession. Or maybe pentagram. Well, of course, the pentagram makes an appearance everywhere. It's no doubt that the 7 sons of Bowser represent the 7 deadly sins. You kneel before Satan on the block, and after 6 seconds you fall through. There's 6 arrows on the possession meter, and to reach the goal you go in the 6th door. That's 666. Everywhere you look it's the number of the beast. In The Wizard, the game's introduction is basically the gates of hell opening. Yeah, video Armageddon. The devil watches you through the whole game. The clouds have eyes, the hills have eyes. Yeah, literally, the hills have eyes. Thanks heaven, and we know that there's no need to thank heaven unless there's the presence of hell. There's 8 worlds. In the 8th world, there's 5 spaces you can stand on where giant hands drag you down to your doom. There's 12 tanks you gotta jump on before the goal, and it takes me 12 jumps to get Bowser to fall down the hole. The 8th letter of the alphabet is H, 5 equals E, 12 equals L. What's that spell? Hell! And what's it sound like when you play the game backwards? This game's a product of the fucking devil. And none of the other Mario games are like that, so I don't know why it's only this one. But in conclusion, all I can say is that other than being the total epitome of evil, Super Mario Bros. 3, it's a good game. So good it's a sin. Your mother. Oh my. Oh my god, it's a possessed NES.
Your mother sucks cocks in hell.
The fuck did you just say?
I said, your mother sucks cocks in hell.
Oh! Go back to hell, you evil motherfucker!
Shove it up your ass, you motherfucking cocksucker.
Power of Christ compels you!
What an excellent fucking day for an exorcism.
Power of Christ compels you! Power of Christ compels you!
Yeah, fuck your mother.
Power of Super Mega Death Christ compels you!
Fuckers! Fuckers!
Ouch, you my mouth wasn't right.
Yeah, it's Super Mega Death Christ 2000 BC version 4.0 beta, bitch!
Fuckers! 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 Fuckers!
Holy shit!
What's that fucking language? Fuckers!
Alright. Who wants some? Motherfucker! Oh, not you! I'm the Lord of the Harvest! Bring it down! Bring it down! Ah!
Fuck!
We annihilated him!
Yes, we did! What the fuck is that shit?
Oh. All this shit? I'll tell you all about it.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to get done in a list view. Next, I set a priority and a
You got a game and a controller. That's the way it goes. But sometimes that wasn't enough. Nintendo is always coming up with creative and unique ways to play games. Today, there's the Wii and the DS stylus pen. But even in the early days with the NES, they were doing the same sort of thing. Some of them were pretty awesome at the time, but others were failed experiments that made you look like a jackass. So let's take a look at some of the NES accessories. I already talked about the Power Glove. We all know it's bad, so bad. Let's start with the Zapper. Back then, we just called it the gun, because that's what it is. There's nothing more satisfying than just shooting the fuck out of things. It was the quintessential gaming accessory. Almost every console had their own version of the gun. Only problem, it doesn't work so great anymore. Depends on the game, the kind of TV you're using, and the gun itself. I have 3 of them. The first one is completely random. Sometimes it makes its target, but most of the time it doesn't. The second one has a pattern. Every other round it like goes dead. So here comes the 2 clay pigeons. I shoot them, no problem. Then the next ones come out. I can't hit them, even if I press the thing against the screen. The third zapper has the same problem, except that the pattern's swapped. What the fuck is going on? Even the alleged light bulb trick doesn't work. Here we have Wild Gunman. What do you gotta use your hands? That's like a baby's toy. Hey, get down! Super Nintendo also had its own gun, more like a big-ass bazooka, the Super Scope. If you're familiar with the Zapper, this one's a totally different story. The Zapper used light detection. That is, when you pull the trigger, the screen goes black for a fraction of a second and the targets become white squares. The Zapper detects whether or not it's pointing at the light, hence the term light gun that everybody likes to call it. But the Super Scope uses a sensor that you plug into the Super Nintendo, much like the Wii and its Wii Zapper. Another thing about the Super Scope is that it isn't powered by the NES. It's wireless, which you'd think would be cool, but that means that you gotta use 6 AA batteries, and this fucking beast drains them in a few hours. And why is the trigger on the top? It should be down here. This is balls. You think the Super Scope would be more reliable than the original Zapper, but it's not. Even if I point the gun in the same spot, the bullets just scatter all over the place, all because I'm using a flat screen TV. Now let's look at the Miracle Piano. It's a miracle if I could figure this shit out. You might be thinking, wow, Nintendo had a piano? Well, yeah, Nintendo had everything, but it was also available on other game consoles and home computers. It's got one game, which is basically a piano teaching tool. It's actually not bad. Well, that's really all there is to say. My only complaint is that the music comes from the keyboard, which is okay, but the metronome comes from the TV, and that can be a little confusing. Other than having standard lessons, you also get this robot game. Play the song right or the robot dies. Then there's a duck game. You gotta shoot the ducks. Come on. Yeah, I'm shooting ducks with the piano. Next we have the Power Pad. You lay it on the floor, kind of like Twister. Let's pop in good old world-class track meet and have a race, jump hurdles, and do the long jump or triple jump. The present-day equivalent of the Power Pad is Dance Dance Revolution, and there will also be a version on the Wii. It was meant to be a family game, but most kids I knew played it alone in their room, and that meant that if your room was upstairs, your parents would hear like all this thumping and shit. They hated it. Cats and dogs would piss and shit on it. In fact, just thinking about it makes me feel like having an anal evacuation. Fuck this! Yeah, it all comes down to tapping buttons, which brings us to our next accessory. Probably the stupidest thing ever invented, the speed board. What is it? It's a piece of fucking plastic. You attach your controller. You get it? In case you don't want to hold the controller with your hands, in case you enjoy playing on the floor or behind a table, then this is for you. It's embarrassing. What's the point? To put the speed at your fingers? Why in the ass would I need that? If I'm playing a game that involves having to tap the buttons like crazy, I'm probably gonna get a turbo controller like the NES Max or NES Advantage. How could they even sell such a thing? Even though it's made by a third-party company, it was actually licensed by Nintendo. It's like covering a turd in ice cream sprinkles. Next up, oh boy, the Konami Laser Scope. Now I just want to go on record by saying I fucking love Konami. But this thing reeks of ass. It's essentially yet another form of the Zapper, but it's voice controlled. To shoot, you say fire.
Fire! 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 Fire!
It also has headphones, and it advertises on the box that you can use it for your Game Boy or Walkman. Just detach the scope module. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I would look so cool walking around listening to my iPod with this fucking thing on my head. It also advertises that parents will love what they don't hear. It says, while the laser scope surrounds the player with the sounds of exciting gameplay action, non-players can listen to music, read a book, talk on the phone, or have a conversation in the same room. Yeah, while you're saying, fire, 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 kind of defeats the purpose, right? Fire, 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 fuck. I didn't say fire, I said fuck. Fuck.
Fuck fire! Fuck! Fuck! Ass! You can say anything. Shit! Bitch! Cunt! Fuck! Fart! Fuck! Wow, I just shot down a duck by saying fuck.
Next is the Rollin' Rocker. This thing is the biggest shit biscuit I've ever seen. You stand on
Meu
it,
Deus.
supposedly you rock back and forth, which controls the D-pad. The modern day equivalent would be the Wii Fit. The Rollin' Rocker is supposed to be compatible with every game for the NES, but I find that it isn't compatible with any of them. Each game responds differently, but none of them work. Adventure Island keeps walking right, Excite Bike keeps going down, Skate or Die goes in circles, Kung Fu ducks to the right, Metal Gear does nothing at all, Ninja Turtles 3 walks in place, and 1943 just fidgets around a lot.
It's another hunk of plastic. Who made this thing?
LGN.
Son of a bitch. Well, we might as well try an LJN game. Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. Let's see if this works. No, of course not. It doesn't. It doesn't work. It just doesn't work. I need a beer. I'm drinking Rollin' Rock on the Rollin' Rocker. Rollin' Rock? Rollin' Rocker. Yeah, Rollin' Rock on the Rollin' Rocker.
I've also heard that you can't weigh more than 100 pounds, but I still don't understand why I can't get any kind of response out of it. Let's try the cat. Get on there, you little bastard. Cat's like, fuck that shit. Even though the Rollin' Rocker does absolutely nothing, the B and A buttons still work. Yeah, you plug the regular controller into it, so while you're standing on the thing, you still use the B and A buttons like normal. So even if it did work, what's the point? If I'm holding the controller anyway, why not just use the controller? It blows my mind. It's like, what were they thinking? One more. The U-Force. So hot, nothing can touch it. Nothing comes between you and the game.
Meu
That's what the
Deus.
advertisement said. You open the thing up, it basically looks like electronic battleship. It's got a three-dimensional invisible power field. Wow, a power field. Now we're literally playing with power. Come on, jump. Jump. Come on, Mario, jump. God, how do I jump? Come on, jump. Ass! Oh, jump is over here. Alright, here we go. Get the mushroom. Oh, now that's assy. Yeah, I know I use the word ass a lot. I guess you can say I'm an assaholic. Let's try Kung Fu. Yeah, I'm honestly surprised. This thing kind of works. Looking at the instructions, each game has a specific setup and a switch combination. Kind of like the codes with the Power Glove. Punch-Out uses an upright position and a power bar. Everything's always power. What's so power about it? It's only a plastic bar. And why do you need it? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. This actually works. I'm punching somebody with the U-Force. Oh, watch out. Oh. Get up, get up, get up. Alright.
Alright. One more game.
Pelo menos funciona,
I
né?
believe we gotta touch this one again.
Top Gun has an option of using this weird joystick thing. I don't see the point when I can just use an actual joystick. And what's really weird is that this thing, again, is just a piece of plastic. It doesn't have any wires connecting to it. You just plant it there. And the buttons actually work. And it steers okay, too. To tell you the truth, I'm stunned.
Oh, meu Deus.
So that covers most of the dreaded accessories, but I know there's one in particular that I didn't mention, but, you know, can't do it all in one shot, so we'll save it till later. I'll see you next time. I think you know what's next.
5 motivos para você aproveitar as Black Weeks da EA esse ano. 1. Bloqueio de
Alright, let's play some shitty games. Now, I have 3 games here based on the Indiana Jones trilogy. Trilogy? Oh shit! There's a 4th movie coming out! Yeah, tomorrow in fact! For 19 years, we've been calling it the Indiana Jones trilogy. But now, it's the last day when we could actually call it that. Now, I'm psyched. I mean, you can just tell. I'm all ready. So, to celebrate the occasion, let's pop this fucker in. Raiders of the Lost Ark on Atari 2600.
Hey!
The first thing that happens, you see Indiana Jones descending from some kind of escalator, and then nothing. You try every button, and by every button I mean one. You rock the joystick all around, you flick every possible switch, and nothing happens. Is the game broken, or did I already find the Ark, and that's the end of the game? Pretty easy, I must say. But guess what? You're supposed to plug the controller into the second port. Now the game begins and you can move Indy. Yeah, isn't that weird? But even more fucked up, you need 2 controllers to play the game. Controller 1 selects items with the joystick and drops items with the button. Controller 2 moves Indy with the joystick and uses items with the button. Once you figure that out, you think you're all set, but no, the confusion has only begun. You wander around the marketplace, yeah, that's what it is, but you never know that unless you read about it. You collect items from baskets. Now, let me show you. This is the gun. Makes sense, right? You see the little bullet flying out? Now, let me show you the whip. This is the whip. It's the same as the gun, just a shorter range. Why is it just a dot? I know the graphics on the Atari are limited, but don't tell me you can't draw a line. So after leaving this innocent marketplace, you end up falling. And then there's some tall, crazy guy in black chasing you around. Who is he? What is he? Is he from the movie? Could it be him? I don't know. But you walk all the way to the bottom with this guy pestering you, only to find a dead end. So you go all the way back up to the top, which just brings you back to the marketplace. There's nowhere left to go but back up where you started. But there's snakes on the edge of the screen just waiting for you, so it's impossible to go up without getting killed. Fucking snakes, I hate them. But here's what you can do. Go to the merchant, select the bag of gold, and drop it, which exchanges it for the flute. When you have the flute selected, it plays a tune which keeps the snakes from killing you. That's a lot of faith to put in the gamer for you to know that this is a merchant, that's a bag of gold, that's a flute, and you use it to keep snakes away. But anyway, you'll find that you can't go anywhere beyond these 3 screens. You'll explore every last corner and exhaust every possibility of where you're supposed to go. But guess what? See this thing? That's a grenade. You put the grenade next to the right-hand wall, you leave the screen, then you come back, and there's a nice big hole in the wall. Okay, first of all, you'd have to know how to use the grenade. You can't drop it like we did with the bag of gold. You gotta use the right controller. Otherwise, the bomb just goes away and nothing happens. So dropping it isn't the same as activating it. But besides, how would you know to bomb a hole in the wall? Even in a Zelda game, there's usually some sort of clue. But here, there's nothing. So you go through the caves, you collect all kinds of weird items, you can't even tell what they are. You end up in some sort of trap. You have to whip your way through the walls, which is easier said than done. And then you come out, and then you find that you can't touch the walls in this room. If even a single pixel of your body comes in contact with any of these walls, it sends you back in the trap. But still, where do you go? You're supposed to touch this one spot on the wall, which leads you to the next room. Well, after knowing that you can't touch anything else in the room, why the fuck would you even consider trying to go through the wall? Is there ever such a thing as a door? Also, in order to access certain parts of the game, it depends on how you move to the next screen. Here, we've already seen that when you go down like normal, you fall and end up in this weird place they call the Valley of Poison. But if you gently carefully just ease your way down, it takes you to a whole different screen. Then there's a weird treasure room where you have to keep swapping items. You leave the room, you come back into the room, you drop this, pick up that, swap this, exchange that, till finally you get all the items you need. Of course, each item is just trial and error to figure out what they do and where in the game you use them. Like the hourglass or the ankh. You use them to summon a little dot that bounces around. It's supposed to be a grappling hook. You hit the right controller button and time it when the dot goes over an island. Then you'll appear on that island. You'd expect Indiana Jones to use a whip to swing across, but not an hourglass that turns into a grappling hook. By this point, I also really have to say, using 2 controllers is a pain in the ass. Unless you're Goro, I'd recommend 2 sets of hands or 2 players. Then you get to this part where you need to stand in a certain place for this map to appear. Ooh, like in the movie. You need to select the key to enter, you need the clock to tell you when the sun is rising, you need the medallion so the sun can shine at the right time and mark the spot on the map where you have to find a shovel to dig for the ark. Wow. How complicated can it be for an Atari game? Let alone that this is one of the few Atari games that you can actually beat, whereas most of them are just about trying to get a high score. And when I say it can be beat, that's hypothetical, because honestly, I think it'd be easier to find the real Lost Ark. Just the fact that you have to feel around for secret passageways and stuff, it makes you feel like Indiana Jones. Well, they got me there. Next up is Temple of Doom. Based off the second movie, Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom was an arcade game which was ported to many home computers before eventually arriving on the Nintendo Entertainment System. There were 2 versions, an unlicensed black cartridge by Tengen and an official release by Mindscape. The cover art is the same, except it's reversed, almost like the one game is a mirror reflection of the other. In fact, both versions are the same exact game, so I don't know what's up with that. The game begins, Indy walks from one cave to the next, and... what's going on here? What the hell? Oh no, not this again. Oh, it's select. It's one of those games where select is start. What's up with Indiana Jones? He looks like a park ranger, and he walks like he just dumped ass. Alright, so basically you're just going around rescuing little kids. See, there's a little kid, you get the little kid, and then they get the sword, and oh my god, another sword. Oh, another sword. Oh my god, this little cave here is awfully generous. All through the game you keep finding swords and guns and stuff, but the big question is, what do you do with them? The start button brings up this screen which shows your supply. But how do you select your weapons? You try every button and nothing works. So what's the point of this screen? Nothing. It's just for shits and giggles. Oh well, we're having fun with our whip in the meantime. But then you find that your whip is pretty useless. You can use it to swing around and kill small insects, but any of the regular bad guys, it only makes them jitter around and grunt. Should be a dance. Whip it. Come on, this is ridiculous. By now you're wondering, where the fuck are my weapons? Well, here's how it works. You hold the select button while pressing right for the sword, left for the gun, up for the bomb, and down for the whip. On top of just being awkward, it's impossible when you're in a tight situation and have to switch real fast. There's no way to pause the game and then switch weapons. You have to do it during the action. If you're on a conveyor belt, there's no way you're gonna mess around unless you want to fall off and die. That's my biggest gripe with this game. I've never heard of such a back-ass, dim-witted, idiotic, lame-brained way to switch weapons. But at least you only use one controller. There's also a serious problem going on with the jumping. Whenever you jump, you gravitate towards the bottom of the screen. You're constantly fighting against it with the D-pad. At first, I didn't understand what was going on, but now I kinda see what they were trying to do. The cliffs, the platforms, the conveyor belts, everything's descending as you go down, like you're on the side of a mountain. So whenever you jump, naturally you drop. But you're sort of looking at it from a bird's eye perspective. But no, wait. Are these doors actually just rectangular holes in the ground? Is Indiana Jones walking, or is he crawling? Or... huh. I don't know. I don't have a fucking clue. It's like they couldn't decide if they were making a 3D or a 2D platformer. So what you get is like a hybrid. Anyway, the big problem is figuring out where you're supposed to go. Some call it a platformer game, some call it an adventure game. I classify it as a where the fuck do I go kind of game. Yeah, one of those. It's dreadful. All you do is jump around. You go indoors and you jump around some more. You jump around, you jump around. The stages don't really progress much. Everything looks the same. It almost seems like I'm doing laps. But wait. Yeah, how did I get here again? You want to know why? Because the damn stages cycle over and over again. Let me draw it out. It's like, okay, here's the stage, you know, all the cliffs, the doors, lava pits, all that bullshit. Anyway, for example, if you go all the way down here, you don't hit a wall or any kind of boundary. You just come out up here, but without any indication that you've done so. What kind of bullshit is that? Everything looks the same anyway, so it only makes an already confusing game even more confusing. Who would want to play this? I'd rather drink buffalo shiz. It's a combination of shit and jizz. Yeah, that's foul. I apologize. You know, there's a major paradox going on here. If you keep jumping down, you're basically coming out the top again. Yeah, you follow? It's kind of like a never-ending staircase. Even Einstein would be baffled by how this game breaks the laws of physics. Just the fact that this game was made the way it is, it's a shit stain on the fabric of nature. Another thing I hate is whenever you get hit, usually by a stupid bat or something, you end up going apeshit like Indy's having a seizure or something. It stuns you for a few seconds, but if it happens on a conveyor belt, you're fucked. You're going over the edge. How did I die? Look at this. I jump down, I land on the conveyor belt, and I'm dead. You mean from sticking my toe in the very, very, very edge of this lava pit?
Jogaço, hein?
Fuck. Try again. Kiss my ass. I hate this game. It's fucking horrible. Next up, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. But first, let's get Temple of Doom out of there. The Last Crusade is another one of those games where you have to press the select button to start. Why is that? There are some good things to say about this game. It makes a legitimate attempt to follow the storyline from the movie, and it plays more like a traditional side-scroller. Most of the time, at least. There is an overhead stage where you're on the motorcycle, which is cool to have some variety, but then there's a puzzle. I don't want to do a fucking puzzle. I'm not even good at these things. What's it supposed to be anyway? I wouldn't be surprised if it was just a giant middle finger saying, fuck you. The side-scrolling stages are okay, but redundant. You just mash buttons. Sometimes you get hit, sometimes they get hit. Pure random. The castle stage is a fucking maze. Unless you draw a map, you'll never know which direction to go, or where you've already been. This game can be annoying, but it is playable. I never intended to review it anyway, because it's not the same version of Last Crusade that I remember. Yes, that's right. Once again, there's two versions. The one we just played was by Taito, the other one's by Ubisoft. This time, both of them are licensed, and the cover art is almost identical.
Jesus Cristo!
The differences are very slight. It's almost like playing one of those picture games where you guess what's different. So because they look basically the same, you would imagine that they're the same game, just like with Temple of Doom. But no, this time they're both completely different. Why make two games off the same movie on the same console? To make it better, right? Well, let's see how much better it is. While the animation is pretty decent on Indy, why is there this choppy outline around his body? And where's the color? Everything's in monochrome. It's like something you'd see on Game Boy. Indy's in like a sepia tone while the backgrounds range from yellow to green. What happened? Even the Game Gear version had more color, and that was a handheld console. So when the game begins, you immediately take damage from everything in sight. Even when you fall off the rope, some mysterious force hits you on your way down. Then you get shot at while you're wondering, where's my whip? Is this all you can do is just punch? How am I supposed to fight a guy with a gun with my fists? You think you can just take the platform and go over him? But no, you come to a dead end, with a little narrow opening just to tease you. No, you can't crawl. I tried. And you can't jump down either. So it's all the way back to the guy with the gun. You gotta get near him without touching him, and still, it takes quite a few punches to put him down. And this is just one guy. There's a million of them. Next thing, you come to a small body of water. You can't touch it or you die. Just keep jumping on the ropes. Fuck. Oh my god, get back on the rope. What the hell do I... what the fuck? Jones such a wimp that he can't set foot in water more shallow than a kiddie pool. All the way through, the game's without mercy, and it doesn't help to not have a whip. And why does there always have to be a fucking time limit? Once you get to the first level boss, any sane person would shut the game off. Just look, I have to fight a guy with a long-range weapon with my bare fists. Once you get the pattern down, you're able to step in, take a few jabs, and step back while avoiding the stalactites at the same time. And look how much damage it takes when you punch them. Is it a fucking joke? Dumbasses made this game. You should have sent it to the Marx Brothers. Halfway through the second level, you finally get this weird item. In the back of your mind, you think, what is that, a whip or something? No. By this point, you don't even expect the whip to be in the game. But yeah, this is the whip. You just have to select it, that's all. Why would you not want to select the whip? So now you're in complete shock, thinking to yourself, oh, I get it now. Like in the movie, he doesn't get the whip till he's on the train. But whoa. Let's talk about the story. As the game begins, it just says exploring the caves. That's it. It doesn't tell you why you're exploring the caves. But before you can complete each level, you need to find certain items. Here, it's a cross. So, okay, is this supposed to be the opening scene of the movie, where he's young Boy Scout Indy? Then why does he have the jacket and hat? In the third level, he's in the catacombs looking for stone tablets. And in the fourth level, he's in the castle looking for the pages of his father's diary. So the whole game is loosely based around scenes from the movie, but the whole time it's the same adult Indy. So here's the bottom line. Either follow the movie or just give me the goddamn whip. This is great, right? You remember when Indy fought an archer on the train? Come on. You gotta be kidding me. Oh man. Just die. God. Oh my God.
Meu Deus, que jogo bosta.
Fuck, man.
Indiana Jones would have been a great concept for a side-scrolling game, but they just kept fucking it up. How'd they do this? It's ass! But here's one which was actually pretty decent, so let's take a quick look.
Indiana Jones' Greatest Adventures is exactly what you'd expect of a movie-based game on Super Nintendo. You move from left to right and kill a bunch of bad guys with your whip. It's more self-explanatory than most of the previous games, which makes it easy to pick up and play. And thank God it has a password system with only 4 characters, making it easy to continue where you left off. Best of all, the stages all follow scenes from the movies. That's right, from Raiders to Crusade. One thing I find funny is that the final boss of the game is the skeleton. You know, when Donovan drinks the wrong grail. Kind of reminds me of a Castlevania game. Overall, LucasArts gave the same care and attention to the franchise as they did with their Star Wars trilogy. Except here, they're all rolled into one game. Same as me, combining 3 reviews into one. But hey, now I'm pushing 4, so let's end this thing.
Treasure chest. Wow, so many goodies inside. Increased drop rate by 200%? Let's equip it now. I'll try it on you. Wow, all these gears just by hunting minions? Nice.
Games, the final frontier. These are the voyages of the starship NES. Its continuing mission, to explore strange old consoles, to seek out bad games and review these humiliations, to boldly go where no nerd has gone before.
Whew. Man. Wow, next time I'm taking a shuttlecraft. I don't like having my molecules scrambled all over space. Well, anyway, what can I say about Star Trek? It's one of the biggest cult phenomenons of all time. And as a result, there's a whole galaxy of Star Trek-related electronic video games. So much that it overloads my sensory input neurocapacitors. So, let's just check out a few.
First, let's try out Star Trek the Motion Picture for the Vectrix. The Vectrix has a built-in screen and a controller attached. Fascinating. What made this thing unique for 1982 was that it used vector graphics, all straight lines, no pixelation, bright and vibrant. This is the way many of the early arcade games were, but the Vectrix brought it into the home. Only thing, there's no color, but here's how they got around that. Each game came with an overlay. You just slide it over the screen and there you go. I fail to see the point. Anyway, you're just flying around blasting enemy Romulans and Klingons. You can raise your shields to defend the Enterprise, but this depletes your energy, which means that you need to refuel by locking onto your space station. One thing that's incredibly annoying is this loud buzzing sound. It reacts to the graphics. It's caused by a lack of shielding between the ray tube and the speaker wiring. It's penetrating my auditory nerves. I must deactivate this game's power supply. Next up, Star Trek Strategic Operations Simulator for the Atari 2600 electronic gaming console. Basically, it's the same sort of game. You're just flying around blasting Klingon ships. You have to touch a certain amount of star bases before you can advance to the next sector. You have sort of a radar screen at the top. You could almost look at this screen the whole time you're playing, so it's kind of like having two different angles. I find this to be an incredibly simple game, but for whatever reason they decide to make an overlay for the controller. Next up, same game, same name. The name which just rolls off your tongue. Star Trek Strategic Operations Simulator for ColecoVision and Atom Family Computer System. Like I said, it's the same game, but the graphics are improved. The ships are more detailed, the explosions are better, and your shield, photon, and warp power are all clearly indicated, instead of just having mysterious blocks. Yeah, take that, you sons of bitches. Damn Klingons. Klingons suck my ass.
Alright, what's going on? There appears to be an interference. What's the meaning of this attack? Nerd! What is it? You want Genesis? You can have Genesis. Come on, this isn't fair! Come down and fight! Well, lesson learned. Don't say anything bad about Klingons. Klingons don't fuck around.
Anyway, we've seen how simple the early Star Trek games are, but as they went on, they became more intricate. And there's tons of them. So let's focus on just one more. Star Trek 25th Anniversary for the NES. To begin with, the music and the graphics are quite good, but my senses indicate a large deposit of bullshit. The storyline involves the Enterprise being trapped in some kind of dimensional gravitation gate, whatever that is. Unable to engage the warp engine, Scotty says that we need to replenish our supply of dilithium crystals. So that's all good, but cut me a break. You're given so much text to read, it's more like reading a Star Trek novel than playing a fucking game. Spock detects dilithium crystals hidden on a nearby planet, so Kirk, McCoy, and Spock all beam down to explore. You're relieved to finally start walking around and doing stuff, but only then is when you realize how astronomically ass this game is. The first enemies you encounter are plants that spit at you. The projectiles are practically invisible, but lethal as hell. You just want to phaser fuck these little bastards to death, but they're almost impossible to hit. The problem is in the walking. You can't go diagonal, only straight up and down or left and right. But you move like you're locked down on a grid. Then you encounter these tiny little worms that crawl all over you. You think because they're so small they won't hurt you much, but no, these things are serious. So anyway, you're trying to find these dilithium crystals, which Spock says is located in some ancient temple. So you talk to some of the natives and they're like, sure, we don't care. You crazy spacemen from the distant future who we've never seen before, go ahead and raid our holy temple. In fact, they even offer to help make a repellent for the bloodworms in the forest. It's like, hey, you want to rob my house? Here's the key. Most illogical. Only thing, you gotta bring back a shooting flower so they can make the repellent. Shooting flower? You mean these things? So you stun it with the phaser and you pick it up. Now, of course, picking up objects in this game is never simple. You think you just touch it and that's it?
Eu já vou!
To it, scan it with the tricorder and talk it over with Spock and McCoy, and then finally pick the fucking thing up. So you take the plant to the witch doctor and he makes the repellent, and once again you gotta pick it up. Shall I add the repellent to our inventory, sir? Yes or no? Yes, of course. Please do. Why would I say no? It's like my crew are out of their minds. Also, they do a miserable job trying to follow you. Come on, how would anybody get stuck on a bush? So we get past the bloodworms, you shoot down some wolf sort of creature, and then have dialogue afterwards. Will it be alright? Who the hell cares? It tried to kill us. Just shoot the fucking things and move on. A ghostly dragon pops out of a hole, and then I'm suddenly interrupted by a dialogue box saying, be careful, Jim. That creature looks like a dragon from Terran mythology. Yeah, thanks. So next thing, you're in the temple. You come to a series of rooms with weird symbols on the floor. If you just try to walk across, you die. You gotta know the right pattern. So before you even get to this room, you gotta memorize the order in which the symbols appear on the wall. So unless you have an amazing memory, you gotta write it all down. And that sounds like fun, right? Why not play a game where you gotta write down cryptic symbols? So many symbol combinations and several dialogue boxes later, you finally get the crystals, and then it's back to the Enterprise. Here it's more like a role-playing game or a simulation game. There's many things to do and many planets to explore. If you're a fan of Star Trek, you'll notice that's pretty loyal to the original series, and if you play it for a while, you might be able to get into it and adjust to its crap factor. Not to be confused with warp factor. But for me, most of the time, I just can't figure out where to go or what to do. I tried calling the game a piece of shit, I tried giving it the finger, but verbal and gestural persuasions proved ineffective. Anyway, this part of the game is based on the episode A Piece of the Action, where you travel back in time to 1920s Earth. First you gotta find a library card, then you gotta get back your lost communicator. You zap two guys, you find a diamond, you exchange it with the shop owner for a marked deck of cards, then you find a bone on the sidewalk and a gumball from some guy with a dog, then you find a hairpin, and then you find a stick. You have to put the gumball on the end of the stick, put it in the gutter, and fish out some coins. Then you talk to a bartender to get Oxmix's phone number. You give him the diamond in exchange for some plates. You take the plates to the police. Use the hairpin and the bone to open up a door, find the counterfeit money, use the coins on the phone booth, give the operator the number, go in to talk to Oxmix about the communicator. He tells you to go to Krako's place. He tells you that Bonehead Malone has a communicator. You go to the casino, you give Bonehead the money, give him your marked deck of cards, and you get the communicator.
I won't destroy it. Maybe the game designers did the best they could under the given circumstances. You hear? You'll have to get your entertainment someplace else. You're a Metro.
Does my appearance surprise you, nerd?
Not really.
Eu já vou!
You surprised me.
How?
By sparing this shitty game, you have demonstrated the advanced trait of mercy.
Mercy this, motherfucker!
Faltou limite para as compras de início de ano? Com No Limite garantido, teu dinheiro guardado rende, enquanto vira mais limite.
Voltei! Voltei.
It's a bird. It's a plane. No, it's a shitty game. Superman for the Atari 2600. I'm playing it on the 7800 just for variety. But anyway, what can be said about Superman? He's one of the most famous superheroes of all time. Even the word super's in his name, a word that implies excellence, outstanding quality, and brilliant divine magnificence. Yeah, this sucks. But I'm not going to critique the graphics or the sound or anything like that. It's just that, you know, what? Like, seriously, what's going on here? From what I understand, you start off as Clark Kent, which is pointless. You just walk to the right, a bridge explodes because of Lex Luthor, so you go back to the phone booth, you turn into Superman, and the rest of the game you're just flying around looking for all the pieces of this bridge. You also have to carry a bunch of bad guys off to jail. And if you get hit by kryptonite, you lose the ability to fly, which can only be regained if you touch Lois Lane. There's no way to die. The whole game is based around the clock. It's all about getting the fastest time. But the only thing that'll eventually happen is you'll throw the game out the window faster than a speeding bullet. The navigation is dreadful. If you fly up, you just see more buildings, and that makes sense, right? On the top of the buildings are more buildings, and it just keeps on going. There doesn't even seem to be any boundaries. Everything just repeats. If you press the button and move the joystick around, it shows you all the screens around you. Yeah, it's like X-ray vision. That is, if X-ray vision means seeing into the next imaginary Atari space. Have you ever heard of an Atari game that needs a map? Well, this is one of them. But to tell you the truth, I don't think it would help because nothing makes any sense. Like right here, I just keep going up, and all it does is just change colors. I can't figure this out. So, let's move on to the NES, a Superman game for the Nintendo Entertainment System. How could you go wrong? Well, first of all, you get this lousy music, which isn't even the Superman theme. Then the Statue of Liberty starts talking to you. Can somebody explain this to me? Is there any reason why the Statue of Liberty has to talk to Superman? I'll watch over you? Is it a guardian angel or something? Is there something I don't know? Like, what kind of drugs were they taking when they came up with this shit? So again, you start off as Clark Kent, and you're at the Daily Planet talking to people. Hi, Clark, your favorite Cub reporter Jimmy here. Say cheese, click. Okay, what was the point of that? You know, it's really annoying that there isn't any way to cancel these dialogue boxes or speed them up. And why is everyone wearing green? Is it St. Patrick's Day or something? Why are the telephones as big as the desks? Or hell, why are they half as big as the people? Or no, if they're in the background, that makes them even bigger. What a strange looking office. And who wants to play as Clark Kent anyway? The first real problem is trying to get used to the controls. It's another one of those games where up is jump. And why do you jump so high? I mean, look at this. If somebody actually jumped like that, it would be like 20 feet in the air. I know he's Superman, but if he's trying to be Clark Kent, he can at least act like it. But anyway, the B button does nothing, and the A button just fidgets around. What's wrong with them? If you do it in the air, he like floats. Oh my God, somebody call an exorcist. So your main objective at this point is just get out of this room. You go out the door, right? Well, of course it seems pretty obvious, but take a guess how to open the door. Seriously, take a wild guess. B, no. A, no. Start, no. Select, no. Up, only jump. So you have to hit down. I never heard of a game where down goes through the door. Alright, well now we're really starting to suck some shitballs. Right away, there's people outside trying to kill you. I don't know what kind of grudge anyone would have against Clark Kent, but anyway, you go into this phone booth and turn into Superman. What is this? This is the most pathetic excuse for Superman I've ever seen. On the title screen he looks okay, but why in the game does he look like this? Your basic attack is some kind of weird close-range fireball. I don't know, I think he's supposed to be punching people, but it's just weird. Then you have a menu with special superpowers, each with their own energy bar, much like in Mega Man. Most of these special attacks don't seem to do anything. I assume that there's specific parts in the game where they all come in handy, but for now, I really don't know what to do with any of them. If you use Super Flight, all it does is make Superman fly up into the air. You watch that for a little bit, and then he comes back down. So, okay, what was that all about? I found certain spots where if I use it there, then he'll fly over the city and end up at another part of the game. Now, I'm sure that that's what you're supposed to do, but I'm still not sure why sometimes he just goes up and comes back down, so I haven't really figured that out, and honestly, I don't care. You have a map screen which seems like it should be self-explanatory enough, but there's times when you have to use a subway train. Oops, you can't ride the subway with no pass. What, are you kidding me? He's Superman. He needs to buy a fucking ticket? It's like, yeah, we know you're trying to save the city, but you still need to pay for your ride. Why does he even need to use the subway? Can't he just fly? Why go underground? That's the complete opposite of flying. That's like if Spider-Man wanted to go from building to building, he'd just go down to ground level and then just walk. That's the stupidest idea I ever heard. And when you eventually get a ticket and ride the subway, why is Superman so small compared to everyone else? Is he a 5-year-old kid? It's kind of creepy, these tall guys in shadow. It's like, watch out, or they might be kidnappers. Why are they dark anyway? They don't look like anyone else in the game. Speaking of which, none of the people in this game have anything interesting to say. Here's just one random spot, so let's take a look and just see what people have to say here. Got any news? Okay, well, that was real informative. Let's see what he has to say. I know nothing at all. Well, that sums it all up. Alright, well, let's just talk to one more guy. Oh, get the Roman number 2, whatever that does. Hey, what are you doing? You see, I rest my case. There's no reason to talk to anybody. It's like in Castlevania 2, Simon's Quest. The whole game is full of people who tell you things that don't make any sense or have any relevance with the game. For example, this old woman tells you not to look into the Death Star or you'll die. Well, the Death Star is nowhere in the game. Both of these games were released in 1988. Now that must have been the year of people talking and not making sense in video games. Haven't you seen the movie Superman? Yeah, I did actually. It's nothing like this garbage. So I'm just running around without much of a clue where I'm supposed to go. I'm killing these weird green-headed alien sort of things. I don't know. Ugh, and that music. Then I finally come to some kind of boss character, a woman I guess with a whip and a deformed head. So I'm trying my best, but the control is so awkward and I just keep getting hit. And if your super power meter gets low enough, you turn back into Clark Kent, which is annoying, but at least you can still fight. So I stay back and I keep using that punch attack, and finally she dies, and we get the newspaper headline saying Superman defeats Zod Gang. Wait a minute. The Zod Gang? If you've seen the movie Superman 2, you probably know who General Zod is. That's not Zod. You mean her? Zod Gang? Where's the rest of them? I don't know, but anyway... What? Daily Planets? Isn't it just the Daily Planet? I don't know. I've had enough with this. Wait a minute. Stock market panic? Stock prices fall? What are we talking about? Stocks now? Find out why stock prices have fallen. You'll learn about stocks at the stock market. Okay, that's the goal here? To go to the stock market? Oh my god. Do you remember being a kid? You remember playing Nintendo? What kind of things were you interested in? Comic books, video games, the stock market? Yeah, do you think any kid playing this game gives a shit about the fucking stock market? Why? Why make a game that has anything to do with stocks or taxes or politics? You just don't do that. It's like, what were they thinking? Stocks? I just can't, oh god, what a shitload of fuck. That's enough for me. This game is just so awful that it can't be explained. I can review it for another hour and it won't make a difference. It's an unreviewable game. Cannot be done justice. If you want to play it and see for yourself, I dare you. But just one warning, you will not be happy. Oh wait, this guy here just gave me a password? What's that for? Like if I want to continue here where I left off? Well, that's completely useless. There's no way I would ever need this password. And you want to know why? Because I'm never fucking playing this game again in my life.
That's it. Superman is doomed. What is it about Superman that just spells shit? It's like they couldn't make a good Superman game. But there's one in particular that everybody wants me to review.
So here's a typical MySpace message. And that game is, drumroll, dramatic silence, Superman 64. You should do a review on E.T. or Superman 64. I have a special demand. No, a big demand. Do you ever think you can play more than 4 minutes of one of the worst N64 games ever, calling Superman? I'd love to see you review Superman on the N64. Could you review Superman for the Nintendo 64? Dude, you should comment on Superman 64. Ever heard of Superman 64? You should review Gulp's Superman 64. I really think you should consider either E.T. for the Atari or Superman 64. Play or make a video of Superman 64. Can you do a review of Superman 64 on AVGN? So please do a review of Superman 64. That's right, Superman 64. Do you need a copy of Superman 64? I'll donate Superman 64. I think you should do Superman 64. I want to know if you ever played Superman 64. Superman for the N64. Superman on the N64. Superman 64, 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 Superman 64!
Well, damn. Well, you want it? You got it. Next review is going to be Superman 64. Okay, the wait is finally over. This is the review that everybody wants to see. Here it is, Superman on Commodore 64.
Yeah, that's what you mean, right? The Commodore 64? It was one of the best-selling home computers from the 80s. The games came on floppy disks. Remember those? The ones that actually are floppy? Let's pop this fucker in, turn this son of a bitch on, and play some Superman. Well, this is the startup screen. You never know what to do unless you have the instructions. You gotta type load, parenthesis, asterisk, parenthesis, comma, 8, comma, 1, and then return. And then it goes to black, and a few seconds later it says, now loading Superman. At least that lets you know you did it right, but then you gotta wait for the piece of shit to load. Remember those early CD-based game consoles like the PlayStation, and you'd always have to wait for everything to load? Well, it's nothing like that. This thing actually takes 2 minutes and 7 seconds. Yeah, I timed it. Then the title screen starts up with the music and you're like, wow. But wait, what the hell's this? Type in the character that appears in column 9, row 10? Oh, come on, I gotta get the code card. Yeah, the code card. Match up the damn numbers and there you go, it's 5. Why do I gotta do that? So you pick your difficulty and then guess what? It's gotta load again. 54 seconds this time. Not long, but seems like an eternity. So anyway, you get this comic book storyline thing and then you son of a bitch. Probably 2 weeks later, when you finally start playing the game, you'll be surprised that the graphics are quite decent and the gameplay is self-explanatory. You just fly around and shoot stuff. You don't have to be Clark Kent and find subway passes or any bullshit like that. So it's actually better than the Nintendo version. But that's not saying much. That's like saying the shit that I took last night was better than the shit I took the day before. Controller's a piece of fuck, but at least it's one of those kind where you can plug in most of the Ataris or the Sega Genesis controller. Isn't that amazing? The first level has a 3D perspective. The second level, you're protecting a space shuttle from a bunch of asteroids. This one's more like a 2D shooter. The third level's like a side-scroller, so it has some variety. But this has got to be one of the most annoying stages in video game history. Every time you get hit, you fly back. Fuck. Fuck. Fuck! Fuck! It's enough of this shit.
But wait, this isn't what you want to see, is it? Nah, you want to see this, right? Oh, come on, you really want to make me play this? Well, I'm going to do it just for you, because I like you a lot. Now don't take that too serious. Here it goes. I'm turning on the power.
First, you're greeted by a smiling cartoon fox. Titus? What the fuck is that? Well, the official title of the game is just Superman, but probably because of the Nintendo 64's tradition of putting 64 at the end of so many titles, it's no wonder that it got that reputation. The first thing that bothers me is the stock music. Why not the Superman theme? You know, the John Williams one? Why don't any of these games have that? Immediately as the game begins, you have to start flying through rings. I don't even have any time to get used to the control. You think that as soon as the game starts, you'd have a little free range, you know, to fly around and explore. But no, you gotta fly through rings. And you can't fuck up. If you miss more than, I think, 3, I don't know, sometimes it's 2 and sometimes it's 4, so I'm not sure. But basically, if you miss a few of these rings, you go back to the beginning. And you keep trying it over and over till you get it right. And on top of that, there's a time limit. And being that this is the first part of the game, you'd think that the time limit would be a little lenient, but no, it gives you just barely enough time to get through all these rings. You gotta be perfect. Looks like I'm doing a real shitty job, but the control is awful. You have to be very specific with the joystick, or else Superman takes a dive in the wrong direction. And then when you try to make a sharp turn, he just goes all over the place. You all probably know better than I, and it goes without saying, but this game is horrendous! And you know what the most pathetic thing about it is? This game isn't even 10 years old. Just barely. You'd think by 1999 there'd be some kind of quality standard. What? I'm stuck? How the hell am I stuck? I'm underneath the bridge. Looks like Superman stroking his super dick. So, naturally, when a game gives you a time limit, you're in a hurry. You can't approach any of these rings with care and patience. You gotta keep moving. If you miss a ring, you have the option to turn around and try to get it again, so there's no strike against you unless you skip to the next ring, so basically you have to go through all the rings in order. But if you miss one, the time it takes you to turn your ass around and go back through, you already wasted too much time, so it's almost the same as just missing the ring. You have to keep flying. If you stop and bullshit around, then you're not going to make the time limit. See, I just fucked around too much, so I might as well just give up and kill myself. You see that building? I'm just going to crash into it. Well, that didn't do a damn thing. You mean you can't die? Well, absolutely not. You're just stuck in limbo until the time runs out. The only thing worse than an impossibly bad game is not even being able to kill yourself. What's with the punching? Do I actually get to punch people somewhere in this shitload fuck of a game? I guess I'll never find out, but why are these punches so awkward? You gotta be kidding me. I'm stuck again? I'm nowhere near the wall. Look how much room. Look how much room. How can I be stuck when there's so much room? 15 seconds and I'm almost there. Almost there. Fuck, Mr. Ring. Come on. Can't even give me one more chance? Oh, man. What is he doing? Exercises? This is so ridiculous. This game isn't just bad. It's really bad. I'm not even kidding around. It's fucking horse shit. Almost there. Less than 10 seconds. Come on. I can just barely make it. Look, there's the last ring. Fuck! Ass bitch! Cunt! Fart! I can't believe it! There was only one ring left. Oh, this is ass. This is really ass. Oh, look, this time I'm gonna do it. It's 4 seconds. Shit! Yeah! No! That didn't count! So finally, when I get past the rings, instructions flash on screen, then go away. What did it say? Something about cars? You're not even given enough time to read it. Oh, it's over already? What was I supposed to do?
There's no time to waste.
What? I don't even get to try again? I'm back at the fucking rings again? I can't believe I'm playing a Superman game where all you do is fly through rings. At first, I thought this was the training mode. Yeah, you know, like to test your accuracy. Lots of games have that. Remember Star Fox on the Super Nintendo? There's a training mode where you have to fly through rings. But even then, you don't have to go through all the rings. It's about how many you can get through a row. In the actual game, you're flying around shooting at enemies and dodging obstacles. So what the hell is this shit? You should be fighting bad guys, not testing your flight skills with some of the worst control accuracy ever in a video game. But it actually does have a practice mode. Out of curiosity, I tried it out just to see what it is, and guess what? Going through rings. Yeah, what'd you expect? So once again, I'm at the next part. The message flashes on the screen for barely a second, and then you have 6 seconds to do whatever. Fuck. Back to the rings again. You know, if I had 2 consecutive chances, I might be able to figure it out. But instead, I'm too surprised when I finally get there to act in 6 seconds and with no time to read what it's telling me to do. And am I really doing this? Is this a Superman game? Flying through rings? Is that the best they could come up with? That's like if they made a Batman game where all he does is just play hopscotch.
This looks like a job for Superman.
Okay, time for the 6-second car stage again. Get off! Get off! Here we go. Got the car. Now what? Oh, the timer reset to 11. That's weird. But what do I do with the car? Okay, so there's another car coming. Can I stop it? Oh, this is the shits. This is the shits. Basically, you gotta pick up both these cars and throw them before they hit the people. But guess what's after that? More rings! And after that, you gotta pick up a police car and carry it to the goal. I'm starting to notice a pattern here. You go through rings, pick up cars, go through rings, and pick up cars. So I get to the goal, and guess what's next? Seriously, I want you to just take a guess what comes after this. More rings? Yeah. What kind of game is this? Is this some sort of insanity test? Well, I'm done. I'm sorry, but that's all I can do. This game doesn't even qualify as shit. It's like the equivalent of shit taking a shit. This is unspeakably, shockingly bad. It's sickeningly loathsome. It's a fucking suffering to the mind. It's a bunch of fuck, and it doesn't belong on this planet. Somebody's got to take care of it. This is a job for the fucking nerd.
O Amazon Prime Day será nos dias 15 e 16 de julho. Mas as ofertas antecipadas já começaram.
Alright, let's dig into a big pile of bat shit. As you can see, I'm all ready. Because in order to play bad Batman games and do them justice, you gotta be Batman.
Let's start with Batman the Caped Crusader for the Commodore 64. This game came out a year before the Tim Burton movie, which makes it the only game on our list that's not movie licensed. You get a choice to fight against the Penguin or the Joker, but both games seem to be identical. I never really got far enough to find out. Every time you exit a screen, another panel pops up. Make it look like a comic, but it's just awkward. The first enemies you encounter are what I think are toy airplanes and gargoyles, or bats, which take shits on you. Yeah, if you look close enough, you can see the little shit bombs dropping out of their asses. The control is weird. As you can see, the instruction manual explains it. To do different punches and kicks, you have to hold the joystick in a certain direction while hitting the button. It's also ridiculous trying to hit anybody. You have to be like a step away. And no matter how many times you hit somebody, they don't die. Die. What the hell? There's also this annoying menu screen that keeps popping up. It took me a while to figure out that I activate this thing by pressing down in the button. So I get to this menu by total accident, and I don't know what to do here. What is all this shit? Restart game? Who the fuck's talking about restarting? Oh, the keypad's busted. Oh, that's great. Yeah, that's another thing about the Commodore. It only works when it feels like it.
Well, anyway, game sucks. Gotta give it the Batman punishment. Batman.
Next is the one which most people know, Batman on the NES. Overall, when it comes to games, The Dark Knight's been treated a lot better than Superman, because there do exist good Batman games, and this is one of them. The graphics are dark and stylish, just like the movie it represents, and the music is kick-ass. The gameplay is addictive.
Já vou.
You have a punch and a variety of bat weapons. You have a Ninja Gaiden style wall jump, which is something you really got to get used to because as the game progresses, it gets trickier and trickier. There's this one part which I swear you have no choice but to get hit by these spinning gears. Getting up to the Joker takes a lot of patience, and if you actually beat him, you deserve a medal. A good game for the NES library, but a hard son of a bitch. Next up, Batman Returns on Super Nintendo. With the release of the movie sequel, many more games came along to cash in on the franchise. This one's a lot simpler, just a good old arcade-style beat-em-up. It's mind-numbing and redundant, but satisfying as hell. Just beat the shit out of them. There are many versions of Batman Returns, and here's one on Sega CD. It showed off some impressive graphics for the time, like the cinematic shot of Batman behind the wheel and the 3D driving stages. To tell you the truth, I never made it past these driving stages. It just goes on and on. Boring as shit. Next game.
I'm Batman.
Next up, Batman Returns for the Atari Lynx. A lot of these early handheld consoles had the same problem. You can barely see the screen. You gotta tilt it at the right angle. So this isn't gonna be easy to play. Anyway, you're just going around punching people. It's pretty self-explanatory, but goddamn is it hard. I keep getting hit by dynamite and I can barely see where it's coming from. And there doesn't seem to be any kind of jump attack. Damn.
Alright, well this one gets the official bat stamp of shit. On to the next game, but first, gotta tell it I'm Batman. I'm Batman.
The Adventures of Batman and Robin on Super Nintendo. Yeah, of course they had to make a Batman game based off of every Batman movie that came out, but they also had to do one based off the animated series. It's kind of like a cross between a beat-em-up and a 2D side-scroller. You just keep moving right and bashing everybody in your way. But then there comes times when you need a little bit of problem solving to figure out what to do. Sometimes it gets kind of annoying, like this part. How the hell was I supposed to know I can't jump on the roller coaster? But in conclusion, this is one you might want to try out. Not a bad game, let it pass. Next up, Batman Forever for the Super Nintendo.
Oh, esse jogo é
Now,
horrível.
deep shit, because this game is Triceratops testicles. Since the side-scrolling, driving, and beat-em-up thing had already been done to death, my guess is that they were attempting something a little different with this game. As soon as it begins, you'll notice it bears an uncanny resemblance to Mortal Kombat. It's literally the same control scheme with all the same moves. Being that it was also made by Acclaim, it makes you wonder why they would repackage a fighting game into a Batman game. I almost expect to see Batman rip someone's spinal cord out. This kind of fighting style just doesn't work for a platforming side-scroller like this. It just slows things down. Whenever you knock somebody to the ground, you gotta wait for them to get back up again. You hit them again, and it just goes on and on and on. It's also real annoying that up is jump, whereas there's plenty of buttons to choose from. But that's only the beginning to how atrociously ass this fuckfest is. Within the first minute or two, you come to a wall, which is pretty much a dead end. You can't do jack shit. So you figure, okay, I probably gotta go up there. So you try jumping all around, but it's useless. You try every possible combination of buttons till you find that select shoots this wire out of your crotch. That's real random, right? The select button? But this wire or grappling hook, whatever, it doesn't latch on to anything. Almost as if it's just for show. At first I thought that you just need to stand in the right spot, but no matter where I go, nothing happens. Fuck shit! Get up there! This is fucking bullshit! You think to shoot up, you just press up, but no, it jumps. Sometimes I get it to work by pure luck until I found out that, okay, this is how it works. To shoot up, you press select and up in a very specific way. You have to press select slightly before you press jump. If you do it correctly, it shoots the grappling hook straight up in the air. But if you press them both at the same time, you just jump. That's a good reason why the jump button should not be up. Why can't it be one of the fucking buttons? Having the fucking up button jump is fucking fucked up. If this aimed your grappling hook and this jumped, then it would be fine. But no, they gotta be the same button. And on top of that, you have to be standing in the correct spot. And this spot is very precise. You think all that mattered is if you were under the hole. But no, it's like exact. This one magic pixel of a spot. You gotta be right on the mark. So you just lumber all around, trying to figure out where to go, and whenever you access a new part of the game, it says, hold on. Hold on for what? It has to fucking load? It's also interesting to note that you have the option of playing as Robin. But who would do that? I want to be Batman. I guess the goal is to rescue all the security guards. When you untie them, they do this melodramatic sort of pose, like, yay, I'm free! The villains are all stock. It's just guys in flashy suits and guys with chainsaws. Oh, look at that. Chainsaw to the dick. Why does it take so long to kill people? Everything's so dark you can never tell where there's a door. Then you walk back and look for one of those spots where you can use your grappling dick. See, right there, that was just a lucky guess. Another problem is the fucking foreground keeps blocking me. It's like, get that shit out of the way. I can't see what I'm doing. Rather have a diarrhea dog take a lava dump all over the screen. And just when you thought you had the controls all figured out, you come to this part where you need to jump down. You'd expect to be able to just simply push down, maybe in combination with the jump button. But oh, that's right, there is no fucking jump button. It's up. That would be pretty impressive, to be able to press down and up at the same time. Well, anyway, you try every combination imaginable, and guess what? It's down and R. Yeah, R. That's not even one of the main buttons. Why R? And again, the R button has to be tapped slightly before you press down. And sometimes there isn't even a hole to tell you where you're able to do that. Why is everything so cryptic?
Look, this is fucked beyond belief! It's like the controls in this game are like something you do for a cheat code, not a basic move that you have to do in order to play the game. Why do they program it in such an asinine, ball-brained, cockamamie, ridiculous fashion? It's like, geez, there's 4 buttons right in the front of the controller. Look, that's not enough to work with. Instead, they have to, like, program it, like, all into, like, weird kind of crazy button combinations and shit. It's like, what were they thinking? It's like, up is jump, select for the grappling hook. Select shouldn't even be part of the game. Select should be, like, for the menus or something. I mean, geez, like, were they trying to just ruin this game? Just flat out just fuck it up? Well, they did. Batman Forever, it sucked back then, and it sucks forever. Batman. That's it. That's all the shitty Batman games I can take. Review's over.
Batman! Batman, you wanna play a really shitty Nintendo game, Batman? What, how that Return of the Joker on the Nintendo Entertainment System,
Yeah,
Batman?
I'm not really Batman, though.
You're not Batman! Batman, you're Batman! I'm Batman! Come on, Batman, let's play! Come on!
I'm not playing any more shitty Batman games.
Yes, you are! Oh, Batman, let me give you a hand!
Will the Bat Nerd escape the Joker? What bad games does he have up his sleeve? Tune in next episode, same bat time, same bat channel.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to get done in a list view. Next, I set a priority and a due date to keep things on track. I create custom statuses to organize my progress exactly how I want it. I like to add the action items field so AI can show me the next steps. I add my teammates as watchers so they're in the loop. ClickUp makes work easy, from personal projects to running a multi-billion-dollar company. Click the link below to create your workspace for free.
Okay, so I guess because the Joker's in the title, I'm playing Batman Return of the Joker on NES. It's a follow-up to the first Batman game on NES. They couldn't wait for the next movie to come out, so they had to make an instant sequel. Unlike the first game where you have the option to punch or switch between an inventory of weapons, this game basically gives you one weapon, a bat gun. You can get a lot of upgrades to this weapon, but I can't help but find it strange that Batman is just going around shooting people with infinite ammo and never using his fists. For an NES game, the graphics are good, and the music, once again, is awesome. Seems like Sunsoft games always have good music. Blaster Master, Fester's Quest. Yeah, I said that. You can even make Batman dance to the music, because when you press up, he turns his head.
Oh, the Bat Dance!
I don't know what purpose that has. But when you get to the boss, the music sounds incredibly familiar. Mega Man 2? Yeah, it does sound like it. Just a lot faster, that's all. Once you get to the third stage, the game gets way too difficult way too fast. You're slipping around on the ice trying not to fall, and all these tornadoes keep flying at you. Even after a lot of trial and error, it's still next to impossible not to get hit by these things. Come on, you fucking tornado piece of shit. I know you're there. Just inching forward. I know you're there. Fuck! There's also the traditional annoying backwards fall bullshit. Whenever you get hit, you fly back, right? You're familiar with that. But here, even if you're facing in the other direction, you get sucked back into the hole. What in the holy mother of fuck is that about? That doesn't even follow the laws of physics. Then there's the falling ceiling gag, you know, for you to get by, they have to fall. There's no other option. If you stand under it, it kills you. To get it down, you stand under it. What a paradox. Look at this pandemonium. There's a fucking ceiling waiting to come down and kill me. There's a guy throwing an oil drum. If I try to get out of the way, I get hit by these rotating blades and shit. I take the guy down and then I try to set off the ceiling trap and I'm dead.
Shut up! Fuck you, motherfucker!
So I try it again, and this time I just carefully step to the edge, just taking baby steps, you know. God! This game's fucking brutal! It doesn't even make any sense! Come on, you piece of shit! Fuck! Okay, so I'm trying to jump onto a moving platform while somebody's shooting at me. How the hell does that work? Oh shit. Whoa, I got lucky there. So I'm just gonna try to shoot him from across the hole, but as you can see, I can't. I just gotta get on there. Ass! One more try, I just can't get hit. Come on, you motherfucker! Ah! Thank God. And how do you like this? You can actually get blocked by a power-up. But he can still shoot through. That's not fair.
Oh, it's so unfair.
It's like they deliberately programmed this thing to be a means of torture. There's also a slide move, but I never found a safe time to use it, so half the time I forgot I had it. The only thing easy about this game are the bosses, except for the Joker. He's impossible.
So overall, it's really not the worst Batman game. It's not really that bad of a game in general. It just has some things about it that
Oh,
suck.
would you like to play a bad game, Batman? How
No,
about
I
the
think I'm
Game
fine.
Boy version, Return of the Joker? Have fun, motherfucker!
Okay, Return of the Joker on Game Boy. The game begins, and what does it sound like? I don't know why I'm making all these observations. I guess I just have Mega Man on the mind. So anyway, it's completely different from the NES version. Your main attack is punching, but you can also collect other weapons. And the wall jump is back too, so it's actually more like the first NES game. But there's also a grappling hook, which is really annoying because you can never get it to work when you need it to work.
It's like Jungle Hunt. Did you ever play Jungle Hunt?
And other times, it just has a mind of its own. The control is overly complicated. It seems they should have just had the wall jump or the grappling hook, not both. Here there's deadly sewer water rising up. I'm desperately trying to make my way to the platforms, but instead I keep bouncing around the place. Alright, so I'm just trying to get the power up that's up there. Trying to do the wall jump and the fucking grappling hook's going off. Ah, I missed again. Alright, here we go. Just want to get, there we go. Okay, see, so I got the power up. Now I just want to land on that thing, but it isn't even, and then the grappling hook goes off. I don't want to go that way. I want to go to the right. Alright, I made it. But now the wall jump, like, sends me back. It's like I didn't want to go back. I want to go to the right. The controls are like trying to get a horse to wipe its ass on an eagle. And I really hate that grappling hook. Okay, now jump. Fuck! Alright, here we go again. Fuck! I swear that these games were programmed by the Joker. Oh, I can't believe this. Get up there! Get up there! That's it. I can't play this game anymore. I can't even finish the first fucking level.
What are you playing? Return of the Joker? Didn't you just play Return of the Joker? Return of the Joker, Return of the Joker. Well, how about Revenge of the Joker for the Sega Genesis? Return of the Joker, Revenge of the Joker. Return, Revenge, Return, Revenge.
Okay, so this is not Return, but Revenge of the Joker. To start off with, it looks promising enough. It's basically a 16-bit version of the NES game Return of the Joker. Why does it take so long to destroy the crates? All it is just a power-up. It should take one shot. It's like in Fester's Quest, all those fucking purple blobs you gotta shoot. Oh, so you have a kick? I got it. Alright, kick for the crates and firepower for everything else. What's with the gargoyle statues? You shoot them and get nothing. What's the point? And why does it hurt you to touch them? Batman can't even touch a fucking statue? Then you get these live gargoyle statues, ones that attack. Come on, die. Shoot him in the head and nothing happens. Shoot him down in the midsection, nothing happens. Oh my god. It's like, what am I supposed to do here? I just keep shooting them and nothing happens. Alright, so this doesn't, I'm trying to slide into him, nothing happens. It's like, oh my god, I'm fucking dead. Alright, this time I'm gonna try jumping over. That doesn't work either! I try hitting him in every spot that I can. Okay, so you can kill him? I just don't know how to do it. But, oh, you motherfucker! Damn! Okay, so what's with this fucking bullshit? What, do they just die whenever they feel like it? Like, is it a glitch, or is it like some obscure trick that I don't know about? It's just the first level of the game. Again, the first fucking level, and I can't go any further. I've had enough of this catastrophe.
The gargoyles, they're after you! I'm sick of this shit! I've had enough of this shit! Come on! No, you're not making this! I'm gonna shove these fucking games up your ass! Batman Revenge of the Joker! Batman Return of the Joker! Batman Forever! Batman Return of the Joker on Game Boy! And last but not least, Batman on Commodore 64! Holy batshit!
This is a very special episode because I'm not going to review the game. The fans are. Yeah, for the first time, I asked the fans to recount their experiences with the game and send them to a specified email address. And as a result, this one inbox got over 6,000 messages. So, if you're one of the lucky ones, then I hope you enjoy hearing your words coming out of my mouth. But regardless, thanks for the submissions, thanks for supporting the show. This one's my little reward to you. Enjoy.
Deadly Towers on the NES. First of all, what's with the poorly drawn Herculean Viking guy on the cover of the game? What, was Fabio unavailable that weekend? And talk about false advertising. The in-game character doesn't even come close to looking like that. It's some boy in a green spandex jumpsuit with horns. What the fuck? Outside of Japan, the game was supposed to be called Hell's Bells. I'm sure they changed it because they didn't want to associate this piece of ass fudge to anything good like AC/DC. If you let it load, it plays a backstory. No one would ever want to read this much text, and it scrolls way too fast. Hell, I don't even know if it tells you what you're supposed to do anyway. You have to collect 7 bells and burn them in a sacred fire or some shit like that. When you start the game, it doesn't tell you where to go or what to do, and watch out for what door you go in, and it's a beginner's trap. You don't know where to go, so you just walk into a room and shit, the enemies gang rape your ass. At first you might say, hey, the game looks decent. You got a sword, which you can shoot much like in Zelda, but the enemies at the start of the game don't die with one hit. No, you have to hit them repeatedly. And the worst, you can't stab the sword like in Zelda after you shoot it. You have to wait till the sword leaves the screen until you can fire again. Come on. Oh, this must be why the attack is so slow. Our hero must pass the blades out of his cock. Hell, if broadsword shooting out of my cock was my only defense against purple inchworms and bats, I'd probably let them kill me. Since when are you supposed to just throw a sword anyway? I mean, swinging it at your enemy would have worked nicely, but no, he throws it, and where the hell does he get all these swords? Even the manual says you have no confidence in the sword. What the fuck kind of advice is that? That's like saying, buddy, if you play this game, you're gonna get fucked up the asshole with a porcupine! Good fucking luck, douchebag! It's almost like the game just wants to fucking piss you off! Every screen in this game is just a clusterfuck of shitty bad guys to fight. Oh great, I'm being attacked by balls! Blue balls, no less. Oddly enough, they're the hardest to kill for some reason. They take like 20 damn hits! They're just fucking balls! It's as if they ran out of decent enemy ideas and just programmed random moving shapes to come kill you. It's like, what the fuck are sprites from Marble Madness doing in this game? My biggest complaint with the game is that there's no in-game map. That'd be fine if you could distinguish where you are with different backgrounds, but everything looks so similar, it's too easy to get lost. The game's like a maze, but it's beyond that. It's a fucked up guessing game maze with no end. I stumbled onto some area where there's no door, there's no icon or anything to let you know that anything's there. You just gotta take a shitty guess, like in Simon's Quest, where you kneel down in that corner waiting for the tornado to take you away. You can just be walking around and then you just magically appear in a room when there are clearly no doorways around. I mean, what kind of sense does that make? Have you ever just walked into a wall and appeared in another room? You get an inventory screen. It's empty right now, but it seems pretty standard. Tells you your life and everything. It also has this thing called Lutter. Yeah, it says you have 50 Lutter. I can only assume that that's currency, so I googled it to check what it meant. And according to an Urban Dictionary, Lutter means cheap-ass hoe. So, therefore, we're already starting out with 50 cheap-ass hoes, so we're doing alright for ourselves. I wonder what the exchange rate is for the expensive whores. Maybe we'll find out later. Now, I can understand wanting to call the currency of Fantastic World something different, but what's wrong with just calling it gold? You can find power-ups to make you stronger, but good luck finding a store that'll give you any. They're found in underground dungeons infested with enemies that can kill you faster than you can say game over. Oh, and the music. The bubbly sound of ripping ass isn't even an adequate way to describe the music in this game. Imagine taking a phonograph machine, submerging it in diarrhea, and wiring it to a horse's ass to use as a speaker. It makes nails on a chalkboard sound like fucking Mozart. And listen to this. See what happens when you go to a different room in the castle. The music starts all over again. It gets really annoying because you're constantly going from room to room, so you're hearing the same part of the music over and over again. What's the fucking deal with the ledges that you fall off of? A lot of the places are really narrow, and it's hard avoiding those ledges. And to top it all off, when enemies hit you, it knocks you back a bit. And more times than not, they send you falling down a conveniently placed ledge. And do people normally spin like that when they fall off of something? Reminds me of shit spinning down the fucking toilet. When you die, you have to start at the beginning of the game. What kind of shit is this? I honestly don't have the patience to get any farther in this game to see if there's another checkpoint or something. Whenever you die, you get a password, but it makes no sense because no matter how far you got into the fucking game, you start from the beginning with all the passwords. And what programmer decided to put a time limit on the fucking password screen? When they named this game Deadly Towers, they weren't kidding. The last time I saw towers this deadly was when they decided the horses need more fiber in their diets. This game is so fucking hard, it's easier to lift an elephant with my ass while singing Old MacDonald. This game is equal to that of liquid ass butter. Stay away from this horrible piece of shit encrusted fuck. I'd rather suck farts out of a dog's ass. The Spiel ist scheiße!
Dieses Spiel fickt dich hartras das Leben!
Well, I gave that a try. Anyway, this game isn't just your average turd. It's the kind of putrid, rancid, disgusting turd that sits in a truck stop bathroom for 20 years until even the flies won't go near it. It's games like this that make me regret ever picking up an NES controller. This game is like a never-ending turd that bends around and goes into your mouth, thus creating an endless cycle of eating your own shit whilst taking a crap, and occasionally puking up the same for all eternity. This is so bad, Satan wouldn't even accept it if you offered it with your soul. I'd rather suck the dried shit out of Chewbacca's ass fur. Fuck this game. No, better yet, don't fuck this game. Don't let your friends fuck it. It's unfuckworthy. This game is just an orgy of ass. This game is a chicken licking finger fucking son of a bitch. This game is ball cider. The assholeians bow down to this piece of shit. In other words, the game sucks.
He's gonna take you back to the past to play the shitty games that suck ass. He'd rather have a buffalo take a diarrhea dump in his ear. He'd rather eat the rotten asshole of a roadkill skunk and down it with beer. He's the angriest gamer you've ever heard. He's the angry Nintendo nerd. He's the angry Atari Sega nerd. He's the angry video game nerd.
Battletoads on Nintendo. Now don't worry, it's a good game. It's actually one of the most memorable games in the NES library. But when it first came out, a lot of people were thinking, what is this, a cheap Ninja Turtles knockoff or something? But it was actually pretty good. Who the fuck are you?
I'm your guitar guy. I sing your theme song from behind the couch.
Well then go back behind the damn couch! Jeez.
You know, that's not the welcome I really expect.
Oh, look, you can't just sit here while I do the review.
Why can't I do the review with you?
Oh, because that's not how it works. It's like, I play the game, and you get your ass back behind the fucking couch!
I don't ever get to do anything. You don't even use my song that much anymore.
Why are you always behind my damn couch anyway?
There are no other couches to go behind.
What a piece of shit. Ass! Fuck! You don't know shit about how fucking shitty this fucking shit is. It's so bad it sucks. It's so fucking suck it fucks. I'd rather eat out the rotten asshole of a road-killed skunk than play this game. Cowabunga. Cow a fucking piece of dog shit. This game is diarrhea coming out of my dick. This game is as appealing as a fucking ooze-infested, dirty, fucking sewer rat shit. I've had no fun playing. Alright, fine. You can sit here just this one time.
Thank you.
Alright? You happy?
I'm very happy.
Very good. Okay, so anyway, Battletoads on the NES. But put that down. Put it down. Drop it. You can't fucking play the game with me.
Why not?
Because it's not even a two-player game.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not. Look, you see 2 players? Press start. That's it. Alright, so anyway, the game begins, and how'd you do that?
I push start.
Oh, so it's arcade style. The second player has to push start to join in. Why not just a regular select screen like any other NES game? Speaking of which, the intro shows 3 toads, Rash, Pimple, and Zitz. Why such disgusting names? How about herpes, genital warts, and gonorrhea? Besides, Pimple's not even in the game. He's captured and the goal is to rescue him. But on to the game. The first level's like a classic beat 'em up. Punching people is so satisfying. I like how your fists enlarge. When you headbutt, you grow ram horns. And when you kick, your foot grows into a giant boot. You can throw your enemies and grab weapons. So much fun. And when you pause the game, you get this catchy beat. What's the point of that? When you pause the game, it should just be quiet. Get the dragon, hit him.
What the hell?
I didn't know I could hit you. Get the pig, knock him off. Hey, you killed me!
Sorry.
Oh, flies, let me get him,
No, I need him. Mine.
Oh, look, it's a 1-up. Oh, fuck!
Yeah.
Oh, that's not fair. You kill me and then take my 1-up?
Hey, I let you try to get it. It's not my fault you fucked up.
It's the boss. Don't get hit, dumbass. Okay, level 2. You're hanging on strings going down a hole or something. Get the bird.
I'm trying.
Oh, you fucker.
I didn't mean to do it.
That's really a problem. You shouldn't be able to hit each other. That's fucking bullshit. Come on, you piece of shit. Ah!
What happened?
I died.
But I didn't die.
Oh, that's lousy. If one player dies, you gotta start the level all over. Okay, so we can't hit each other. You take the right and I take the left.
Okay.
What the hell was that? I said
I couldn't
stay
help
right.
it. The stupid wrecking ball thing just keeps swinging side to side.
Oops, I didn't mean that.
You see?
Why have an attack like that in a game where you can harm the other player? Ah, fuck!
How are we supposed to work as a team when you keep killing me?
Level 3. We're real lucky we made it this far. Yeah, pound the guy into the ground.
Aw, what the fuck?
You get him.
You get him.
Alright. So awesome. You just pound him into the ground and kick him. Oh, what the fuck was that shit? Alright, now just don't hit any walls, but get the ramp. Get the ramp. Oh, fuck.
How'd you miss that?
I don't know. Alright, let's try again.
Shit.
You missed the ramp. Game over? That's game over for you, not for me.
I don't know.
What? You gotta be fucking kidding me. You died, but we both have to restart the level.
Sorry.
That's bullshit. That's terrible programming. How is it fair that when one player dies, they both have to, and my lives aren't replenished? I still have just one extra life. That means I'm gonna die next, and then we're both gonna have to start over again. Watch it. Watch it.
I know. What the fuck?
I swear I didn't mean to do that. I was just trying to hit the guy. Okay, now this is real important. None of us hit the walls, okay? Jump. Jump. Ah, fuck.
Oh, good job.
Oh my god.
Well, we gotta start all over again.
How many lives do you have?
Like 2?
Well, I guess we're not gonna make it much further.
Well, I could just die twice on purpose and then we can both start.
No. Fuck that. There's no reason why the game should be programmed this way. And we shouldn't have to stand for it.
Oh, the hell with this shit!
The hell with this fucking shit!
The hell with this banana buffalo wearing bastard bullshit!
Yeah, now you're talking. Alright. So anyway, Battletoads is...
I'm going behind the couch!
Yeah, you do that. Go bunker yourself from all these, like, shitty games. Yeah, so Battletoads is not a 2-player game. Having a second player is as convenient as having a Siamese bulldog attached to your anus. It's just, like, with one player it's hard, but with 2, it's virtually unplayable.
He's the angriest gamer you've ever heard.
You bet your ass!
He's the angry video game nerd.
Eu sou cliente Bradesco desde 85, então eu sei exatamente o que todo cliente pensa. É tipo um superpoder. Preste atenção. Para quem ama tratamento VIP, Bradesco é um prato cheio, né? É, meu tesouro, conseguimos uma mesa maravilhosa. Espumante de cortesia, uau, maravilhoso. Gente, e essa vista, hein? Vista para o Celton Mello. Maravilhoso. Ele não achou nada maravilhoso, mas tudo bem, eu posso lidar com isso.
Bradesco, cartões de crédito com benefício de estrela de cinema.
Remember when everybody was talking about Dick Tracy? 1990, the Warren Beatty film comes out. Everybody went from who's Dick Tracy to whoa, Dick Tracy's the shit. It was like a contemporary film noir, stylish with colorful comic book style visuals and an all-star cast. Al Pacino, Dustin Hoffman, fucking Madonna. It was alright, but its popularity was short-lived. I think it was just an excuse for the kids to say dick.
You know, Dick Van Dyke is in the movie. You think that's enough dicks? Like seriously, when this movie came out, I never said dick so much before in my life. Every kid on the block was running around saying, Dick Tracy, Dick this and Dick that. My dad said, can't you just call him Richard Tracy? And I was like, you know, how is Dick short for Richard? That doesn't even make any sense. It's like Bill and William or Jim and James. But at least Bill and Will rhyme and Jim and James both start with a J. But Richard and Dick? Like nobody ever says Dickard. But anyway, I'm going to tell you all about the NES game, and boy, is it an experience. Now, I'm just going to give you my impression of it, and I'm not really going to go all out and like dress up like Dickard or anything like that. I already did that for Halloween when I was 10.
I got a rock.
Yeah, I got a rock, just like Charlie Brown. That sums the whole thing up. I was laughing back then, but I'm not fucking laughing now. I was so obsessed with Dickard that when the game came out, I was like, oh boy, I gotta play that. Dick Tracy on Nintendo? That's gotta be a treat. There's no way I could let that pass. But it was just a big disappointment, like a rock landing in my trick-or-treat bag. It starts in the police department where you can either hit the streets, look at your notepad, or look at your mugshots. If you look at your notepad, it gives you your first clue right off the bat. There's a fake $20 bill found near Steve the Tramp's flop house. So in order to solve the case, you have to find the other 4 clues. If you go to your mugshots, it'll tell you where you can find all your suspects. Since our only lead is Steve the Tramp, we're gonna go to him. 5th and B is what it tells us. So we hit the streets and we start driving to 5th and B. Our first problem is trying to steer the car. It automatically puts you in the right lane with no freedom to move around. When you come to an intersection, you're never sure which direction to push on your D-pad. The car sort of like snaps onto the other roads. It's the absolute worst overhead driving control I've ever seen in a game. Yeah, worse than Roger Rabbit. Even worse, you take damage when you crash into other cars, and there's snipers on all the roofs. Just little tiny vague shapes that shoot at you constantly, and by constantly I mean all the fucking time. There's nothing you can do to avoid them. You can shoot straight ahead, but you can't shoot at an angle. There's no way to point the car at the snipers. There's no enemies on the road, so your firepower has no purpose whatsoever. The navigation is also dreadful. You'd assume that you count the street numbers, then travel down 5th Street till you hit B, but that only gives you the vague whereabouts. Every building looks the same, and it's hard to tell where you're supposed to go. And you think there'd be a map screen? Of course not. Anyway, what's this all about? A fake $20 bill? Couldn't they have come up with anything better than that? So you get to 5th and B, you go inside, and then the game goes to a side-scroller mode. What the hell's wrong with Dickard? He looks like he's got a bad suntan. You can use your gun, but it's more amusing to punch the living shit out of people. Bam! 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 Oh, look at him go, down the steps. He's still going. What the hell? Were they really trying to be serious with this? So you get to Steve the Tramp, whose on-screen character looks nothing like his mugshot. You have the option to interrogate him or arrest him. If you choose to arrest him, you just get scolded by your superior officer and get sent back to the station. But if you interrogate him, he'll give you some information, which basically tells you to go to the 9th and F pier. But once you leave that screen, you better remember 9th and F, because you're not going to be told again, and Dickard doesn't write it in the notepad. What kind of detective is that? Stupid banana raincoat wearing dick. So you go to 9th and F, where you encounter more bad guys. But now your life is starting to diminish, and to make matters worse, you're not allowed to shoot unarmed men. If you shoot somebody who doesn't have a gun, you lose half a star. You switch between the gun and the fists by pushing select, and you have to keep doing it constantly. There's times when you're trying to shoot someone when all of a sudden an unarmed man drops down in your line of fire. That's bullshit! So it's supposed to be realistic by having a good cop that won't shoot unarmed men. That's fine, but then how about when you punch people, they bounce off the damn walls? That's pretty realistic. Okay, there's the clue, the first piece of evidence we need. What the hell's he doing? Get off the rope! Why the hell would you want to climb on the rope? So then he collects the clue by punching at it, and tells you footprints in puddle of spilled green ink. Footprints on top of a crate hanging from a rope? Sure, whatever. After you leave the pier, you chase a car down, probably the only time the bullets come in handy. And then you interrogate Shoulders, I think, and he tells you where your next clue is, 4th and D. Again, Dick doesn't write it down, he just writes down the clue, which tells us nothing. Shouldn't the clue be in a Ziploc bag or something, and where I'm supposed to go be written on the notepad? Besides, you can't even see the notepad unless you go back to the station. During the gameplay, there's no status screen where you can bring up the clues or anything. Why wouldn't a detective bring the notepad with him? Dumb dick. When I play a game, all I want is the NES, the TV, and the controller. Also, preferably a couch to sit on. But what I don't want is a pen and paper to write down fucking clues. The fucking snipers got me. Game over? Are you kidding me? Just one life? That's it? And no continues either? No, look at this. Where's my clue? I have to get it again? That's insane. At least you don't have to talk to Steve the Tramp again or Shoulders. As long as you remember where to find the clues, you can skip the interrogation parts. So I get the fucking clue again, and then I'm off to get the next one. By the time I get to the second building, my life is already halfway drained from the snipers. Then I go through another barrage of bad guys shooting at me from every conceivable angle. I get to the damn clue, I try jumping at it, but that doesn't work, so I go back onto the ledge. Can I jump on the ladder? Nope. Well, I'm gonna keep going back until I find what I am allowed to jump on. You can never tell what's a platform and what's just part of the background. Alright, so I'm working my way back to the right, jumping on the crate, the platforms, here we go. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, good lord, now I gotta go back again. Here we go, let's try again. Okay, how does this work? If you jump, you just end up on the platform. And you can't jump straight down, that's ridiculous. So my only way is to just slightly... Your mother. Fuck. 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 Fuck! Could they have put this clue in a more unreachable spot? What? I got it? I've been jumping at it for 5 minutes, and then finally I get it? Like, what did I do different? Anyway, this time the clue itself tells us where to go next, first and H. So I'm on my way over. Oh no! I gotta do that shit all over again? Couldn't they give you any extra lives? There's no way you can be expected to find 4 clues without dying. That's impossible. So I'm gonna assume that I don't need to collect all the clues. I just need to figure out which crook I can arrest. So after skipping most of the clues, I was able to find one clue in particular, which pretty much says that Numbers is the culprit. So I look at my mugshots and find that Numbers is hiding out at 8th and J. So I go straight over to 8th and J, and it's swarming with bad guys. Even going into this place with full health, it's hard to survive to the end. It's hard as dick. So I get to Numbers, I arrest him, and then... I need more evidence?
You gotta be fucking kidding me! That's ridiculous! Like, what? Like, you have to travel all around and go to 5 different buildings, 4 to get the clues, and then the last one to arrest Numbers, all without dying once! That's horseshit! And I didn't say horseshit, I said whore-shit. Like a whore taking a shit! You know, remember when you were a little kid, it was fucking Friday, you did all your homework, and you rented a game from the local video store. And this was it. This was your whole weekend, this one game. You didn't have anything else to do, so you had no choice but to keep playing that first part of the game over and over and over again. And it's like, you know what? It's like, I want to see the rest of the game. You can't just let the game fucking win like that. So that's why you don't give up.
I also noticed on the startup screen that there's a continue option where you can put in a code. So apparently the whole thing with the fake money is only the first case. If you can somehow make it through, then you might actually get a code. Alright, getting the clues. Fuck! You know, with some practice, I can get through the fighting parts without getting hit once. But the problem is the fucking snipers! I can't stop getting hit! Driving fast doesn't help, so I'm really gonna take my time here. Fuck! You can't even sneak up on them. They'll just shoot you as soon as you come close. I found out that the only way to kill them is to get out of the car and shoot them. But they're such small targets, and you're never gonna shoot them before they shoot you. You have to stop the car, get out, you end up wasting more time and just delaying the inevitable. They're gonna shoot you. And why does Dick Tracy take damage from the police car anyway? Couldn't it have its own energy meter? Some people have asked, why not just abandon the car and go around on foot? That way you can shoot the snipers faster. Well, guess what? You can't. In order to move to the next screen, you gotta be in the car. You know what also sucks? If by accident you go back into one of the same buildings you've already been in, you can't just go back out. You gotta go through the whole building again just to get to the exit. What a cruel punishment for a simple mistake. This game offers no forgiveness. Sometimes you can't even get into the building unless you park the car the right way. Like if you block the entrance, you try to go in the building, but you end up just going back into the car. Man, could this game get any shittier? Well, I tried really hard, and I've concluded that it's completely impossible to go to all 5 places without dying. I planned the shortest route from each building, since it doesn't matter what order you do as long as you arrest numbers after you've gotten the 4 remaining clues. So my main idea was to spend as little time on the road as possible, but even that, you'll never survive the snipers. It begs the question, are there any health power-ups? And to tell you the truth, I've heard that there is, but I haven't found any, not one. I actually found a heart. Yeah, a fucking heart, but it did absolutely nothing at all. Yeah, a fucking heart that did fucking nothing. So where the power-ups are, I have no idea, but they're definitely not in any of the main buildings. They're probably in some other obscure building that you wouldn't think to go in anyway, and the roof is probably covered with snipers, which defeats the whole purpose of going there. I have another update. I've been informed countless times that the hearts are the power-ups. So if the hearts are the power-ups, why don't they do anything? Well, here's how it works. You have to select the fucking thing. It's called a first aid kit, and then you use it by pressing B, right? No, it still doesn't do jack shit. You have to hold down select and press B at the same time. But that doesn't work either, because as soon as you press select, it goes to the next item. The trick is that you have to select the item that comes before the first aid and then hold down select, so now the first aid should be selected while you're still holding select. Then you press B and there you go. How the fuck was I supposed to know that? Why couldn't you just push B like all the other items? What kind of stupid fucking dick brain idiot programmed it like that? This is the reason why Game Genie was invented. I've been playing this game for almost 20 fucking years and I still can't get past the first stage. So why am I still trying? I don't know, I'm just a sucker for Dick Tracy. Sucker for Dick? That didn't sound good. I'm gonna tell you right now that anybody would have given up on this game had it not been for the name. They made one of the most frustrating games of all time. They took the name Dick Tracy and slapped it on the cover just like slapping their own greedy dick. Well, if this game is dick, then we were the balls.
And you know, I really wanted to give it a chance because I kind of liked the idea of finding clues and figuring out where to go, like it made you think like a detective. But one guy, no continues? Like, seriously, give me a reason why there's no continues. Why are there no continues? Why are there no fucking continues? Why? Ah! Fuck!
Praia pé de escola. A cerveja que desce é redonda. Beba com moderação.
He's gonna take you back to the past to play the shitty games that suck ass. He'd rather have a buffalo, take a diarrhea dump in his ear. He'd rather eat the rotten asshole of a roadkill skunk and down it with beer.
tonight. Shitty games. That's all I do is play shitty games, and I have so fucking many I'll probably be playing till the dawn. It's a sacrifice to the soul, and it's sucking me dry. How appropriate, because tonight it's Dracula. Now when it comes to Dracula games, most people instantly think of the Castlevania series, but I'm going to delve into the fucking catacombs of hell. Our first exhibit is the count on the VIC-20. And what the fuck is a VIC-20? Well, it's an old Commodore computer from 1980. Thought the Commodore 64 was primitive? Well, check out the VIC-20. Look at that cartridge. That's what you call a game. Trying to jam the fucker in is a real bitch, even worse than the Intellivision.
It's like trying to stick your dick in a Cheerio.
The graphics are non-existent because it's a text game. It says, I see I was put to bed. It's afternoon and I overslept. What shall I do now? I'm gonna write, get out of bed. Don't know what out is. What shall I do now? Wake up. Don't know how to wake something. I don't know what to tell it, but I have the instructions, and it gives you some suggestions of words you can use. So let's try climb. Can't do that. Yet. Oh, so you're teasing me. Go. I also need a direction. Go right. Don't know what right is. Go left. Don't know what left is. Eat pillow. Yuck. Okay, so I ate the pillow? I didn't expect that. Get up. I'm in a bedroom. Closed window, brass bed, north. Okay. Go north? What shall I do now? Okay, so I went north? What did that do? Go east? Okay, what shall I do now? Go east again? Use 1 or 2 words only. Oh, okay, I'll give you 2 words. Fuck you. Don't know how to fuck something.
Next up, Dracula on the Intellivision. What's cool about this game is that you actually play as Dracula. Now I'm trying it out on the Intellivision too. It's basically just a redesigned model, which you think would be an improvement, but what in the holy mother of ass is this? If the old Intellivision had a simple plug, why does the newer model have a big fat ass AC adapter? Anyway, you leave your grave and you go around sucking people's blood, which is kinda cool. Dracula has a big mouth like Pac-Man. The only thing you can't kill are the wolves and the police who throw wooden stakes. You can turn into a bat and fly away, but then a vulture comes after you. And the only way to kill the police is to transform people into zombies and send them after. But to control the zombie, you have to pick up the other controller while controlling Dracula at the same time. So it's like Raiders of the Lost Ark, you really need a second player. The instruction manual text is pretty funny. You say you're always thirsty, Count Dracula, the police harass you and birds and animals are unfriendly and you're allergic to the sun? Well, my man, I'd say you've got some grave problems. Who would call Dracula my man? Next we have Drax Night Out on the NES. Now this game was never released, so what I'm holding is a rare reproduction cartridge, which is the only way it can be played. There's also a big promotion for sneakers, the Reebok pumps. You play as Dracula trying to leave his castle in the middle of the night to find his lady love Mina. There's a bunch of villagers who kill Dracula by simply touching him. I don't know what kind of sense that makes, but your only method of attack is waving a medallion or shaking some object. I really don't know what it's supposed to be, but if you use it on someone, it hypnotizes them. It may seem simple, but you don't always have this item. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. I think it has something to do with the blood meter, but I really don't know. So you can't count on it most of the time, so you have to flick switches which either control barriers to block your enemies or activate traps. Rolling balls, Frankenstein monsters, ghosts, or dropping chandeliers. So you need a lot of strategy to use these traps at the right time. When you stun people, you can suck their blood, and I think you can turn into a bat, but I've never seen it happen. But your only real power-ups are the Reebok pumps. They let you run faster and jump higher. You really need to get these shoes, because without them, you get your ass handed to you.
That's what I call a power-up, and that's what I call a promotion. Reebok pumps. You ain't shit without it. Pump it up and air it out.
The game also has a time limit, which is a real pain in the ass. If you get stuck on the stairs, you're dead. You can't drop down or you die, so those stairs are your worst enemy. Fuck.
Even though it pisses me off, I can't really complain because this game was never released. It's like somebody took a shit and buried it and then someone else decided to dig it up. It's like, what do you expect? Alright, on the Game Boy Color, let's try out Dracula Crazy Vampire. What kind of title is that? We know Dracula's a vampire, and he's crazy, sure.
Anyway, it's a typical overhead action exploration game. Yeah, there's not really much to say. What's Dracula's deal? He's got a big head and his face, he's like, duh. It's kind of redundant and there's no map, so I really don't know where I'm supposed to go. Just going around throwing bats at dogs. That's real creative. Okay, now let's go for the countdown. Yeah, from Sesame Street. You get an option to hop or run, which is really weird. If you pick hop, that's all you can do. Just hop your way through the whole stage. I've never heard of something like that. Imagine if in Super Mario Brothers, if you had a choice where you could only run or jump. So you pick a number and the count starts talking.
Find 10.
Man, that's weird. So you gotta go around and find the same number or things that add up to that number. So when you finish that, you go up in the clouds and you have to hit the blocks till the numbers come up, and then you hit the bell. That's about the extent of that. Why am I playing this? Okay, so this is Bram Stoker's Dracula on the NES. It's based on the Coppola movie by the same name, just as much as the movie's based on the novel, I suppose. I guess you're supposed to be Keanu Reeves. What's this? Blocks with question marks? Right out of Super Mario Brothers? Yeah, even the stages are kind of similar. Only seconds into the first level, I come to a wall. There's nowhere to go. I tried jumping down, but that doesn't work, so I had to fuck about until I found out you're supposed to do this ground stomp thing. Yeah, by jumping in the air and hitting down. Why the fuck do you gotta do that? The music is just a scrambled mess of 8-bit chaos. I've made it to the first incarnation of Dracula, a shadow that emerges from the wall. There's not enough time to hit him. You can either get out of the way or try to attack. Most of the time I can only hit him when he's going the other way. He's just a pain in the ass. Next, we have another Bram Stoker's Dracula. This game was released on both the Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis. Both versions are pretty much the same. Your sword is a joke. It's about as effective as a butter knife. The gameplay is pretty simple. It's your average platformer. You wander all around, fighting a boring array of enemies and search the place for an exit. You can't go in the exit until you find some strange old man who thinks about a weapon. Then you can go find that weapon or head straight to the exit. What's that all about? He thinks of a weapon? Can you read minds? Why doesn't he just give you the weapon and say, here, now go to the exit? It doesn't even tell you that part. The bosses are senseless. The first one has this gravitational pull that sucks you toward him. There's no strategy. You'll never be able to get close enough to attack him and avoid him at the same time. So the only thing that makes sense is to stand right next to him and just keep hitting him and hope that he dies before you do. The strangest enemy I've noticed is this green plant thing. It just looks like something's wrong. When I saw another one, I figured out what it is. You see, they're supposed to be coming out of the walls. What's this shit? It looks like it's suspended in the air. Were they too lazy to just flip it around? What I really fucking hate are these goddamn spears. Oh, fuck. How the hell am I supposed to get past these things? There's no fucking pattern. Your only hope is to dodge the first one and then just run through it. In most games, when you get hit, you're invincible for a brief moment. But here, you have no recovery time. You just take damage till you die, and it can drain all your life in one fast combo. Fuck! Game over? That's it? Overall, it's a mediocre platformer game and a cheap exploitation of the Coppola movie. Wait, who's this? Fred Fox? Fred Fox?
Fred Fox? Fred Fox! Oh my god, Fred Fox! Oh my god, it's Fred Fox! Oh, Fred Fox.
Okay, one more. Now really, this could go on forever. Bram Stoker's Dracula on the Sega CD. I already comment on this game in my Sega CD review, but it's just so bad. It has impressive graphics for its time, and it has all these cutscenes where it shows clips from the movie, but it's so badly pixelated and it's pointless. There's also this guy with a pipe reading a book.
Jonathan Hart.
Why? I actually did manage to get to Dracula, at least in his first form, and he looks just as laughable as he did in the movie. But the most ridiculous part is when you die.
What the hell? Is that clip even from the movie? I don't know, maybe it's from Bill and Ted.
The game looks amazing for its time, but the control is what kills it. It's so awkward trying to jump. You fall through shit and the attacks are so delayed. It's impossible to turn around and hit your enemies before they hit you. You just wish you had a whip or a sword or something. I mean, not your bare hands. All you get is this stupid little kick to kick the fucking rats. Yeah, that's all it is just rats and bats. How many fucking games need to have bats? Like, seriously, I know it's Dracula, but why do so many games have so many fucking bats?
Seriously, I fucking hate bats. Oh, I'm sick of it all. Morning sun, vanquish me.
Work today is broken. We're all working in too many disconnected apps, and it's killing team productivity. But for the first time, there's a platform that fixes it by combining everything you need. Projects, chat, and knowledge in one place. It's all powered by the world's most complete work AI, so you can find answers from anywhere and get work done faster.
Alright, so tonight we do something a little different. Because I've been torturing myself and
Hey senhores, aqui, bem-vindo a mais um Top 10. Você que joga videogames em vários consoles ou fica indo na casa do seu amigo só pra jogar aquele console que você não tem,
eu tô de olho, hein?
já deve ter sofrido com a diferença dos controles ou até mesmo os seus defeitos. Eu não falo de defeitos tipo botões quebrados ou fio estragado com mau contato. Eu falo aqui de problemas como o design no controle, que chegam até a atrapalhar, tipo a sequência dos botões ou a falta deles mesmo nos controles. É meio complicado, mas vocês vão entender. Só que nesse top 10 vai ter algumas regras. Número 1, eu só irei falar de controles que eu tenho ou usei. Por esse top ser a minha opinião, eu não quero sair falando um monte de asneira de controles que eu nunca usei ou peguei na vida. Número 2, por um controle estar nessa lista aqui, isso não significa que eu odeio ou o controle ou o console. Então eu não quero ninguém nos comentários me xingando porque eu falei mal do controle que você tanto ama, né? Apesar que acho que vocês vão me xingar de qualquer jeito. Número 3, eu não estou promovendo console wars. Nenhum console é pior que o outro só porque o controle dele está aqui nessa lista idiota. Então, então vamos começar logo com essa lista porque eu só quero deixar vocês bravos comigo. Esse é o top 10 defeito dos controles. Número 10. Se você viveu na era 16 bits, já deve ter passado por esse desconforto. Jogar o dia inteiro num Super Nintendo e depois não conseguir usar o ABC do Mega Drive. ABC. Para com isso!
Não.
O controle do Mega Drive é ótimo, porém a posição dos botões A, B, C podem ser um problema em alguns jogos. No Kid Camaleão, por exemplo, o A corre, o B pula e o C usa a habilidade especial das máscaras. Se você está acostumado com Super Mario World, você provavelmente sempre joga com o Y segurado pra ficar correndo. E sem mover o dedão, você pula com o B e dá pra dar aquele pulo giratório com o A. Simples e prático. No Mega Drive já é meio complicado, com o dedão sempre correndo com o A e pulando com o B. Quando você precisa usar um ataque especial rápido, você precisa mover o dedão pelo controle. Dependendo da situação ou do jogo, isso pode ser um baita problemão, já que seu dedo precisa ficar passeando pelo controle. E é por isso que eu jogo assim. Simples, não. Eficiente, sim. Número 9. Olha pra esses caras. Parecem controles de Mega Drive, não? Mas na verdade são controles de clones de Nintendinhos brasileiros. Se você acompanha o canal, conhece esses controles. O controle que parece com o Batman aí é do Turbo Game. O defeito dele tá na cara, né? Ele é nada anatômico e se algum noob pegar esse controle, ele certamente vai segurá-lo assim, invertido. Fora isso, ele funciona muito bem até. Já o controle do Phantom System é exatamente igual ao controle do Mega Drive, porém o C do Mega é o Start no Phantom. Ok, né? Não dava pra pôr esse botão em algum outro lugar? Fora que o controle do NES tem a sequência B e A, e no Phantom é A e B. Sim, é invertido, então jogar nele é um caos, pois geralmente o A pula nos jogos de NES. Eu sempre morro no Mario mesmo, pois eu sempre confundo os dois botões aqui. Em momentos tensos, eu até acabo errando. Ah, droga, ah lá! Eu acabei atirando bolinhas de fogo ao invés de pular. A propósito, eu coloquei 2 controles em nono no lugar porque sim, essa lista é minha e eu faço o que eu quiser. Número 8. Poucas pessoas tiveram o prazer de usar esse monstro. Só olha o tamanho disso. Comparando o controle do Super Nintendo com ele, faz o controle do Super Nintendo parecer brinquedo de criança. Mas ele era awesome. Eu amo o Dreamcast e o seu controle. Mas por que diabos o fio dele sai por baixo? Pior que eles sabiam que isso é ruim, então fizeram uma espécie de gancho aqui em cima pro fio ficar certo. Mas não usem isso. Já tive problemas com fios dando mau contato por causa dessa droga aqui. Fora isso, ele tem poucos botões. Os 4 da frente e os 2 gatilhos atrás. Para a maioria dos jogos, como jogos de plataforma, por exemplo, isso não é problema. Mas para jogos de tiro, isso é um desastre. Tente se sair bem no Wii Tournament ou no Quake 3 com esse controle. É horrível. Como o controle não tem uma segunda alavanquinha analógica, você é obrigado a jogar assim. Alavanquinha controla a mira e os botões andam. Não sobram botões rápidos para trocar de arma, pular e etc. Sério, tenta aí. É um desafio. Os botões são tão separados que você não consegue andar para trás e para frente ao mesmo tempo. Fora que no Wii Tournament, o direcional pra cima é um ataque especial. Ou seja, você tem que ficar segurando o controle assim, geralmente. Isso... Fora jogos que eram port de PlayStation 1, pois ele tinha muito mais botão que o Dreamcast. Então ficava meio complicado de jogá-los. E falando em R1, L1, R2, R2... Número 7. No começo eu tinha problemas com R1, L1, L2 e R2 do PlayStation 1. Mas com o tempo eu acabei acostumando. Até chegar... o PlayStation 3. Por que fizeram eles tão escorregadios? O formato deles fazem escorregar tanto que até a Sony evita usar eles. Se você joga jogos de tiro no Xbox 360, você está acostumado a usar o RT e o LT, que são esses botões aí atrás, equivalente aos botões R2 e L2 do PlayStation 3. Porém, na maioria dos jogos de tiro do Play 3, você atira com R1 e mira com L1. Imagina você mitando no Call of Duty do Xbox 360. Aí vai na casa do seu amigo jogar PlayStation 3 e bam! Acostume a usar os botões da frente agora. Granadas vão voar sem querer no tiroteio. Droga, joguei granada, não queria jogar. Me ceguei, merda. Jogos de tiros exclusivos da Sony, como Uncharted ou Killzone, usam R1 para atirar. Já jogos que também lançaram para o Xbox 360, como GTA V e Watch Dogs, por exemplo, usam o padrão, e você atira com R2. Fica super confuso ficar trocando entre o botão da frente e o botão de trás a cada jogo, e isso me deixa bravo. Pera, eu não gosto de ter que todo jogo ficar entrando no menu e ficar vendo esse controle cheio de botões desenhados. Olha isso, como que alguém entende esse tipo de coisa? É uma merda isso aqui, eu detesto esse tipo de merda. Número 6. Nem todo mundo sofreu com isso, pois isso muda em cada diversão do console. Diversão do console. Porém, se você achava que o start do botão C do Phantom System era estranho, imagina só ter que levantar do sofá toda vez pra pausar o jogo. Esse é o controle do Master System. Lembra muito o controle do NES. Um D-pad meio estranho e 2 botões. Porém, sem Start e Select. Sim, o pause está no console. Então, imagina você jogando aí, mó feliz. Aí do nada o telefone toca. Ah, não. Vou ter que pausar. Droga! Número 5. Se você consegue usar esse controle perfeitamente, então você tem 3 braços. Olha pra isso, quem achou que isso seria uma boa ideia? Eu amo o Nintendo 64, mas esse controle, nem tanto. Primeiro que ele tem botões demais, os únicos jogos que usam direito os botões amarelos são jogos de tiro, que você anda usando eles. E por que diabos ele tem 3 seguradores, ou sei lá o nome disso? Alguns jogos você segura assim, alguns assim, e juro que já vi jogos que segura assim. Pra falar a verdade, o Wild Shopper japonês é um deles. Eu joguei isso, e é legal até. Quando você usa o modo tradicional, fica meio estranho. Suas mãos ficam perto demais uma da outra. Fica toda essa área do controle pra fora, sem nenhuma utilidade. Mas agora, vamos falar da alavanquinha. E, oh boy! Ela funciona perfeitamente como alavanquinha analógica. Apenas os primeiros 5 meses de vida. Se você for violento, assim como eu... seus controles acabam ficando assim. Isso que eu chamo de um controle broxante. Isso acontece pois quando você faz movimentos rápidos ou forçados, a alavanquinha lá dentro fica raspando forte demais nas peças, assim corroendo elas e deixando a alavanquinha solta ou mole. É meio difícil de explicar. Quando ela fica mole demais, bye bye controle, pois seu personagem não consegue mais correr no jogo. Conquer for Day até fica injogável, pois no começo você precisa fugir das abelhas aí, e você não consegue correr rápido usando o controle broxado. Então elas sempre acabam te capturando. Vocês nunca vão pegar com vida. Devolve isso aí. O pior é que muitos jogos como Mario Party ou Mario 64 mesmo incentivavam você a ficar rodando a alavanquinha, destruindo o seu controle e a sua mão. Então, para evitar estragar as minhas alavanquinhas matando Bowser do Super Mario 64, eu fazia isso. Segurava a alavanquinha para um lado e o botão C para fazer a câmera ir para o outro lado. Fazendo isso, a câmera fica rodando e mudando a posição do Mario, fazendo assim o Bowser rodar. Demora um pouco, mas funciona. Porém, se você quiser um meio mais prático de matar ele, é só ficar jogando ele fraquinho e buscar ele logo em seguida. Até que... Número...
Esta é sua configuração.
Número 4. O controle é bom, muito bom até na real. Porém, em plena 8ª geração de consoles e o Xbox One ainda usa pilhas? E ele ainda por cima vem com esse cabinho USB curtinho. Qual é? Número 3. Agora, esse não é bem um controle, mas aposto que você já sofreu com isso. Você lembra daquele dia que estava jogando videogame na casa do seu amigo num console que você nunca usou na vida? Então ele grita: aperta o X! Então você olha pro controle e... Isso vai explicar porque que você sempre morre naquele Quick Time Event chato. Quase todos os controles têm um botão X e a posição deles é sempre diferente. Nos controles do PlayStation, ele está embaixo. No Xbox, ele está na esquerda. No GameCube, ele está na direita. E no Super Nintendo e o Wii U, ele está em cima. Até o Mega Drive entra nessa brincadeira com aquele controle de 6 botões. Então não briguem comigo quando eu demoro 3 minutos para descobrir onde está o botão X no controle. Isso vale pra todo mundo, principalmente pra você, Fresh. Número 2. Esse, sem dúvida, é o pior controle que eu usei na vida. Alô? É pra você. Muitos não conhecem esse bicho, mas esse é o controle do Intellivision, uma espécie de rival do clássico Atari 2600. O console em si já é bizarro. Pra começo de conversa, o slot pra pôr as fitas fica aqui do lado. Demorei meia hora pra encontrar quando eu peguei ele pela primeira vez. Os jogos são básicos, bem no estilo Atari. Mas esse controle... Olha pra isso, é um telefone ou um controle remoto de TV, ou sei lá. Ele tem esse tecladinho numérico cheio dos números, esse disco que suponho que é um tipo de um D-pad. E você reclamando dos D-pads em forma de disco do Xbox ou Mega Drive, por exemplo. Sabe de nada, brother. E ele também tem esses 2 botões em cada lado do controle. Quando você vai jogar algo nele, você gasta 5 minutos da sua vida descobrindo o que cada botão faz. Mas geralmente você acaba usando apenas um único botão. E o pior é que na maioria dos jogos você usa apenas esses botões do lado. Eles são horríveis, duros e estão na pior região do controle. Não tem como segurar isso de uma maneira confortável. Muita gente reclama que o controle do Atari é ruim por ter apenas um único botão. Mas acho que isso era perfeito pra época. Ele tinha jogos simples demais demais e um único botão era tudo o que você precisava. Então quando eu olhei esse telefone, vi de cara que esse tanto de botões era inútil. O pior mesmo é que depois de você brincar com eles, é impossível guardar isso aqui perfeitamente. Você põe o primeiro controle, os cabos tem que ficar dentro assim. Beleza, tá bonito, né? Agora se pôr o segundo controle, o cabo não entra por causa do primeiro. E quando ele entra, o primeiro sai. God fucking damn it! E o pior defeito de controle é... Espero que entendam o meu ponto aqui. Ninguém curte ser enganado, principalmente eu. Então quando eu vi esse trailer... E até esse trailer... Eu fiquei super animado com esses controles novos, queria saber que tipo de inovações que eles trariam pra gente. Mas no fim, acabou sendo um monte de merda em formato de plástico velho, disfarçando estupro na minha carteira. Esses são os famosos Gimmick Controls. Ok, vamos devagar. Começando lá em 2005, quando anunciaram o Wii e alguns trailers mostrando o que poderia ser feito com o emote, eles mostravam que você podia pular, empunhar uma espada ou até mesmo um sabre de luz, mirar como se fosse uma arma mesmo e até tocar bateria. Não tão gracioso quanto esse cara, pois ele é perfeito. Mas o que ganhamos no final das contas? Bom, eu vou jogar aqui Zelda Twilight Princess pra vocês terem uma ideia. Isso é tão divertido. Se você teve um Wii, você sabe do que eu tô falando. O sensor de movimentos é fraco e não funciona como mostraram pra gente nos trailers. Jogos de tiro são caóticos. Jogos de espada não passam de uma sessão de fapeação, E o lendário jogo de bateria era, na verdade, isso. Não funciona como eu queria. Sem falar que pela falta de botões no controle, os desenvolvedores eram obrigados a usar o sensor de movimento, como o Far Cry, por exemplo, que você pula balançando o nunchuck pra cima, ou Medal of Honor, que cada direção que você balança o nunchuck fazia uma coisa, como trocar armas, girar e etc. Você espirra e seu personagem vira um carinha louco numa animação Digimod. Pior que o Wii vendeu tanto, que até a Sony quis entrar na brincadeira com seu PS Move, que é apenas um clone de Wiimote, E por ser tão igual, nem compensa falar tanto dele. Depois lançaram o Motion Plus, que melhorava os movimentos, mas tem só 3 jogos que usaram isso direito. Um de tênis aí, Red Steel 2 e Zelda Skyward Sword, por exemplo, Claro que tem jogos que usaram bem o controle sem o Motion Plus, como todos os minigames do Wii Sports. E falando em esportes, logo em seguida veio o Kinect. Lembro de muita gente animada pelo projeto Natal, onde você poderia jogar qualquer jogo sem controle, usar comandos de voz. Nisso veio uma chuva de jogos de esporte, dança, que a propósito são os únicos que funcionam bem nessa desgraça. Uns de luta aí, outros de ginástica ali, e Sonic Riders e Dragon Ball Z Kinect, Eu não tenho Kinect pra mostrar cenas minhas jogando, mas já usei o suficiente pra poder falar sobre ele. E sei que aquele delay dos movimentos atrapalham bastante, principalmente jogos como Star Wars Kinect. Sério, eu lembro que até bêbado eu achei esse jogo meio chato. Mas o Kinect não me desapontou tanto quanto o gamepad do Wii U, pois nos trailers do Kinect você via que ele já não funcionava bem.
You ever wonder what the bottom of an Avatar shoe looks like? Well, bam! There it is.
Já o gamepad do Wii U, oh boy, prometeram ser um novo modo de jogar, e de fato até é. Em alguns jogos ele funciona bem, como Nintendo Land, Batman Arkham City, Zumbi U e até mesmo Call of Duty. Yes! Jogar com a tela dividida, mas cada player tendo sua própria tela, é uma coisa muito legal de se ver em um console. Porém, é só isso pra falar a verdade. O resto dos jogos não usam tão bem assim, ou simplesmente nem usam esse monstro. Pior que na tela do jogo só fica ligada pra gastar bateria mesmo. Mas que droga, eu vou ter que colocar essa merda pra recarregar. Ok, saca só, o maior problema mesmo. Se você quebrar o gamepad, pode jogar o seu Wii U no lixo, pois não vendem gamepad separadamente, pelo menos não por enquanto. Agora me fala, por que, Nintendo? Eu te amo, mas por que você é tão estúpida? Você se torna um prisioneiro de um único controle, tendo que tratá-lo como um deus, evitando que ele se quebre. Agora saca só a minha mini ideia, Nintendo. Que tal vocês tirarem esse monstro do Wii U? Façam ele ser opcional. Assim o Wii U fica bem mais barato, igual aconteceu com o Xbox One, depois de desistir do Kinect 2. E esse foi o top 10 defeitos dos controles. Bom, se você já usou um controle pior que não está na lista, não deixe de comentar. Agora, se você discordou de algum controle que está aí na lista aí, comente também. Mas eu não quero comentários tipo, vídeo lixo. Dê seus motivos e argumente o porquê que eu estou errado. Só que eu nunca tô errado. Só pra lembrar de novo, essa lista é minha opinião. Então se faltou algum controle nela, é porque eu nunca usei ele ou porque ele é perfeito mesmo. Tipo, pra mim, os controles perfeitos são o do NES, o do Super Nintendo e o do GameCube. Tá, ele é meio estranho mesmo, mas eu gosto dele. Tá, pode me xingar nos comentários. Eu sou o Sr. Wilson e até o próximo review. Se cuidem. Hey, valeu pra assistir, se você curtiu, veja outros vídeos aí, dá like se caso não deu, e se inscreva se caso não for inscrito, e seja lindo se caso você não é, que eu aposto que você é, não é? E veja outros vídeos que estão aí, que estão rolando, é só você clicar e assistir uns vídeos bem bonitos. Have a good time, people, eu acho. Ok? Ok, até o próximo review e se cuidem.
O Amazon Prime Day tá chegando e as ofertas já começaram.
Aproveite já as ofertas antecipadas. Declare o seu amor pela comida no Estomazil. Estômago sentiu, Estomazil.
Oh, hi! I was just contemplating the brevity of life, watching clock hands turn cartwheels as daddy time slowly and imperceptibly warps my youthful features with gravity, my body wasting away like an oceanside cliff, eroded with the surge of each passing, pounding wave until inevitably I am reduced to dirt. A meal for an earthworm to eat before writhing onto deceptively damp pavement, only to be dried up by the morning sun and kicked aside by a kindergartner on the way to their first day of class. But enough about me. How are you doing? Aging. You know, that thing we all try not to think about while we're playing our little video games and eating our little snacks and watching our little videos. Well, while scrolling through TikTok watching my little videos, my dank memes and vaguely depressing political news was interrupted by this. Doth my eyes deceiveth me. Over 300,000 TikTok users liked a video where a doctor is shaming people for laughing too much? Rankles. Ew. Have you tried not expressing basic human joy? This woman really said, POV, you've had a happy and fulfilling life. Why would you do that? You're ugly now. What is wrong with you? Now, I promised my mama I'd never hit a woman, so I'm gonna have to settle for destroying her in the marketplace of ideas. Get bent! Notice how all the pictures this pharmaceutical fart used were of women? That's a total coincidence and not at all indicative of a larger pattern that we will be seeing repeated throughout this video. After finishing this little 8-second clip, my hackles were raised, and of course, as usual, I had to immediately torment myself by trying to find as many of these crazy anti-aging TikToks as I could. What an excellent use of my very limited time on Earth. Let's go.
This is the wrong way to drink out of a straw because it can cause wrinkles. So I got the straw on Amazon and it literally is the best. It doesn't cause wrinkles. You can easily drink out from the top of it.
This might be the best invention for anti-aging. This is a straw that is supposed to prevent you from pursing your lips when you take a sip.
Gosh, if there was only some way that you could drink liquid from a cup without buying a straw that makes you look like an idiot. What a puzzling conundrum. I can think of at least one other activity besides sucking a straw or smoking that's gonna give you mouth wrinkles, and I'm definitely not giving that up. Kissing my cat on his tiny forehead. You are now a few minutes older than when you first started this video, but don't panic, because today's sponsor has a product you're sure to enjoy, no matter how many wrinkles you have. Today, I have the pleasure to introduce Lalo's Sona 2 Travel, a vibrating little travel buddy who is sure to make your adventures a little more memorable. The Sona 2 Travel is compact and discreet, making it perfect for gender-neutral boss babes who've got places to be. The Sona 2 Travel offers 12 different modes, a body-safe waterproof silicone design, and stimulating sonic wave technology. Worried that a suspicious vibration from your suitcase will alert your in-laws on vacation that you've brought along a naughty little stowaway? No worries, the Sona 2 Travel can be locked when not in use. Don't be fooled by its small size. This little guy can pack a powerful pulse that will knock your socks off. Trust me. Okay, but seriously, now back to the delightful dystopia of anti-aging TikTok. Damn, girl, you are destroying that Riverina fresh full cream. Can you slow down and leave some for the rest of us? Chug, chug, chug. Quick question. If I'm not supposed to drink when I'm thirsty, when am I supposed to drink? The sunscreen indoors does seem a little bit paranoid to me, but that just might be because I hunker down in the deepest, darkest, most secluded corner of my dwelling whenever the sun is up.
This is aging your neck. Looking at your phone like this creates a crease here, so make sure you hold your phone at eye level to avoid unnecessary creasing of the neck.
Excellent advice. I'll be sure to do this next time I'm in public. Hello, I'm just a normal citizen using my cellular device, definitely not taking any pictures of you for nefarious purpose. Where are you going? Hey, come back here.
Refuse.
No BTG Pactual Empresas, eu tenho controle da minha gestão na palma da mão.
Okay, that, seems like a lot. You are one common cold away from seeing the pearly gates, girlfriend. I pray the Lord my nasal passages to keep clear of mucus, so I don't die.
Bad habits that make you age faster, part 46. Eating too much spicy food, taking long, super hot showers, eating processed meats like bacon, sausage, or hot dogs.
Instructions unclear. What is, going on here? Can someone explain to me how looking like yassified Hannibal Lecter is supposed to prevent aging? Apparently, a big trend in the anti-aging community right now is these very expensive LED masks that supposedly prevent wrinkles and acne.
If you have skin that's just starting to age, but you also break out, I would say the Dr. Dennis Gross is the one for you. It has obviously red light, which is what most LED masks have, but it also has blue light, which is great for anti-acne, and you can turn on both at the same time, which is what I do.
I love dual purpose products. I can make sure that my skin is silky smooth while I slaughter my neighbor's family during the purge. Now, LED therapy is approved by the US Food and Drug Administration, but there seems to be a consensus amongst dermatologists who aren't being paid to say otherwise that the benefits of these at-home LED treatments are minimal to non-existent. But hey, if you want to drop $400 on a mask you could have bought at Spirit Halloween for $15, be my guest. This is just one example of many, many anti-aging products that just don't really have that much scientific backing. It gets a little extra unethical when the people vouching for these products have had extensive work done, trying to convince their audience that some moisturizer will make them look like a celebrity. But while creams and masks may break the bank, there are other anti-aging solutions that are far more extreme.
After they've peeled everything off, that she's had a lot of tightening, incredible transformation here, but this is risky. It should never be done at home.
Yeah, so I couldn't even show the first part of that video because she literally had her skin chemically burned off, like Freddy Krueger style, and if I included that, this video would get demonetized faster than you can say, "Aw, shit."
If you like to torture yourself, keep watching this video. Today, I saw my girlfriend who's a cosmetic injector at Face by SM, and we did Morpheus 8. It's a microneedling device that uses radio frequency, and apparently Kim Kardashian loves it. We even used numbing cream, and I still cried.
This thing hurts like a mother.
Deep pass feels like getting electrocuted.
Just in case those testimonies weren't enough to convince you how painful this procedure is, here's a brief demonstration on how deeply this medieval torture device penetrates the skin. Ouch. Apparently the Morpheus 8 is used to remodel and contour the face, but personally I much prefer the needles that do cooler stuff, like permanently etching this stupid ghost into my skin for all eternity. But of all the videos we've seen and all the plastic surgery we haven't even covered, nothing disturbed me quite as much as this.
Today is the day I'm going to tell you how I learned to stop using the muscles in my face. This is one of my most asked questions. And when I would get home from school, I would sit in front of my mirror and I would practice having a full-blown conversation with myself, being happy, sad, angry, mad, everything, without using the muscles in my face, hoping that in the future, 30-year-old me, 40-year-old me would not have wrinkles and would be able to talk and be happy, sit in front of the mirror, just try and practice. It took hours. I'll admit it took hours, but it is worth it, I'm telling you, and it's possible.
To see someone so, and I'm being very serious right now, to see someone be so terrified of the natural progression of aging that they don't even allow themselves to make basic human expressions it's horrifying. What's even worse is the many people in her comment section asking her for tips or sharing their own. Can you go in depth on what muscles best not to move? Oh yes, love this. Instead of raising my eyebrows when I'm surprised or excited, I train myself to just widen my eyes instead, and it works. Yes, OMG, yes. I fear that when people like this inevitably see that very first wrinkle pop up on their youthful skin, they're not going to be able to handle it.
The first thing we're going to address are smile lines, and what you're going to want to do for that is smile and chew up. Let me explain. Level 1, you're just going to be smiling. Level 2, you're going to actually use gum and you're going to chew upwards. So you want to be activating this muscle right here like this.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to get done in a list view. Next, I set a priority and a due date to keep things.
I know it looks a little weird, but trust me, it's going to strengthen this whole muscle and it's going to give you a really heart-shaped face, which is extremely youthful.
This fear of aging is incredibly pervasive on social media, leading to these 24-year-old women in the prime of their life, by the way, joking about being undesirable because of forehead wrinkles, and a literal 14-year-old kid posting an anti-aging skincare routine. I repeat, a literal child. Watching these videos made me think of my favorite quote from Carrie Fisher. Youth and beauty are not accomplishments. They're the temporary happy byproducts of time and/or DNA. Don't hold your breath for either. Personally, I'm pretty excited to be the sluttiest raisin at the supermarket. You think I'm gonna stop wearing fishnets and crop tops when I'm 85? Oh no. Hold on to your catheters, gentlemen, and ladies, pull up those Depends, or we're gonna need a cleanup on aisle 5. As I mentioned previously, while there are many men who have also been swept up in the anti-aging craze, like that ghoul-eyed tech billionaire that spends $2 million a year to stay young and swap blood with his son like a super lame vampire, it's very obvious that a vast majority of anti-aging content and products are directed towards women. And I have to ask, why is that? This topic is pretty complex to deal with in a video that's any shorter than 4 hours, but let's hit some highlights. First off, I want to clarify that yes, men have their own set of ridiculous beauty standards that they're expected to adhere to. The difference is, unlike women, historically, men have had far more opportunities to accrue social status through other means besides physical appearance. Not to mention, many of the more extreme standards for male beauty tend to be more related to the concept of the male power fantasy rather than the actual preferences of the opposite gender. To put it bluntly, your lady friend is a lot more likely to turn into a water slide watching Mr. Darcy stand in the rain than seeing some dude with abs. When it comes to women, the standard of attractiveness they tend to be compared to regardless of age is their proximity to youth. Here's some data that will probably not surprise you, but will also probably kind of make you mad. These two charts from the book Dataclysm show that in a study conducted with OkCupid users, women tended to prefer men around their own age, while men, regardless of their age, found women in their early 20s the most attractive. 50-year-old men were more attracted to women young enough to be their daughters than a partner of their own age. Awesome! Thank God the youngest age was 20, or I'm sure a lot of those gentlemen would have gone lower. Now, there are plenty of men out there who love their cougars, but it's very apparent in our society that on average, men tend to go for women much younger than them. Further evidence supporting the idea that youthfulness is the dominant factor when it comes to how society judges a woman's attractiveness, and unfortunately therefore her value, is the way women are edited in magazines. This is illustrated beautifully by TikTok user @CarolineInTheCity, who made a series of videos where she photoshopped male celebrities the same way female celebrities are. I mean, look at this. You can see every beautiful pore on Pedro Pascal's beautiful face. Why can't we do the same for the women instead of airbrushing them to look like creepy, expressionless dolls? The only time you'll see a male celebrity de-aged that aggressively is if he's literally being deepfaked to play a younger version of himself for a movie flashback. Now, I know what I look like, I know the type of comments I get, I know the kind of pushback I'm gonna get on this video. This is just biology. Men are wired to seek out the youngest, most fertile females to breed with. That's just how things are. First off, human relationships extend far beyond this animalistic desire to produce offspring, but sure, let's use that logic. With that logic, then, older women should be able to go after the youngest men they possibly can. Testosterone-fueled with high sperm counts, they'll be better fathers. They'll be much more likely to conceive a child and be better suited to protect that child in the wild. right? Look at this little society we've created, where every single young person must live in constant terror of being accosted by a wrinkly old person seeking to produce progeny. You see how ridiculous it gets when we start comparing people to animals? I mean, if we really want to make an argument to nature here, then you boys better find your most fabulous colorful pants and start twerking at your local clubs to get a woman, because that's what birds do. Now, I'll give credit where credit is due. The anti-aging industry is not nearly as cruel to women as it used to be. You know, when advertisers could say things like, "Hey, you saggy your husband is banging his secretary because you're ugly. Put this cream on your face, you heaving sow." Advertisers still fearmonger women, but it's just a little more subtle now. However, the threat of aging still hangs precariously over every woman's head. A crinkle at the corner of the eye or a furrow between the brows treated as a personal failure to be punished with disgust and abandonment. All of this to say, as ridiculous as these anti-aging TikToks are, I am in no way shaming or mocking the women themselves. All of them are victims to powerful and ancient social pressures that are bigger than any of us. I'm incredibly proud of my generation, though. I have seen so many young people posting anti-aging TikToks, celebrating the human experience of living life to the fullest and accepting and embracing the reality that one day their body will tell their story. Hey, I'm from the future. I'm you from the future. We decided to just go ahead and follow all of the anti-aging TikTok advice. Seriously? I had a super poetic ending going there. I was gonna do a little fade to black. You were really killing the vibe, man. Oh my god, forget the vibe. I'm 67 years old and we look incredible. Oh my god, what did we do with our life? Yeah. So we have a 3-hour skincare routine. I'll make sure to splurg it to you so you can get caught up on that. You guys have smorgasplurg, right? No, I mean, like, what did we accomplish? We accomplished preserving this sexy little fossil, okay? That's a 24/7, 365 job, kiddo. We didn't have time for other stuff. Great.
Beba com moderação.
Inscreva-se nos canais dos Irmãos Pelongo, Irmãos Pelongo Games e Pegadinha com Deus!
The best joke in TV history is when Hank Hill struggles to remove the cap on a WD-40 and unholsters a second, smaller can of WD-40 to lubricate it. It's well known that Big Lubricant will make bottles of WD-40 in infinitely increasing sizes, so this is actually necessary information for anybody who's serious about lube. Hi again, fellas, and that is the top post of all time in a subreddit I adore, r/redneck engineering. I'm gonna be honest, the rest of the subreddit isn't like that post at all, because all the other stuff there is actually real. Like, here's a pair of pliers with text in German on them that says something like emergency stop, and it's just rigged up to cut the wires of whatever machine might be killing someone when you gotta push down on these. If I had to save my buddy's life with these things, it'd probably take a few tries because closing pliers is hard. The whole subreddit is people just showcasing their homemade contraptions of various levels of safety. The tamest ones are just really scuffed ways of solving minor issues around the house, and on the other end of the Rhonda spectrum are things that are a clear and present danger to the inventor and the people around the invention. If you enjoy this video, there will be this big card at the end that takes you to another like it, and less than 20% of y'all are subscribed with notifications on. You want to do it so bad so you never miss an upload. Damn, that's a clean duct tape paint job. The emojis used are face palming and deadpanning at the camera, but listen here, you little emoji dweebs, you're wrong, and this is actually freaking sick. When you stare at this image, tell me it didn't take you at least a second to notice that it's a bunch of tape on a car and not paint. At least whoever put this together really tried. Those tape lines are straighter than I've ever been. Let's be real, a matte finish on a car looks sick, and this is one of the cheapest ways to get one. For Christ's sake, the roll of duct tape is the national mascot of this subreddit. This is what it's all about, baby. User the Fipsy, I think, just made me an accessory to fraud. Don't mind me, just increasing the value of my car. If you can't drive because you're under the age of 12 or gay, both very common and quite viewers, this is an odometer, which is the thing in a car that measures how many miles it's traveled. The more miles, the more a car's been used, so less of them means a less used car. I saw them rewind in one of those things in Ferris Bueller when I was a kid and had no idea how real that was, and I'm glad that this Reddit user gave me a demonstration. But Jesus Christ, man, if you try to sell that thing, is this just not doing a little bit of self-incrimination for fun? I went scrolling through Fipsy's post history, and I don't think this is fake. This guy was repurposing vape batteries to make an RC car charge faster. He's really about this shit. A whole load of Amish guys moving a barn. I get so worried seeing shit like this, because when you got so many dudes doing a thing, human error is a pretty safe thing to bet on. I've learned this from being directly told, but also by forgetting and being reminded when picking up heavy shit, always lift with your legs, not your back. And as much as I want to believe all the guys in this gaggles were good about that, I know at least one dude bent down to lift this instead of squatting and really fucked some shit up at his shoulder blades that is screaming at him. But he just doesn't want to embarrass himself by tapping out, or he literally can't get out because they're being crowd crushed by all the other Amish fellas next to him. Steering wheel broke, but I needed to finish the yard. Thankfully, I know how to drive a stick. In subreddits like these, on posts like this, when I see a Reddit user has deleted their account, to me, it's like if you burned all of Da Vinci's works before we got to read them. Dog, stick steering guy. If somehow you see this, you've got some interesting lobes in that brain of yours. And it's just a shame we won't get to see what they cook up anymore. The world is worse off without getting to see what fuck shit you're doing. Found this fork in my brother's house and asked him why he had done it. Then he ran upstairs to grab his iPad. The utility of this is immediately obvious, and since I have a #1 brain that can see a full apple in there, I can imagine the exact circumstances this was made in. This dude was definitely hungry as shit, looking for a YouTube video to watch while eating, as is human nature, but he was probably sick of having to lay his iPad flat down and nerd neck to view it. But suddenly, light bulb moment. He sticks the fork he's using in his teeth and just bends it with complete precision using his jawline. Seriously, the folds on this fork are so exact and small without somehow breaking the prongs. I have no idea.
Eyes up here.
Idea how we pulled this off without chipping a tooth or at least breaking a few other forks first. What are you going so slow on the engine for, man? Step on that shit. That wasn't funny, I'm sorry. Let's not lie, this is so far away from the actual premise of the subreddit. The most practical use of this I can think of is if you were just trying to make the shittiest, most annoying, slowest moving version of those hotel delivery robots. It's a built-in feature that most of your food won't make it to you, and you gotta spelunk in the hotel hallways to find where this robot dropped your meal. I guess it could be a Halloween decoration too. It is fitting for this time of year, but I like my idea more. If I upload this after October October, that joke is just in the dirt. Echo Visions, the guy who shared this devil device with my eyeballs, said, "Keep this thing away from me for the love of God." Listen, God's love was not in the room while this thing was conceived. We're talking like Antichrist circumstances of birth. Feast your eyes. My brother's gaming chair. And using duct tape, God bless that miracle material, this person's brother strapped a pillow down to a wooden chair like he's holding it hostage. This is the type of shit I wish I had the foresight for as a 12-year-old. My gaming chair was also just an extra wooden one laying around the house, but I had never thought to make it more comfortable. I just kind of accepted that this thing was going to dig right into my tailbone for the rest of my formative years. I've got a chair over here that's actually meant to be sat in these days, but back issues compound. Whoever taped a pillow to the chair is probably going to age with less spinal issues than me because they thought to even try to make a chair more comfortable to use as a kid. Also, when you're out on the road, just remember there's a guy driving out there with chandeliers as headlamps. That's gotta kill his visibility. Both because the lights are high up and also because they're fucking chandeliers. Even still, probably safer for other people than driving a Ford F-150. Found at a laundromat in Knoxville, Tennessee. Yes, you can still press the buttons. You're a long way from home, Noah from New Jersey. And oh my God, they done put the damn TV remote in the goddamn chastity cage. I like to imagine the remote itself is actually alive and is in an intentional prison. Like it got up to naughty shit like playing adult videos on the TV. But unfortunately, the more likely option is a person did that nasty shit, which is a lot more boring. Alternatively, they did some nasty shit to that remote. I kind of want to see the results of shining a black light on it, but a bigger, more cowardly part of me is glad I will never get to. I think this qualifies, and it's just a truck bed someone put in their back porch to use like a hot tub. I might have mentioned this in a video before, but I have been in the back of a truck that someone just threw a tarp over and turned into like a shitty little swimming pool, and yeah, it was fucking awesome. It's one of those small joys in life that the European mind just cannot comprehend because it's a direct result of us turning America into a car-centric purgatory. One of the few good things that came from making this really unique layer of hell for ourselves is that there are enough trucks per capita for people doing shit like making a pool out of them to advance in complexity very quickly. We are at the front of this field in the United States. Next, we have a quick personal anecdote from user Mitnemchef. Holy shit, my humor hasn't advanced since I was 16. I work at a warehouse in Sweden, and recently they have the speed of all forklifts for safety reasons. I thought they put some limiter in the software, but nope, they found a far smarter solution. It's literally just bolted on the floor. Okay, I'm willing to bet all those forklifts aren't even all consistently castrated. If you tested the lifts one by one, you could probably figure out which has managed to keep more of its dignity and can go, I don't know, 1 kilometer an hour faster than the others. And I mean, the real thrill with slamming the gas is the speed up. Like on the highway, I slam on my gas pedal to reach the speed limit as quickly as I can, but I never go any higher. That would be dangerous. The measuring cup broke, so I welded it back together with a Bic lighter and a butter knife. Are the measurements even accurate anymore? Like sure, it'd probably only be off by like a fraction of a fraction, but if you're making a really, really big cake, that's gonna add up over time. Also, inhaling fumes from burning plastic probably gives you one of the most unique highs experienced by man. I couldn't find my headphones and it's late at night. Solution: get a stethoscope and put it up to the speaker with the computer on low volume. Listen, I enjoy time snuggled in my bed with the phone as much as the next guy. It's human nature. But at what point do you decide to just go to bed? Do you need to watch Markiplier Let's Plays or whatever the fuck that bad? I don't know, just cut your losses and look in the morning if you gotta do all this shit. If I can't find my headphones, what makes you think I'm going to find a stethoscope just lying around? That reply makes a great point. OP, do you live in like a pediatrician's office or a forensic morgue maybe? How on earth is a stethoscope in your daily life at home enough that you think of it as an option to replace your headphones? Texas plumber sues car dealer after his truck ends up on Syria's front lines. I remember when this story first made the rounds, I didn't think about it beyond, lol, that truck with an MG on the back says Mark 1 Plumbing. But I really gotta wonder if that ended up getting the dude more business because of how many people saw it, or if people genuinely thought he was like ISIS affiliated. When you need a permit to build a deck, but not to store a boat. The amount of boats I've seen on this subreddit used for something other than boat stuff is kind of forming a pattern in my brain. If you aren't in the tax bracket that even gets to consider owning a ship, me too, nice to meet you. Boats are probably some of the worst assets you can own because that shit will never increase in price. There's like not even a chance it'll become a classic like a car could. It just wears away being on the water, collecting barnacles on the bottom and shit, and it just gets torn apart, both in scrap metal and in speculative value. So folks finding a way to turn them into little porches that give their house some character is really nice, I think. You're only gonna get so much use out of those things on the seas anyway, so might as well double dip. I thought my neighbor was logging off life at first, but he's targeting voles instead. If he was doing this to people, this would violate the Geneva amoeba conventions. This is going to be those animals' first experience with trench warfare, just shoving chemical weapons through those foxholes to flush them out, except they won't ever leave again. This makes me think of those videos of dudes just pouring molten aluminum inside anthills, just casing those things alive. Then when it's gotten through the whole tunnel system, they pull it out of the ground and it looks like a sick art piece. My wife called her landlord because the air conditioner was so loud we couldn't use the backyard. He was here for 2 minutes and texted it was fixed. I went outside and this is what he did. Rock, ronk. You are giving your rent money to a caveman, like you're paying off a Neanderthal's mortgage. Back when I was a kid in 20,000 BC, we used rocks like leeches, in that they were our solution for everything. Broken kneecap, remove the rest of the leg with a rock. Big fire, hit it with a rock. My wife cheated on me, hit it with a rock. It might seem simple, but those were the tools we had, and they worked. One of man's greatest evolutionary advantages is just being able to throw the damn things. You'll notice how long these strategies have lasted throughout history when you read about stoning in the Bible. Hell, even getting stoned in the modern day. Pre-industrial hicks were something else. Anyways, that's all I got. The card I mentioned should be on screen. This has been quite, and I just...
Hey folks, how's it going? Today we're talking about the infamous Zootopia abortion comic. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, don't worry. Even after reading it over a few times, I'm still not quite sure what I saw. A furry couple fighting over whether or not to keep a baby, emotional gaslighting, a lesbian lover who looks just like Nick Wilde, a freaking JFK assassination.
I want Bobby Hill to take the shot because Bobby will put
starting
me
to
down
balls.
clean.
Okay. And yes, I know I'm like, nearly 8 years late talking about this topic, but with Zootopia 2 on the horizon, I think now is a good time to talk about one of the most bewildering fan comics I've ever seen. One that became a viral meme and also a hotbed of drama over its perceived messages. A lot of Zootopia fans were heated at this comic, with its portrayal of Nick and Judy, saying that the writer was projecting his own ideologies on these innocent characters. Is the comic pro-life? Is it pro-choice? Is this serious or satirical? What was the creator thinking? Is Judy Hobbs dead? And above all else, am I eating Arby's tonight? Well, let's find out.
No way! He ate it! People will eat anything!
So, let's start at the beginning. Zootopia, the movie. Talk about a film that came out of nowhere. I remember watching the trailers for this movie back in 2016 and was like, this one might be good. But damn, I did not realize it would become one of my absolute favorite animated films of all time. The movie itself is about discrimination, sexism, corruption, fear, and all presented through the creative lens of anthropomorphic animals. predators versus prey, and whether or not they could rise above their primal instincts and bigotry. It was a critical hit and won Best Animated Feature at the Oscars. It was also a box office juggernaut, making over $1 billion during its run at the box office. And yes, above all else, it yielded art. A lot of art. Keep your safe search on, folks.
I love it.
But one of the most notorious examples of said fan art is the subject of this video. A webcomic released on DeviantArt in March of 2017 that became an online sensation, both loved and adored, and also hated and ridiculed. It was a lot. Mostly because it involves abortion for some reason. The webcomic is called I Will Survive, and is actually part of a trilogy of comics by a Brazilian comic artist named Borba, including the follow-up volumes Born to Be Alive and Never Say Goodbye. Borba's work is notable for having an exceptionally on-model art style that looks exactly like the Zootopia character models in 2D. Like, when I first read this comic, I was like, is this official? Also, what the hell is Disney doing? For some reason, I keep forgetting that Judy is wearing jean short hot pants in this comic, and it takes me out every single time. Like, you're going through the comic, and it keeps taking another dark turn and getting serious and dramatic and so heartfelt, and then boom. There's her caked up butt, her bunny butt. Anyway, how exactly does a topic as heavy as abortion play into all of this? Well, the story follows Judy Hopps discovering she's pregnant with Nick Wilde's baby, with an argument breaking out between the couple on how to handle things moving forward. Nick is overjoyed and excited to finally be a father, but Judy is concerned about the possible health risk of having a mixed species child. Moreover, she says there have not been many instances of both a predator and a prey species mixing and being genetically sound. It kind of gives me a B-Star vibes in a way, and for those who know, you know. So, yeah, that can be a pretty tough final result, if you catch my meaning. So Judy did not think it was necessary for her to be on any kind of specific birth control to avoid that from happening. Sounds like she could have used more information from other sources to have a better understanding of the whole story along with the risks and possibilities involved. It sounds like she should have watched Spermageddon. Or maybe Judy saw a health scare broadcast on CNN that freaked her out without enough context. Well, let me tell you folks, she should have tried using Ground News instead. Yes, this is a sponsor read, and it helps us to pay our editors and writers to make these videos. Let's do this. Ground News is an online service, an app that collects news articles from around the globe and organizes them depending on things such as political bias, reliability, and other conflicts of interest, such as media ownership. All of this is rated by 3 independently owned news monitoring organizations. Feel free to scan that QR code on the screen to know more. Let's take a look at a few headlines which I feel are relevant to today's video topic. For example, CBN frames abortion as a pro-life issue, condoning Donald Trump's position to prevent taxpayers' money from funding the killings of unborn babies and protecting the sanctity of life. Well, the article by MSNBC takes a pro-choice stance, being overly critical of Trump's flip-flopping of the issue of women's reproductive rights in order to gain bipartisan support on the campaign trail, but then abandoning that voter base once he was elected into office. But I gotta say, my favorite feature from Ground News is their Fair Blind Spot feature, which shines a light on news stories that the left and right are either unaware of or just completely ignore. For example, the left doesn't seem terribly interested in talking about how Los Angeles lost track of billions in homelessness funding. Yikes. And the right really does not want to talk about how a Florida school shooting was thwarted. Literally zero coverage of this story from the right. Interesting. Ground News is important when it comes to the news that I consume. There's a lot of noise out there, so having a service like this really helps me to break through the clutter on important issues. It's helped me to shape my views on important topics without feeling like I'm becoming a parrot that just recites what they've read on any given news site. I would highly recommend this to anyone looking to break through the clutter and get out of those nasty online echo chambers that even I've fallen into at times. So if this seems like the solution you've been looking for to break out of your online echo chamber and hyperbole, head on over to ground.news/Saberspark and get 40% off the same Vantage plan I use. That's just $5 a month for unlimited access to features giving you more control and more transparency. The link is also down below in the description. Thanks again to Ground News for sponsoring this video, and now back to the video. So Judy is also worried about losing her career. She is in the running for a new position as a lieutenant at the ZPD. It's a high-stress, high-stakes job for her, as the most prominent prey animal to rise up to the ranks. Being a cop can be a very dangerous job. So from that perspective, the safety complications involved can be much riskier. Nick takes a lot of her fears to heart and feels rejected, coldly stating she's willing to, are you ready for this? Kill their future child to avoid losing her job. And this, folks, gives us one of the most iconic panels in the comic of Judy tearfully slapping Nick across the face. You might have seen some of the memes of it too, like them petting dogs or artists drawing other characters over their poses. It is truly internet iconography. Judy is horrified as Nick is gathering up his stuff to leave the house. But he hesitates after seeing his own mother's picture on the dresser. Like, despite her concerns, Nick still cherishes Judy deeply as the bunny who helped to provide him meaning for his life again. It's also like a Catholic picture, I guess. I suppose Nick is more religious than I realized. He implores her to reconsider having the baby and the positive impact she could have on the future of Zootopia as a society. But Judy refuses, believing the risks are too far great for her. With that, Nick heads for the door, asking why she even told him she was pregnant to begin with. That it would have been better if he had never had known. Judy confesses it felt wrong to lie to him about it, and she wanted to tell him face to face. But Nick doubles down and leaves his apartment key behind, calling her decision a premeditated sin. Nick then says the title of the comic as he exits the apartment, leaving a devastated Judy behind. Also, this is the panel for the infamous "I'm thinking Arby's" meme. Legend. So I'll be honest, while I think this is an incredibly weird concept for a comic, there's no doubt why people reacted so strongly to it. The quality of the art style itself is so good that I think it messes with people's heads to see the story get so dark so quickly. I had to do a little bit of research to really nail down the authorial intent of this comic. Like, was this a shitpost? Was it genuine headcanon? And based on what I found...
Oi, tudo bem? Sabia que eu estou em um apartamento EZTEC pronto para morar? Só a construtora mais sólida do mercado oferece mais de 50 empreendimentos prontos nas melhores localizações. Com alto padrão de acabamento, lazer completo, financiamento direto com a construtora, preços e condições especiais. Fale com os nossos consultores ou acesse ezetec.com.br. Bem-vindo ao seu EZTEC.
Eu sou cliente Bradesco desde 85, então eu sei exatamente o que todo cliente pensa. É tipo um superpoder. Preste atenção. Pra quem ama tratamento VIP, Bradesco é um prato cheio, né? É, meu tesouro, conseguimos uma mesa maravilhosa. Espumante de cortesia, uau, maravilhoso. Gente, e essa vista, hein? Vista pro céu do mel. Maravilhoso. Ele não achou nada maravilhoso, mas tudo bem, eu posso lidar com isso.
Bradesco, cartões de crédito com benefício de estrela de cinema.
Borba created it as a dark comedy, aka finding humor in otherwise really taboo topics. Because the concept itself is so ridiculous that I don't get how people could really take it seriously. But this is still the internet, ladies and gentlemen, and that's what people do. Oh, what's that? You like praise? Oh, I guess that means you hate predators then, huh? Yeah, that's how it works. Now, from what I've seen online, it does seem like Borba had wanted the comic to be an adult-oriented fanfic story involving possible complications from Nick and Judy hooking up. And people were going to be mad no matter how he chose to end it. I combed through some of his old DA posts and found this entry that addressed it pretty cleanly. Quote, I wanted to make stories that were really different from the others. It would not make sense for me to create stories similar to those that have already been made. I wanted something with my brand, my way of seeing things, no matter how much it cost me. But what guided me was, mainly, the following question. What if? This question was the basis of everything related to Zootopia I did so far. The main reason that led me to create these stories is fun. Mine and those who, for some reason, liked them. I did not create them to run for the Pulitzer Prize or the Nobel of Literature, nor to be transformed into TV series or to get to the big screen. Fun, capiche? And in that regard, yeah, I see his point. Because the amount of work that had to go into making so many pages, the panel staging, and the level of detail for the characters is pretty intense if it was just meant to be a shitpost comic. This would have taken weeks to months or longer to make. So whether it was or wasn't meant as a shitpost, yeah, it's safe to say that Borba has some serious talent. People shared it online as it appeared to have a pro-abortion stance. But Borba has denied that was ever his intent. Honestly, I kind of get where he's coming from. Even though I think Nick is clearly being unfair to Judy because he's hurt emotionally, neither of them are completely in the wrong. Part of being in a long-term serious relationship involves needing to have a potentially awkward conversation about family planning. And if you're both not on the same page for that, it can get weird or potentially end a relationship, which is the conclusion this comic has between them. I looked over Borba's DeviantArt page, and some of the comments he had responded to with people's questions about the comic that still leave it kind of ambiguous, I guess. Here's one from June 2023 for reference. Quote, Judy's fear was well-founded, as the baby's size and malformations would put her health at serious risk. I agree with you that abortion should be the last resort in some situations. But I also think this is a thing that only the pregnant woman can decide, no one else. End quote. The overall story shows the fragile nature of Nick and Judy's relationship as opposites attract. The first movie directly deals with the inherent prejudices between predators and prey living together. When you add in the physical component like relationships, it definitely makes things a lot more complicated. Now, for those who don't know, there's 2 follow-ups to the comic, and I read them both. And it always ends in them parting ways as a couple completely. They both have regrets about their behavior, but ultimately, they both decide to let each other go when their priorities don't align. It's not good or bad, it's just how life works sometimes. In the second comic, Born to Be Alive, a year after the first comic, Nick begs Judy to take him back as a partner. But she's since moved on and has started dating Shay, a female fox. I guess Judy has a type. Nick has been spiraling during the meanwhile. He started drinking and even hooking up with prostitutes. He then crashes out real hard in front of Judy and even says to Judy, dump this Leslie. Attaboy, Nick, keep it classy. Judy then tells him to piss off. And the second comic ends with Judy embracing Shay. Though I didn't care for how Judy said, well, I might have kept the baby if you stayed, Nick. I know ultimately her body, her choice, but still, that felt like a punch below the belt. Then again, Nick was also being much worse, so what can I say? Oh yeah, Judy's parents are Catholics? Combining carrot with Catholics. Caratholics. Sure, why not? In the third comic, Never Say Goodbye, 10 years have passed. Judy eventually becomes the mayor of Zootopia, and Nick has also moved on by becoming a scouting troop leader. But with one noticeable difference. Hey, look there, they both have wedding rings now. In their time apart, Nick and Judy got married to other animals. Judy ended up marrying Shay and adopting 2 children with her, a zebra named Rafiki and a red panda named Mulan. How creative. Nick ended up marrying a vixen and became a father to his son, Nick Jr. Oh, that works. Oh yeah, did I mention there's a power grab conspiracy led by animal hate groups in this volume as well? Did I mention that? Well, hold on. Look at that. It looks like the former assistant mayor Bellwether has been busy in prison because now she's part of their version of the Nazis. The comic originally ends on a much lighter note, with Nick and Judy going their separate ways and rekindling their friendship. But of course, there's a much darker extra ending that was posted later. Shay was dressed like Jackie O and the rest of the comic, and that turned out to be some scary dark foreshadowing. Judy goes full JFK riding in the back of a convertible through town and is,
Work today is broken. We're all working in too many disconnected apps, and it's killing team productivity.
assassinated by a sniper. Except she isn't! Turns out two different snipers of two very different political ideologies pelted her with paintballs full of cherry jam. So it only looks like she had her head blown off. Shay is petrified and begs Judy to reconsider being in politics. And yeah, that's it. Roll credits. The third comic specifically has a more dark humor than the previous one. And I'm assuming that's because Borba got tired of the amount of hate comments he received on the previous comics, and just leaned into being more directly edgy for the hell of it to piss off his haters. And hey, you know what? I kind of get it. And also, even more importantly, it's really funny. Overall, this series is a weird project with a ton of work put into it with such a bizarre message. But I think if the quality of the illustration work wasn't as good as it is, this probably would not have pissed as many people off, and also a fraction of the attention. Borba may have a few weird ideas of how to use his talent for strange reasons, but he definitely knows how to make an impression, and is also an extremely talented artist. Oh, and apparently some of the crew on Zootopia, the official movie, know about this comic and its notorious reputation. Yeah, that's how you know you made it. Though I also understand why some fans were upset with Borba with how he presented Nick and Judy. Quote my good friend AC Racebest here. The Borba comic took off like it did because it was contrary to a largely pro-Judy-Nick vibe that came following the movie. Now, granted, I'm obviously on the pro side. So I was reading this comic thinking, how could the artist do this? But I think it was the contrarian, different than the norm vibe that set it apart. And not to mention, of all things, abortion. End quote. Well said, Racebest, well said. Well, all I can personally say is if Arby's teams up with Disney to promote Zootopia 2, then it is 100% confirmed that we are all living in a simulation. One full of slaps, lezzies, and furry assassinations.
Grandes ideias podem surgir em qualquer lugar. Com o Wix, você descobre até onde elas podem chegar. Coloque suas ideias em prática com a IA e veja elas se transformarem em um site incrível. Explore.
When it comes to adult animation, there are a handful of cartoons that push the limit when it came to exploring their mature rating. What could they get away with? What would the censors allow? When was too much too much? Believe it or not, there was a time when The Simpsons was considered too risque for television. There was also a time when South Park was looked upon as public enemy #1 for its dark and offensive humor. But there is a show that aired during the mid-2000s that was so unhinged, so depraved, so controversial that it made other adult cartoons look tame by comparison. Drawn Together. Drawn Together is the living embodiment of 2000s edgy humor and is often regarded as one of the most daring and boundary-pushing animated series of all time. Virtually nothing was off limits. The show itself was an animated parody of house-based reality TV shows that were popular at the time, such as The Real World and Big Brother. But instead of having real people, Drawn Together featured satirical copies of iconic cartoon characters instead. Waldorf for SpongeBob, Toot for Betty Boop, and Ling Ling for Pikachu, to name a few. But these characters were demented to the core, even by 2000 standards. Drawn Together had an exceptionally shocking and callous sense of humor.
Did you tie her up in chains?
Did he have a big stick?
Did you slap her around?
Did he make you suck his
big
shooby-doo-wop-doo-wop?
The show would run for 3 seasons with a total of 36 episodes, and was surprisingly popular, especially with the coveted college student demographic. It was right behind South Park in the ratings, yet Drawn Together would eventually be canceled, and took said cancellation very personally. So much so that they would even mock South Park for its favoritism with Comedy Central and critics.
Drawn Together is the lamest show ever! Watching it was like watching paint dry. And if I let you get a point, you might get your time slot back. Why the f*** would I do that?
What exactly happened? How did such a successful show get canceled? Did it cross the line? And why do the showrunners have so much contempt for South Park? They obviously had an axe to grind and dedicated their direct-to-video movie as a way of giving the middle finger to South Park.
Why don't you suck it? Why don't you suck it? Why don't you suck my little tail?
Strap in, folks. The story for Drawn Together is truly unique, uncomfortable, and very bizarre. It's a cartoon unlike anything else, and I doubt we'll ever see something of its caliber ever again. For the record, this video was written and edited to comply with YouTube's ad-friendly rules. Unfortunately, we will not be able to show the full context of Drawn Together, but the history and the context behind the show will remain fully intact. That being said, if you do end up liking the video, please consider leaving a like and a comment, and perhaps even subscribing to the channel. My team and I worked for over a year on this project, knowing it could be compromised by YouTube for its subject matter. But the history of Drawn Together is important, and a surprisingly relevant story to tell. Also, before we get to the video, I would like to thank the sponsor of this upload, Factor. It's November now, which means holidays and the ever-stressful end-of-the-year crunch. Work, school, you know the drill. Now more than ever, it is so tempting to just phone it in with fast food. But what if I told you there was a better option? One that is convenient and better than fast food. Factor makes meeting your nutrition goals easier than ever before by delivering fresh, never frozen, dietitian-approved meals right to your doorstep. With Factor, you don't have to waste money on fast food. Also, you save time you might have spent at the grocery store doing food prep, cooking, and cleaning dishes. With Factor, you're saving time, getting flavor, and the nutritional quality you need. Factor's fresh, never frozen meals are ready in just 2 minutes. So all you have to do is heat and enjoy. For me, the herb crust chicken is my absolute favorite. Also, Factor has keto-friendly options for those who are of that persuasion, such as myself. Again, they have dietitian-approved calorie-smart meals with around or less than 550 calories per serving. Definitely a great way to watch that waistline. especially during this time of the year. Trust me, I know. So head to factor75.com or click the link down below and use code SABERSPARK50 to get 50% off your first Factor box. That is, once again, factor75.com. Or click the link down below and use code SABERSPARK50 to get 50% off. I legit love Factor. I appreciate them sponsoring this video. Go hit them up today. All right, on that note, let's begin.
You didn't have to do that for me.
I didn't do it for you. I did it for us.
Adobe Acrobat Pro, teste grátis.
During the early 2000s, television experienced a tremendous breakthrough of new and challenging entertainment for audiences. It was dubbed the second golden age of TV, lasting from 1999 to arguably the present day. And with it came a wide variety of high-budget shows being made on the regular. The creation of prestige dramas like The Sopranos and Lost changed the standards of what audiences could expect from cable television. They were establishing a higher caliber of storytelling, hour-long high-tension episodes that kept eager viewers coming back the following week. For those who don't remember, or physically did not exist before it, the early 2000s was a very strange time for entertainment. But with it came a few slow-burn properties like Arrested Development or Freaks and Geeks, which became classic series in their own right. The boundaries for what was acceptable in a comedy show, especially after prime time, were being pushed to the furthest they could get away with. This is likely due to the more relaxed content restrictions from censors and networks for shows airing after 10 p.m. This time slot is considered just after prime time, and when younger audiences are more likely to be asleep and avoid mature content. Now, how accurate this is by today's standards is unclear, but in 2004, access to late-night adult-oriented shows was more streamlined to channel surfing or watching recordings on TiVo. TiVo, a TV Guide, Netflix delivering DVDs in the mail. All concepts that are most likely foreign to younger audiences nowadays who have the blessing of instant gratification via the internet. Like, it is crazy to think that there was a time where people would sit and watch nearly 15 minutes of ads for 45 minutes worth of television. Yeah, to those who think a 1-minute in-video sponsorship is bad, you have no idea what true suffering is. Getting back on topic. Mid-2000s television was truly something else. What other era could give us both Dane Cook selling out Madison Square Garden and Jeff Dunham, a problematic ventriloquist with racist puppets at the same time? I still genuinely cannot believe that last one was real. But hey, here we are. Hell, the guy even got a live-action TV show and a cartoon based on one of his puppets. Jeff Dunham truly ruled the 2000s with a cringy iron fist.
Was there an unusual kind of guy? What makes you happiest in life? Like BMW? Oh, he has a BMW. Yeah, big Mexican woman.
Oh my God,
Now, with this change in the TV landscape came a few distinct outliers, especially in the world of animated adult comedies. After a rocky few early seasons, South Park became a massive ratings giant for Comedy Central, opening the door for other animated shows to follow suit, though very few would even hope to capture the same level of success. Then you got Family Guy, a show that was resurrected from early cancellation on Fox due to the high ratings of reruns airing on Adult Swim, along with its wildly successful DVD sales. Times were changing in the mid-2000s, and the demand for adult animated comedies was growing louder and louder. Admittedly, this cavalier environment for entertainment led to some relics of the time being difficult to rewatch now. mostly because of how dated and uncomfortable some of the humor is. Comedy Central's Little Bush is probably the most mid-2000s things ever made. And Crank Anchors is, yeah, maybe the less said the better.
Well, what you need to do is learn how to use a toilet.
So you're not going to bring the third back to me?
No, I'm starting to like it.
But among these contemporaries, an ambitious animated show on Comedy Central called Drawn Together emerged in 2004. It was developed by Dave Jesser and Matt Silverstein, both childhood friends and comedy writers from Englewood, New Jersey. Up to that point, the pair had worked together writing for shows such as Third Rock from the Sun, Greg the Bunny, and The Man Show. But once more, it is crazy how much culture has shifted since the 2000s. It is like night and day compared to today's sensibilities. Now, Dave and Matt's original premise was simple yet effective. An ensemble of legally distinct cartoon characters living together in a house who would participate in various challenges and engage in humorous hijinks. This was the mid-2000s, and the reality TV trend was in full swing. So to take that concept and to put an animated spin on it, well, it was a stroke of genius. Instead of having the stereotypical cast of live-action actors, we'd have cartoon characters from different genres of animation, all drawn in their respective styles. The concept worked as a joke in and of itself, since a cartoon by its nature cannot be reality. Though, since most reality shows are heavily scripted, or at least manipulated by the people behind the show to a large degree, you could also read the premise as a comment on the nature of reality TV in general. In October of 2003, Dave and Matt pitched their concept to Comedy Central using a short test done in Flash. The producers were doing their best to suss out an audience by being upfront about exactly what to expect during the show. As quoted in Variety, Jesser states, quote, "Anything adults can do on a reality show, we want our characters to do," end quote. And good Lord, would they do that, plus so much more. The pitch meeting was a smashing success, and Drawn Together was immediately picked up for 7 episodes by the network, with the series premiering the following year on October 27th, 2004. Animated hell was about to be unleashed.
On the next Drawn Together.
I say we smash the cameras and blow the whole house up!
Tensions in the house boil over.
Let's do this!
Then, 2 chicks gel it and wrestle. Plus, the best boardroom yet. Actually, the only boardroom yet on this show.
Someone is getting fired.
Drawn Together, an all-new episode of TV's first animated reality show, Wednesday at 10:30.
O Amazon Prime Day tá chegando e as ofertas já começaram.
Aproveite já as ofertas antecipadas.
Oh, by the way, folks, I got new merch. I guess this is what the kids call a merch drop.
We got a boomer!
Did I use that term right? Hopefully. Yeah, this is like the first official one. I've done like some t-shirts before, but look at this. That's official. You got the Saberverse poster. You get a beanie with my face on it. You got my mug on the mug. T-shirts, long sleeve shirts, Saby Spark. The whole gang is here. So if you want to support the channel, go hit up the link in the description down below. Again, I really appreciate the support. Go check it out. All right, on that note, back to the video.
I had to find help and nothing could stop me. Absolutely no. Ooh, is that a hot topic? Ooh, I hear they got officially licensed Saber Spark merch.
Using their late night time slot to the fullest extent, Drawn Together made fun of everything. Gay marriage, racism, basically every single form of abuse you can think of. Eating disorders, and other things I absolutely cannot mention directly due to YouTube. Yeah, thanks for that, guys. Really appreciate not being able to talk about this thing in full context, but hey, them the breaks. Folks, if you want to see the full version of this review, the one that also includes uncensored clips of Drawn Together for full context, then go check it out on my Patreon right now. Link is in the description. Let's just say it's very dirty, all right? Okay, moving on. So, each week, Drawn Together examines how the characters interact, living in a house full of cameras, and their changing relationship dynamics. Each member of the cast also fulfills a character archetype, typically seen in reality TV shows of the era. The bitch, the outsider, the gay one, you get the idea. Think Total Drama Island, but with more swearing and boobs. And somehow less farting, I know, I was shocked too. Jesser and Silverstein knew this wasn't going to be a show for everyone. They were deliberate in this, by using provocative marketing for season 1. Print ads and billboards use spicy images of Foxy and Clara with the tagline, "Find out what happens when cartoon characters stop being polite and start making out in hot tubs." With that kind of mission statement, Drawn Together was destined to be an incredibly divisive program. First impressions from critics found the pilot both tasteless and offensive, with most of the humor coming from the characters actually embracing the same stereotypes they claim to be ridiculing. In one review from the New York Times, writer Virginia Heffernan enjoyed the concept, but felt that they could not stick the landing when it came to satire. Virginia said, quote, "With the deck so skillfully loaded, Drawn Together should hit joke after joke. But somehow, the show confines each character to one-liners. You'll want to look away, and the characters do little but revert to type, as if nothing the show's creators can dream up will ever be as satisfying as their preliminary character descriptions." End quote. Despite this, early fans of Drawn Together, especially college students, loved it for daring to go where other adult cartoons weren't willing to, with a crude combination of violence, sex, and raunchy humor. Additionally, they had an incredibly lucky Wednesday night time slot, immediately following South Park and right before The Daily Show with Jon Stewart. This was the peak watch time for Comedy Central, giving them consistently high ratings and proving it was a big hit for the network. But resonating with a young demographic is one thing. How does Drawn Together as a show hold up though? Especially now. Is the show still funny or relevant today? The answer to that is, mixed to say the least. This is definitely an eye of the beholder kind of situation, folks. Let's start off with the nucleus of the show, the characters. Like I said before, the concept of Drawn Together was to bring together 8 characters from different animation styles and put them in a reality show style setting. Captain Leslie Hero is a parody of superheroes who embody various negative traits, like being sociopathic, chauvinistic, and perverted. His design is influenced by the works of Bruce Timm and Max Fleischer, and his personality is a combination of characters like Superman, Mr. Majestic, Hyperion, and more. Leslie is also prone to sudden fits of hysteria, a common trope in superhero stories. Woldor Jebediah Sockbat is a hyperactive and gullible children's show character who displays strange and unrealistic behaviors. He's reminiscent of characters like SpongeBob and Roger Rabbit. Princess Clara is a bigoted and religious princess who mocks Disney princesses like Ariel and Belle. She's homophobic, loves to sing, and carries herself as a bit holier than thou. Foxy Love is a parody of the character Valerie Brown from the show Josie and the Pussycats. She is a sharp-tongued and promiscuous musician who solves mysteries. Toot Bronstein is a chubby and egotistical old-timey sex symbol who is modeled after Betty Boop. She is attention-seeking, self-harming, and often instigates conflict in the house. Probably the most abrasive character on the show. Xander P. Wifflebottom is a parody of JRPG heroes like Link from The Legend of Zelda and Cloud Strife from Final Fantasy VII. He's hypersensitive, gay, and effeminate. By the way, I always found it weird that Xander, a video game character, was included as a cartoon character, but whatever. Then there's Spanky Ham, a sex-obsessed and toilet-humored anthropomorphic pig who is based on various internet flash cartoon characters. Ling Ling is a psychopathic anime character who is influenced by, you guessed it.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to get done in a list view. Next, I set a priority and a due date to keep things on track. I create custom statuses to organize my progress exactly how I want it. I like to add the action items field so AI can show me the next steps. I add my teammates as watchers so they're in the loop. ClickUp makes work easy, from personal projects to running a multi-billion-dollar company. Click the link below to create your workspace for free.
Existe fazer você mesmo e existe fazer você mesmo. É a diferença entre ser criativo e ser um criador. Entre uma receita caseira e ser um nome de sucesso. Entre um sonho distante e o trabalho dos seus sonhos. É o seu negócio, o seu esforço. Faça você mesmo, do seu jeito. Crie seu site no Wix.
Pokemon. He battles by using supernatural powers and speaks in this pseudo-Japanese with English subtitles. And that, folks, is our main cast of characters. Along with them includes a, let's say, colorful ensemble of side characters, such as the producer and others. We won't go into detail about others.
You see, many of you annoying cartoon characters show up at Hot Topic looking for merchandise from your insipid shows.
Now, one of the most interesting things about Drawn Together is the animation and how each character is rendered. While most cartoons have a singular art style, Drawn Together leans into the multifaceted sources that its cast hail from. Captain Hero is drawn with angular streamlined anatomy that Bruce Timm popularized with Batman the Animated Series. Wooldor looks like something out of a nightmare episode of SpongeBob. Spanky Ham has flat colors and thick outlines, reminiscent of the simple style of amateur Flash cartoons of the time he lampoons. Clara is drawn with colored outlines, like characters from the Disney Renaissance. Foxy has proportions similar to Hanna-Barbera cartoons, and she lacks eye whites, just like how the studio tended to draw their characters' faces back in the day. Ling Ling uses more limited animation and frequently is drawn with speed lines and other anime exaggerations. And Toad is rendered in black and white. Probably the only character not directly drawn in the aesthetic of the source material is Xander, since he'd probably be either a low-poly 3D model or pixel art, being a parody of video games. But that was probably too technically complex or simply beyond the budget for the show, so he's rendered in traditional 2D. Like, I'm still blown away at how great the animation quality is, especially juggling 8 different character styles at the same time. We can credit the team at Rough Draft Studios for that, because this show was no small feat to create.
Is this your live-action cow?
Another strength of Drawn Together is the voice acting. This includes Tara Strong, Cree Summer, Jess Harnell, Jack Plotnick, Adam Carolla, and Abby McBride. Many of these voice actors are on record saying that acting for Drawn Together is some of the most fun they've ever had working on a show. Like, they really brought their A game to this cartoon. And yeah, I'm sure it's gotta be a nice change of pace to do something this outlandish after doing a ton of children's cartoons. This is an acting job unlike anything they've ever had and ever will have.
First of all, I love the guys who created that show, Matt Silverstein and Dave Jesser. Amazing guys, 2 of my absolute favorite comic writers of all time. I would go to table reads and read this stuff, and I'd be like, there's no way. There were a few lines. There were a few lines I'm like, I'm not saying that. But very few, you know, in the scheme of things. But it was more like, I'm like, this is going to be funny to see how much of this, you know, because I'm thinking like 80% of it.
Air,
It all made it to air. It all made it to air. The chances they took on that show, they took the envelope, put it in a paper shredder, and set it on fire.
Right.
Also, I was told by folks on my Twitter that the Spanish dub for Drawn Together goes stupid hard and is a big hit in Mexico and other Latin American countries.
It is gay.
No.
But that leads us to the fiery heart and depraved soul of Drawn Together, the writing. One of the hallmarks of the show was its willingness to push the limits of what was considered acceptable in a cartoon, especially back in 2004. While Comedy Central had other heavy-hitter adult animation, most notably South Park, Drawn Together was much more of a shock comedy that pushed boundaries in a much more erratic, irreverent fashion. Whereas South Park was evolving from simple juvenile humor of its earlier seasons into becoming a bit more poignant with its social commentary. Drawn Together was more like early South Park on steroids, where humor was done mostly for humor's sake, just to see how far they could push the line. The show was often raunchy, filled with sexual innuendos and controversial social commentary. The characters were all exaggerated caricatures, designed to mock and subvert the classic cartoon stereotypes they represented. No social group, sexual orientation, or hot button issue was off the table for the show. And the marketing reveled in egging on anyone with a stomach too weak to handle what the show was throwing at you. The first episode of the series had Foxy and Clara making out in a hot tub, which was pretty edgy for 2004. And Comedy Central absolutely ran with this, using the image of them mid-makeout as the headlining image for promotion leading up to the series debut.
On the next Drawn Together, 2 of these housemates will be exploitatively filmed as they make out with tongue.
Primarily, Drawn Together succeeded when they kept things simple, using vulgar, in-your-face comedy with a unique production design. Additionally, I have to mention the wide variety of original music featured in the show. They parody a ton of music styles, from show tunes, ballads, and more within the series, starting right out the gate with Black Chick's Tongue, directly making fun of A Whole New World from Aladdin. In fact, only 2 episodes of the entire show don't have a musical number in them, so I definitely appreciate the amount of time they put into making so many weird songs. My personal favorite is Sunshine, but you can decide for yourself by checking them out online or on Spotify. Just for the love of God, wear headphones. Otherwise, you're about to get a ton of weird looks.
Sunshine and a good time for your day.
There's a ton of creativity here, but the show still has its fair share of weaknesses. It wasn't just that Drawn Together was aggressively offensive and isolated their audience on purpose. Rather, it tried and often failed to deliver a barely shoehorned message at the last minute to address some kind of social commentary alongside provocative comedy. I guess they felt they needed one to justify the overall plot of an episode. But I don't think they actually accomplished it. And in some ways, end up almost endorsing the same criticisms they claim to be making fun of. I get why the producers wanted to try and have it both ways. But there's a lack of subtlety and balance in the storytelling that really dulls whatever message they were trying to convey, even when most people probably would not have expected them to make a genuine statement in the first place. They don't treat it seriously, so why should we care? Let's use the Season 2 banned episode, Terms of Endearment, for this scenario. And yes, I know it was supposed to originally air in Season 1 and was delayed due to fighting with the network. I know, don't be a nerd in the comments. Or be a nerd in the comments, who cares? Captain Hero accidentally gives Foxy a brain tumor from using his X-ray vision on her. This causes her to revert to a highly racist 1940s caricature, and she is taken to a permanent erasement facility, along with a group of other politically incorrect cartoons. The mastermind behind this plan is revealed to be none other than Mickey Mouse, a clear criticism of censorship used by the Walt Disney Company. Now, they've had a messy history of denying the existence of racist cartoons from their own past, locking them away in the Disney vault to seem more socially conscious by today's standards. I agree with them bringing this up, as it's a good point to make. Even though it's an absolutely messed up and shameful part of history, trying to censor or belittle the impact of how those depictions have affected generations of people is wrong. In a direct parallel, one of Disney's competitors, Warner Brothers, has been issuing disclaimers on digital and DVD editions of their older cartoons since 2006, with the following message. For a company as large as Warner, this statement is both candid but honest about addressing their controversial past head-on. By preserving history as it was, we can actively work on making future media more inclusive for everybody. This is the one thing I'm willing to praise past Warner Brothers for right now. Current Warner Brothers, though, do better. This is embarrassing. I'm talking about you, Zaslav. So, when did Disney start making similar disclaimers on their films? Well, November 2019, when Disney Plus was launched. But the initial wording of these disclaimers actually got a lot of controversy, with just a tiny blurb after the film synopsis stating, quote, "This program is presented as originally created. It may contain outdated cultural depictions," end quote. Not inaccurate or harmful, mind you, just outdated. Language and phrasing matters. You can't just hand-wave stuff like this away. So yeah, people were angry they did not make a stronger statement. And after some input from minority sensitivity groups, Disney later fixed this disclaimer the following year in October of 2020. Circling back, I agree with Drawn Together on wanting to bring it up. But what sucks is that the character who addresses it, Spanky Ham, is also the first housemate to actively enjoy Foxy's abrupt change in personality. He's literally dancing with glee, watching her revert to an even worse stereotype than the show was already using for her. Like, whatever they're trying to do with this, I don't think the writers get how mixed the message comes across to an audience. In a situation like this, you can't have your cake and eat it too. It comes across as a flimsy excuse rather than a genuine anti-censorship statement. And keep in mind, this is not the first time Spanky has used racism as his primary reason for helping somebody else. In Super Nanny, Spanky only wants to help Ling Ling pass his driver's test to enact a pervasive stereotype for his own amusement. Afterwards, Ling Ling ends up with a concussion, with the other housemates blaming Spanky for the fiasco. Unconvinced, Waldor, posing as a doctor, physically adjusts Ling Ling's eyesight to see differently. After he passes a driver's test, Ling Ling's personality changes, and other Asian characters accuse him of renouncing his heritage until he undoes a procedure at the end of the episode. Yeah, everybody sucks here, but Spanky got them involved for all the wrong reasons. Okay, fine, not everything needs to be treated with nuance, especially in a show like this, where subtlety goes to die. But what about the comedy itself? Is the show funny? You know what? Yeah, kind of. If you're not easily offended or have a high tolerance for cringe and shock humor. But is the comedy balanced? Not really. The ratio of jokes relative to the story is high.
Faltou limite para as compras de início de ano? Com No Limite Garantido, teu dinheiro guardado rende, enquanto vira mais limite para o seu cartão de crédito. Pensando bem, dá para fazer aquela compra. Peça seu Nubank.
Like, I'm talking 70% jokes to 30% story. It's incredible for rapid-fire comedy, because usually the jokes hit one after the other with some incredible one-liners. While rewatching it, I was dumbfounded at how weirdly aggressive the humor was. But I gotta admit, it got me to laugh sometimes. Even if the setup and delivery is solid, often the plot gets so murky that it's difficult to keep track of which episode you're watching. Sometimes they just fully give up with the A-plot and focus more on the B-plot, which the writers also directly address in an episode.
Thank God I'm in the other story.
And while this isn't necessarily a bad thing, it does a disservice to the show as a whole. You don't have to take every aspect of your story seriously, but there should be a reason to care about what's happening or making it interesting enough to keep watching. It did not start out this way though. In season 1, they worked very closely to the original premise, with each episode following a standard reality show concept, i.e. The Real World, American Idol, Big Brother, and so on. These competition framing devices help to anchor the plot and tell cohesive arcs in 22 minutes, all while still being outrageous and gross. Let's use episode 104, Requiem for a Reality Show, as an example. The housemates compete to get food for a week, doing a completely insane and obviously unfair challenge. The team who loses all go hungry and resort to drastic measures to eat. Bullied by Spanky, Waldor manipulates Clara into singing, killing her woodland animal friends for meat. Captain Hero begins a transactional BDSM relationship with Foxy, getting paid with food for sexual favors. Toot binge eats grotesque amounts of food, but takes terrible advice from both Xander and Foxy, developing a series of eating disorders to lose the weight. Sure, there's tons of edgy stuff at play, but it makes sense for how things progress during the episode. And by the end of season 1, this reality show framing device was dropped entirely. It seems like they either ran out of concepts they wanted to parody, or straight up just got bored of using it. As a result, season 2 and 3 become more episodic and designed to maximize outrageous jokes along with a topical subject from the mid-2000s. Steroid usage, gay marriage, and so on. What started as a funny and inventive premise eventually becomes an over-reliance on direct references, excessive running gags, and homages that feel more lazy than reverential.
Let's take a moment to remember some of our family who we've lost over this past season. May they all rot in hell.
Amen.
They can start off kind of funny at first, but quickly overstay their welcome, becoming annoying and tedious to watch. By far, the extended running gags are one of the biggest weaknesses of the show. Characters having lengthy conversations off screens, farts that last way too long, recycling animation. It's like, oh my god, we get it, just move on already. But what got to me the most, though, was the characters degrading in quality over time, going through the rough process of flanderization. Originally from TV tropes, this term refers to a character's established personality traits becoming overly simplified, and instead becoming their whole personality. For example, the term is named after Ned Flanders from The Simpsons, who goes from being Homer's annoying but well-meaning goody two-shoe neighbor into an exhausting Christian right figurehead. Seasonal rot can happen to the best of shows over the years, especially when changing writing teams or increasing episode demands from the network, who often value quantity over quality. But it only took a few seasons for the drawn-together housemates to lose what little development they had. The characters become, and stay, the worst versions of themselves, especially in season 3 and the movie. It's not enough that Clara is accidentally bigoted during season 1, being raised as a spoiled and isolated princess. In season 2, they dial this up even further, with Clara using her religious beliefs as both a shield and a justification for hatred. She tries to stop a gay wedding between Spanky and Xander, who were trying to get married for health insurance, and later uses the veggie fables to repress Waldor's blooming sexuality. By season 3, she becomes a full-on hyper-conservative stereotype, a racist, homophobic, fundamentalist Christian, eagerly waiting for the rapture. Clara becomes so cruel and unlikable in season 3 that she's even willing to secretly poison and abuse Waldor on purpose to get positive attention from her housemates. During the previous season, in the Lemonades Walk, Clara was best friends with Waldor, wanting him to run a lemonade stand with her. Obviously, I'm not expecting there to be substantial continuity in a show like this, but I think the writing really struggles when there's a lack of consistency in the characters' relationships building over time. They toy with the idea, but it ultimately does not make that big of a difference when the plot demands otherwise. Like, Spanky is almost always used as a bad influence on Waldor and Ling Ling, but frequently having him be the mouthpiece for the moral of the story is just a weird choice, considering he usually pushed them to those extremes in the first place. The most consistent character from beginning to end is probably, guess who? Captain Hero. Whether or not that's a good thing in this case, I really don't know. Personally, I would have appreciated a little less incest from him. Not gonna lie, there's a lot he does. There's a lot that he does. You would think that like Homelander is pretty bad. No, Homelander looks like a saint compared to Captain Hero, and I mean it.
Grandes ideias podem surgir em qualquer lugar. Com o Wix, você descobre até onde elas podem chegar. Coloque suas ideias em prática com a IA e veja elas se transformarem em um site incrível. Explore quantos layouts e designs quiser. E ajuste cada detalhe. Dê um toque pessoal com seu estilo. E quando tudo estiver pronto, é hora de fazer sua ideia brilhar. É o seu negócio, o seu site. Faça você mesmo, do seu jeito, no Wix.
Mesmo que eu tenha que derrubar, olha pra mim, Karasu! Eu vou parar ele! Você não quer usar essas pernas?
That's what honestly frustrates me the most about Drawn Together. The characters just become whatever the plot demands of them. It makes it difficult to care or keep track of the story when each character eventually ends up being a homicidal, unhinged monster, and their individual arcs don't matter. The showrunners themselves address this lack of consistency quite a bit, with tons of meta jokes breaking the fourth wall, talking about how much the show sucks. But whether or not this acknowledgement actually proves or justifies anything is minimal. Mostly, it comes off as an immature excuse to just be offensive without having any real purpose. You can make a statement about something being wrong, but when you keep showing worse depictions of it in the same show, it renders the argument pointless and unnecessary. Drawn Together frequently walks the line of being able to laugh at themselves, but still acknowledges a lot of the criticisms leveled against them. They go so far as to actually use a scathing review of the first episode from Entertainment Weekly, with the characters launching a killing spree at the magazine office and confronting the writer. Why take the high road when you can salt the earth instead, right? Unsurprisingly, Drawn Together left a massive impact on the animated television landscape. Many people loved it, and many people hated it. Hell, the show was so influential that it even inspired the anime studio Gainax to create Panty and Stocking. It's wild to think that between the two series, Panty and Stocking is still the more reserved of the two. But despite the success of Drawn Together and running for 3 seasons, despite being a huge hit with a sought-after demographic, the show would implode by its own hands. Drawn Together was on the verge of cancellation, but it was not about to leave before giving the biggest middle finger to both Comedy Central and South Park on its way out.
The Drawn Together have been canceled. Canceled?
Despite the high ratings of Drawn Together, it was always on the brink of cancellation for a number of factors. First off, it was extremely expensive to produce, with each episode costing roughly $700,000 each, and an estimated 9 months of production time, which gradually impacted their airing schedule. Unsurprisingly, animation is not cheap. Second, given the subject matter of the show, most advertisers did not want to be associated with Drawn Together, even if the viewership was high. Which, yeah, can't say I blame them. Like, can you imagine the look on the face of an executive from a company after seeing their commercial attached to Drawn Together? Ford Tough, the only truck for sexual predators like Captain Hero.
Yes! Ooh, I like that bitch, don't I?
And finally, and most embarrassingly, the creators of the show, Jesser and Silverstein, grew complacent during season 3, lacking the same passion and motivation to get episodes done on time. They actually admitted to this, claiming the second half of season 3 was so bad because they were actively wasting their time watching too much YouTube and playing Halo on their Xbox. Listen, Dave, Matt, we've all been there, but you never publicly brag about it. Nobody will feel sorry for you. That was the reason why season 3 had a staggered airing schedule. Part 1 aired in early October of 2006. Then took a long break until Part 2 aired the following year in October of 2007. with a musical clip show acting as the series finale, which is like exceptionally lazy and lame.
One house to hold us all. It's different cartoon characters, letting it all hang out in front of 1 million cameras. We draw together. Yeah!
Let's all relive this creepy Captain Hero moment.
It was a strange problem for Comedy Central to grapple with. They had a hit show that was their second highest rated program on their network. And it also appealed to college kids, a highly coveted and fickle demographic. But to get there, they had to constantly deal with boycotts from advertisers, along with protests from religious and family-oriented morality groups who wanted to take the show off the air.
All right, TV reviewer, you've gone too far. And who are you to tell us what the hell? No wonder you hate the show. You're everything we make fun of.
This, folks, was the source of Drawn Together's eventual downfall. They jeopardized the network's bottom line and could not bring in enough money to justify sticking around. And whatever good faith Comedy Central still had with Jesser and Silverstein was diminishing fast. They assumed that by still maintaining high ratings, Comedy Central would keep backing them up when things got heated. But in the end, the lines they crossed and the enemies they made became too much for Comedy Central to handle. In March of 2007, fans grew concerned after hearing Jesser and Silverstein had begun working on a show for MTV and signed 2-year development contracts with 20th Century Fox. Was this really the end of their beloved show? Well, the answer was both yes and no.
O Amazon Prime Day será nos dias 15 e 16 de julho. Mas as ofertas antecipadas já começaram. Com frete grátis e mais de 20 milhões de reais em cupons. Assine o Amazon Prime e aproveite.
Clube Social. Partiu pra não parar.
And folks, this leads us into one of the worst aspects of Drawn Together's history. The horrendous feature-length movie. Now, I am not the first person to mention this train wreck on YouTube, because its reputation is honest to God just that awful. But trust me, the context here is essential in order to understand the complete downfall of Drawn Together. Announced in late 2009, but originally premiering at South by Southwest in March of 2010, the Drawn Together movie, which was titled The Drawn Together Movie, the movie, was intended to be a last hurrah, necessary closure for fans who felt disappointed by the sudden cancellation of their beloved series. Jesser and Silverstein were so intent on making sure the DVD release turned a profit that they passed on their royalties directly to Comedy Central. However, despite the last-minute Hail Mary, what the fans got was an unwatchable pile of garbage that even the most diehard fans hate with a passion. From the very beginning of the movie, the most obvious change is the lower quality of the animation. It was an uncanny downgrade since the studio had a limited $1 million budget to work with for the entire film, and opted to have it done in Adobe Flash and Toon Boom to save money. The animation was done by 6 Point Harness, the same company behind Wow Wow Wubsy, El Tigre, and Dick Figures. Now, I'm sure that the animation team worked hard on it, but I'm sorry, it just looks awful and can't properly capture the same quality fans were used to on TV. Folks, I cannot stress enough how unpleasant, ugly, and boring this movie is. The amount of spite and petulant rage in this film makes it unbearable to watch, with a thinly veiled plot devolving into their petty, one-sided rivalry with South Park. The story premise is that the Drawn Together gang discovers that their show has been permanently canceled in favor of an obvious parody of South Park. Captain Hero dates a corpse because, of course he does. Meanwhile, the evil network head sends a robot voiced by Seth MacFarlane named, oh no, the timing here, Israel. Yeah, that's its name. Israel, to erase the Drawn Together characters from existence.
Prepare to be erased.
Israel must kill you all.
I guess Seth MacFarlane owed them a favor or something, because Jester and Silverstein also wrote on the Cleveland show, so, not a good explanation, but it's the only one I have. That or maybe a blood oath, who can say? The movie reveals the main cast of characters are canonically doppelgangers of actual iconic cartoon characters. The group meets the new show's rising star, wanting her help. She claims the show can be vulgar as it wants, as long as it makes a point, a la social commentary, and joins them on a trip to Mega Point Land, a magical place where they can find relevance again. Clara dies at the halfway point of the movie in a dungeon that features the Rhino Guards from Disney's Robin Hood for some reason. And Toot is only there for like half of the runtime, living in bedrock and pregnant with Barney Rubble's child, presumably because he could not afford any additional screen time for Tara Strong.
The only mystery you've ever solved is the mystery of the empty uterus.
And everyone dies by accidentally getting erased at the end. There. I saved you 71 minutes of your life. Go read a book instead. Okay, so I'm being mean right now, but hey, so are the producers when they made this travesty. Look, self-awareness doesn't mean anything without tangible signs of improvement. Just because you joke about something being crappy or lazy does not mean it's an excuse to not try, especially when you've been given an exceptionally rare second chance to complete the story's ending the way you wanted to. People can tell when you don't put effort into something. And they're not going to mindlessly watch your film just because the Drawn Together's gang is in it. They're here for the comedy, the characters playing off each other, the things that made them keep watching these 3 seasons of the show on TV in the first place. But the movie threw it all away in a very callous and self-righteous manner. I think the showrunners really struggled with this, as the vibe of the movie is so nasty and bitter that I can't imagine anybody watching it is completely siding with them, including fans. Now, it's entirely possible Jester and Silverstein actually did get a raw deal from Comedy Central, that they were annoyed with the obvious favoritism of South Park by the network, or they were frustrated with the lack of consistent marketing and merchandise available to promote it. In fact, the showrunners bring up this lack of available merch in the Season 3 2-part special, Lost in the Parking Space. Apparently, Jester and Silverstein had been told by Comedy Central's marketing team that Drawn Together was having an exclusive t-shirt release with the retail store, you guessed it, Hot Topic.
Trident X-Senses. Masca e destrava.
Eu sou livro que você não deve julgar só pela capa, porque sou feito com papel pólen natural da Suzano.
Hot Topic? They got everything a suicidal preteen could want. Except for parents who listen.
They were beyond pumped, corralling the rest of the staff to go to their local mall and check out the goods. However, the store's clerk had no idea the show even existed, calling it, quote,
Drawn to what now?
After scrounging around in the back, the team eventually managed to find them. A few officially licensed t-shirts, badly crumpled up and stuck under another box. Yeesh. I gotta admit, that's got to be profoundly frustrating. Imagine your show not receiving the same lucrative merchandising opportunities as Family Guy or Invader Zim in the mid-2000s. It's not great for morale at the very least. But I don't know. How things ended just feels weird and gross to me. Even with all the obvious passion and dedication from the voice actors, looking back on it now, I can't help but feel like the showrunners still squandered what they had. That this movie is them publicly licking their wounds and forcing the audience to watch it scab over in gruesome detail. That they took their success for granted, somehow got a limited budget for a movie after being canceled, and still used that time to crap on the network and complain about a show with better critical reception, rather than give the fans a more complete and satisfying ending. It's one of the most poorly aged aspects of Drawn Together as a property, exacerbating all of the weakest aspects of it as a show. If you want to talk about a genuinely great screw the network finale, I think the Owl House pretty much nailed it. It's clearly not a one-for-one comparison, as they're obviously super different in subject matter, audience, and tone. But they were both massive outliers for their respective networks, with most of their marketing coming directly from the fans' word of mouth. Sure, The 3-part finale for the Owl House is definitely rushed in sections, and not every question was answered by the ending. But they absolutely worked their asses off on it, kept the show trending online for weeks, and made Disney look like complete idiots for canceling it so abruptly. In contrast, the Drawn Together movie exemplified the worst tendencies of the showrunners, and its failure ended up actually justifying Comedy Central's decision to cancel the show.
So, wow, this movie just keeps on going.
I hear them!
It's a long thing, and this movie,
How do we get
I
out
thought
of
it was
here?
actually a bad
Shut
idea.
the fuck up and
in the
listen!
beginning, and it actually might very well be a bad idea, but Dave, he needed the money, so I had to do it.
Matt married into money.
Who the hell would ever want to listen to this?
In an article promoting the movie from Animation World Network, Jesser and Silverstein addressed their thought process for choosing a twist villain. Quote, "The South Park spoof in the movie is a dig at critics who complain that Drawn Together isn't like Stone and Parker's show. But we didn't want to be like South Park. Drawn Together is like the junior varsity team at Comedy Central. South Park is the varsity team. They're clearly the better show. They go after things they hate. We only hurt the ones we love." End quote. Yeah, you seem really unbothered by it. Regardless, comparing South Park to Drawn Together is like apples and oranges. They're very different, but people can like them for similar reasons. The writing structure for South Park is generally straightforward, mostly focusing on a singular A plot. And the real conflict comes from how the characters react to new situations or roadblocks achieving a goal. There's an insightful video on YouTube of Matt and Trey coaching NYU students with their writing process, and it's worth your time if you haven't seen it before.
Right? So what I'm saying is that you come up with an idea and it's like, okay, this happens, right? And then this happens. No, it should be this happens, and therefore this happens. But this happens, therefore this happens.
Now, I totally get why some people see South Park as being too preachy or annoying because so much of its humor can be dependent on topical jokes. When it's great, it's because they know how to keep the story consistent and still have enough time to let the jokes breathe. They also use Autodesk Maya to animate each episode, with a team of 70 workers that can get most new shows out within a week. Now that is completely unrealistic for most 2D animated productions, but it's another reason why South Park can respond so quickly to current events, as well as guaranteeing a consistent airing schedule. Mostly, I find this rivalry unfortunate and sad. Drawn Together was a wildly excessive but funny show that had a ton of fans. But how the showrunners handled criticism at the time was childish and embarrassing. If you're going to make a show that relishes in being offensive and dumb, just own it. But you can't be surprised if that results in consequences that makes your show less financially viable. Like it or not, television is an industry geared towards turning a profit first and retaining viewers second. That has only become more obvious with the streaming wars losing subscribers left and right by removing programming to save money. In that regard, I think it's interesting to see so much renewed interest in Drawn Together now. There's always been a demand for edgy comedy. But in our current landscape, with everything being sanitized to not irritate brands, there's more of a gray area that separates sincerity and humor versus being provocative and knowing what will get people watching. Yes, Drawn Together was able to use shock and awe to attract an audience, but in the end, it was that very same shock that would be its downfall and lead to its cancellation. Talk about a double-edged sword.
Goodbye, cruel world. Ow.
Sandy, qual o seu próximo passo?
Amazon Prime Day, dias 15 e 16 de julho. E com as melhores ofertas, Sandy pode ser o que quiser.
Todo mundo pode.
Amazon Prime Day. Aproveite já as ofertas antecipadas.
In conclusion, Drawn Together was undeniably a product of its time, and is a mixed bag of both good but mostly bad. The show wasn't afraid to rock the boat during an era of already vulgar and politically incorrect comedy, but it also didn't have anything all that compelling to say either. It was at the right place at the right time, with basically no filter and everybody to offend. Many people did not take Drawn Together seriously back in the day, because the creators themselves refused to do so. Now, it has the legacy of being a well-animated, but mostly pointless shitpost of a TV series, with a ton of potential, but none of the discipline required to fully take it to the next level. It sucks because I genuinely do enjoy many aspects of the show, but the end of the series and a terrible movie ended up validating their own worst fears. When you live in the shadow of a bigger show, you have to actively work hard to stand out and earn your moment in the spotlight. Being offensive for the sake of just being offensive is indeed a reason to exist. But if you can't demonstrate that you can handle more than that, well, then it's a reason with a brief shelf life. Jesser and Silverstein have gone on to have a number of production and writing credits, most notably the Cleveland Show, Solar Opposites, and Housebroken. However, there's still a huge wake left behind from Drawn Together's cancellation. They've gone on to say that they'd love to do a reboot if given the opportunity, but I doubt anything will come from that. At least not from another mainstream TV network willing to take that kind of risk. Now, it's possible that a smaller development company might be willing to give them a shot, but maybe as more of an online property. With the runaway success of Hazbin Hotel and Smiling Friends, two edgy comedy series built from the success of their online creators, the demand for outlandish comedy is definitely still there. It'll just be a matter of whether or not they're able to work in today's ever-changing landscape, and whether they genuinely have something to say this time.
I'm a goddamn mess! I'm an alcoholic! I have a bit of a temper. I'll cut you, you dirty Polak! And I can't stop eating!
Despite its controversies, Drawn Together was beloved by many fans for its edgy and daring humor. The show was designed to challenge societal norms and push the boundaries of what was considered acceptable in a cartoon. While some people felt that the show went too far in its depiction of controversial topics, others felt that it was a necessary and important voice in the world of animation. Drawn Together was a show that was not afraid to take risk and push the boundaries of what was considered acceptable in a cartoon. While it often resulted in controversies and accusations of insensitivity, the show's creators and fans argued that the show was meant to be a satirical commentary on these issues, and that its humor was meant to challenge and subvert harmful stereotypes. Regardless of one's opinion on the show's controversial nature, there is no denying its impact on the world of animation and pop culture. While causing waves during its initial airing in the mid-2000s, the series went on to be appreciated for its bold nature, unique approach to animation, and surprising moments of levity as the years went on. It was actually named one of the 60 greatest cartoons of all time in 2013 by TV Guide, which, by the way, I'm just surprised as you are that TV Guide still existed in 2013. Despite its flaws, Drawn Together was a show ahead of its time, with taboo topics used as a basis for its jokes, which consisted of masturbation, paraphilia, kinky sex, homosexuality, gay marriage, abortion, rape, incest, pedophilia, menstruation, spousal abuse, racism, homophobia, xenophobia, anti-Semitism, necrophilia, terrorism, graphic violence, and death. The list of problematic content on display in this show reads like a greatest hits of human depravity. In 2004, when the show first aired, the world was a different place. And the fact that I can say something like that about a time I was alive for and recall makes me feel absolutely ancient. The internet was just starting to gain traction, and social media was non-existent. This meant that pushback against controversial content was limited to word of mouth and news reports. Today, the social landscape is much different. Any past offense, no matter how small or how long ago, can be uncovered by anyone on social media and result in widespread backlash or even potentially career-ending consequences. This is why it's unlikely that a major company would even attempt to produce a show as daring as Drawn Together in today's world. The concept of the show alone invites backlash, which is evident in the ongoing discourse surrounding it today. Regardless of facing criticism, Drawn Together became a massive hit, with 3 seasons and a dedicated fan base. This was largely due to the fact that people were not as sensitive to these types of topics at the time, and there was no platform for open public criticism like there is nowadays with social media. Despite the fact that most of the offensive comedy in the show was trying to be a commentary on the absurdity and the ideas themselves, the tolerance for commentary like that in today's social climate is almost non-existent. Today, social media is like an ongoing popularity contest where everyone is trying to prove how much better they are than everyone else, and individuals are subject to scrutiny from complete strangers at any given moment. Enjoying a controversial show like Drawn Together would not only invite backlash from social media users, but it could also result in an individual becoming persona non grata online. It's doubtful that a show like Drawn Together would even make it past a month of airtime if it was produced today. Talking about one's enjoyment of it publicly online would only invite trouble from the self-righteous and judgmental social media mob.
A princípio tem creme hidratante facial com alta performance dermatológica e é recomendada por dermatologistas.
Quem foi que fez essa obra de arte aqui?
Nova máquina de cuidar Electrolux com exclusivo ciclo Pet Pro. A vida tem dias e dias. Para todos eles, Electrolux, sua casa bem vivida.
In that regard, it seems like an impossibility for a show like this to even exist as an independent web production in today's social climate, let alone run on network television from a major corporation. They just get slaughtered in the court of public opinion. Unless there's a titanic shift in cultural norms, it's doubtful we'll see something as blatantly risque as Drawn Together anywhere outside a 4chan thread. In the end, Drawn Together isn't timeless, but it's definitely a product of its time. It's a snapshot of the media landscape of the 2000s, and goes to show how much has culturally shifted since then. Perhaps with proper nuance, Drawn Together could have avoided cancellation if it took the same approach as Always Sunny when it came to dark comedy. But the series pushed the envelope in such a way that it was only a matter of time until it would implode. But whether you liked it or not, Drawn Together was definitely a unique experience, and one of a kind. And it will forever be remembered as the most offensive cartoon that ever aired on television.
It's okay, sweetie. Our long national nightmare is over. He can't hurt us anymore. The important thing is that you survived. We all survived.